Before we get started, if anybody wants to purchase the books, it's a straight $30, no tax. Make the check out to Carnelian. It's Carnelian Bay Castle Fest, but Carnelian will be easy. In fact, just so I don't have to carry the books back, I'll sell them for $27, and I do not want to carry these books back.
Would you be averse to taking cash?
Pardon?
Would you be averse to taking cash?
Not at all. While we're waiting everything to get squared away here, if anybody wants to buy a book, go ahead. I'm just going to relate to you what happened yesterday. Somebody sent me an email a few weeks ago and said that the Washington University School of Medicine was doing research on raw fooders. And they didn't say that it was bacon. They just said raw fooders. So I got in touch with these doctors who are performing this testing. And I told them about my diet, and they said, "Oh, would you come and be part of the test?" Well, we're just doing vegan raw fooders. But we'd love to see what you're doing because the head, John Holskowski, he's won, quite a few Olympic prizes because he deals in the athletic field and health. He's somewhere in his 70s. So he was fascinated by this diet. And he hadn't met anybody on such a diet. So on my way here, I stopped in St. Louis for the test yesterday. And you have to understand that I was type 1 diabetic from the age of 15. I took insulin up until I was almost 22, and I decided I was going to handle my diet. So I'd handled it. Of course, eating lots of fruit, when I was doing the fruitarian thing wasn't easy. Now I just decided to keep it way down and low. So yesterday, during the glucose tolerance test, I started off with a 104. I went up to 240, I think it was, which is normal, the high sugar increase. And this is the first time I had sugar since probably the last time I had a glucose tolerance test, which was, I think it was in 71. So let me tell you, I was buzzed out, I was dizzy, it was really strange. But the first half hour was to 240. Next half hour was down to 103. And the next half hour, it was down to 53. And they stopped doing it. And she said, "Your pancreas has got to stop working." I said, "You don't understand. You put poisonous sugar in my body. My pancreas is going to try to get rid of every bit of it." And I bet you if we continue this, she said, "No, that's all they do with it." But that was exciting for me because I did not know that my liver had rebuilt, my pancreas had rebuilt itself. And it's actually working. So here's a type 1 diabetic that actually reversed diabetes completely by rebuilding the liver. Rebuilding the pancreas. So it's all possible. That was the only thing that I could not tell whether it was working or not because I still had a problem when I would eat fruits, too many fruits, too often. And I would keep it down to one every 2 or 3 days. Now I know I can probably handle more. Not that I may want to because I was being a diabetic with your sugar level up and down all the time, it creates over-emotionality. So when you read my book, I was crying all the time and always feeling things so intensely. The sadness and all of that. And since I've cut the fruit down to once every 2 to 3 days or 3 to 4 days, I don't have all that emotionality. It's a lot more fun. Sweet fruits, yes. Tomato, that's different. I eat a lot of tomatoes in place of other fruits. So they checked my heart. They were expecting to find all kinds of plaque. Because they said, "What's your diet?" I said, "Well, I eat, during the spring and summer, I eat from 8 to 10 ounces of raw cream a day, maybe more. And I eat in the fall and winter, I'll eat a stick of butter a day minimum. And they're just, they're going, oh. Because these are mainly cardiac people. This is a cardiac ward of this hospital, and they do everything cardiac. So they're just waiting to get to my, take a picture of my heart and my veins. So what they do is to check the carotid arteries on both sides and check the heart with sound, ultrasound. So they have they've got a room with these specialists because they've heard about me. They've got a room with these specialists in there waiting, and they're watching the pictures. This guy's going, this is beautiful. This is amazing. almost 56 years old, to see somebody with a completely clean heart, not a bit of plaque on it anywhere. And these were the superlatives. They carried the test on for a good 45 minutes instead of the normal 20 minutes. Because they kept just trying to find something wrong. They checked the heart from every angle. And then here, usually they'll do this for about 3 minutes on either side. They were doing it 10 minutes on each, just to check it. And they found just the slightest bit of plaque that you usually find on people who are about in their mid-20s.
Was it with ultrasound?
Pardon?
Was that with ultrasound?
Yes, the ultrasound. They wanted to do a bone scan on me, but the only equipment they had available was X-ray. And I wouldn't do the X-ray. They didn't have the ultrasound for the bone. So I'm going to try to do that for them at UCLA. But they were quite shocked. And then, the head cardiologist who's heading the research said, there was no exercise supposed to be involved in this. Would you go upstairs and do some weight stuff for us? Just see your strength level. I said, sure, I don't do anything. I haven't worked out in 24 years. I'm 24 years this April, so I don't know if I have any strength. Because I just do this, on my computer, and that's it. That's my exercise. And I go shopping once a week for food, and that's it. And my girlfriend will give me to go walking with her once a month or once every 2 months on the beach. And I said, that's literally my exercise. Oh, but we want to check your natural strength. I said, okay. So we go up there on the weights. They're putting the weights in. They start off, and I'm just doing this kind of thing, pushing, big machine that I don't think I've ever worked with. And we keep putting all the way up. And you get to the last one. And it's, I think it's 253 pounds, something like that. Now I had to strain with that one. And they're recording all of this because they had my heart, those electrodes with the meter there, and they were checking everything. And the heart, when I got to the strenuous stuff, just the last few blocks where it went from, I think, 220 to 253, and those 3 exercises, the only time that my heart overworked. And it went right back within a second. As soon as I let the pressure off, the heart went right back to normal. So they were very impressed. And that was on the foot. That was on the feet. Then on the arm one, I went from 99 to 196 before I had that tension there. While I was doing the foot exercises up to 253, there was no stress from the heart with my leg exercise. So one of the doctors there, Luigi, he's the assistant to the main doctor who was handling this. He's ultra thin and skinny. And he's looking at me going through this, he says, and they're talking about somebody else who's a champion weightlifter. And he said, our champion weightlifter with a good heart does what you do, and you do it without exercising, and he works out all the time with that much weight. So this is the first time I've had any confirmation, in laboratory tests. So, because everybody's asked me that all these years, and I found the opportunity, so it's great. Now I'm waiting for the LDL and the HDL and all the other symptoms, all the other information they look for to tell you whether you're healthy or not. So I have hardly any plaquing at all in my system. My heart has no plaquing at all, and it's in great shape. And now when they come back with my LDL and HDL sky high cholesterol levels, they're going to say, oh, well, it has to be bad. You've been doing this for at least 20 years, but your heart's clean and your arteries are clean. This can't be. And there was a whole team of doctors that came out 3 months ago and said that there's a cholesterol myth, that it doesn't relate to anything at all. And there was one article that was written called "The Big Fat Lie," lie about fats. So this team had never heard about that whole research, so I gave it to them while I was there because I had it on my computer. So that is going to be another piece of information that these people can evolve from, so we'll get the better information for people out there. So it's becoming contagious, which is great.
You look at life.
Yeah, and I don't do exercise at all. Well, people say, well, wait a minute, in your book you're talking about having sex all the time, so you have exercise. But my girlfriend's been gone since January, and I haven't had sex since January, and this is not having sex. I thought that's part of my life. Pardon?
Chinese say too much sex will also kill you.
That's because they eat too much. Very sickly child. I was also born into a family that was very violent. Everything was arguing and yelling and punishing. Everything was handled with violence. Nothing was solved in any other means. No rationale to it. I had a brother that was 18 months older than I. He was still in diapers when I came home and never forgave me for it, because I took all the attention away. So he tortured me nearly every day for 15 and a half years until we went into the Vietnam War. And then he got to hurt people over there. So, perfect place for him. That, by the time I was, because of all that, I was accident prone, because I was always in fear of being hit from behind. And my mother and father would say, oh, that never happened to you. So my father was an 8mm movie buff. So I got out the 8mm films, I started going through that. And I'd say, okay, why don't you watch this, Mom and Dad? My brother would go behind me and take his knuckle like this and punch me right in the back in the spine, pull my hair and pull me backwards. I just pointed out to all these times and I said, you just ignored me. That went on all the time. So I was under tremendous stress, so I became accident prone because I was always in fear. I wasn't paying attention where I was walking. I was afraid I was always getting attacked from somewhere. So I began cutting myself and breaking things because I had very brittle bones. So if I'd fall down, I fell on my elbow, I broke my elbow. I fell off of a ladder about 3 feet high and I shattered my heel cap. That's how brittle my bones were. So I started getting injections of antibiotics and tetanus very young. And they're a thimerosal, which is liquid mercury, in every vaccine. Liquid mercury is a known poison. And it has been linked in the last 10 years with autism. After my third injection when I was a year and a half of tetanus, I became autistic. All of a sudden my brain could not relate words with concepts. So I was then autistic. I had to learn to hear sound patterns, correlate them with reactions. And because the thimerosal and the vaccine itself had damaged my memory center, I had to hear sounds back in my subconscious before and not be aware of them. But it was, like autistic kids, they have the ability to add mathematical figures. It could be 20 figures long, come up with an answer like that. Well, my brain got to be able to do that. But I was never conscious of knowing languages or understanding what I was saying. I would just parrot the sounds. If I had been asked to stand and read in front of the class, I couldn't even read the word the. I didn't look retarded or autistic. So they always thought I was just a belligerent kid who couldn't, not that I couldn't read, they just thought I was belligerent and wouldn't read. So by the time I reached 10 years old, I had developed peritonitis that was misdiagnosed as appendicitis. And they opened me up and said, oh, your appendix is fine, but we'll take it out anyway, just in case it bothers you in the future. So that's the medical profession. So I had injections like every 2 to 4 hours for 5 days, to the point where I had to actually take the tray, the hypodermic tray, and knock it out of the nurse's hand, and to get it to their heads that I wasn't going to take anymore. And then 24 hours after they stopped injecting me, I finally got enough strength to get out of the hospital. But I was very cold. I think that's when my blood and bone cancer started, because I was so cold from that point on that, I grew up in Cincinnati and, it's cold. So I get up and I could not move without severe pain, so I go huddle in front of the heater vent just to be able to thaw out, to be able to move. Then by the time I was 14 and a half, I was a borderline diabetic. By 15 and a half, I developed angina, child with angina. Muscle cramp, my heart would go into such cramping that I'd pass out for 20 minutes at a time. They just let me lay there on the classroom floor because the doctors couldn't figure out what to do. Didn't have open heart surgery, back then. Thank God they didn't. They certainly would have experimented on me, I think. So, not in Cincinnati anyway. So, then the diabetes was onset at that point at 15 and a half. Then I got married at 16. Married a girl who could telepathically communicate. I learned enough sounds to be able to get through, everything. And the way I got through school was I always pick the smart. When you're psychic and intuitive, you know who's smart and who isn't. So I always picked the smartest girl in the room. And for some reason, they were always sensitive enough and let me cheat without telling them. So I would copy their hieroglyphs. And from a distance, sometimes that isn't all that easy. But so I'd write it down. Sometimes it wasn't a word at all. But I got through, mainly D's all through school. Then when I got into college, it was different. But it was funny. I was blessed because several of the professors understood that I had dyslexia to a severe point, so they gave me all of my exams auditorily, orally. So I was very fortunate, and I had a mind which would do flow charts for computing, and I didn't understand what I was doing. I just had a talent just to write a program, and I couldn't explain it, how I got it, or anything. I could just write it. So I passed second in the class. Not even being able to read. So I became a junior executive for Carte Blanche Corporation. And I would write flow charts for them and rearrange their entire company. It made them extra $300,000 a year. And here I was, an autistic person who couldn't even read. But none of them knew that I couldn't read. So I was able to get by. But when I got married at 16, had a child at 17, born the week of my first week in senior in high school. And there was a lot of stress because I had to go to school in the day and then work at night and then take care of him during the night. And he had a lot of problems, a lot of digestive problems, so he screamed all night long. So by the time I was divorced at 19, I was an alcoholic, and I smoked 2 packs a day, Lucky Strikes, non-filtered, and I loved it, and I would be smoking today if it were healthy for me, but it's not, so I don't. And, I love smoking. My mother used to say, "Stop it, you're a fiend," because I would inhale it and get it hot like that on the end. I just loved that burning sensation. I loved it, you know. So, so by the time I was 19, I developed a stomach ulcer. I found that out because I went on a spree with a couple of guys down in Mexico. We went to the bullfights, hit every bar all the way from Mexico up to Los Angeles. And I went into the restroom because I was feeling pretty nauseous and I started vomiting blood. So I went to the hospital and found out I had an ulcer, duodenal ulcer that was dumping back into the stomach and bringing up the blood. So they treated with Maalox, and they had lots of Maalox, bottles of Maalox, a couple of bottles a week at least. Well, that caused some kind of cauterization in there, and it caused a tumor to develop right next to the ulcer. So then they said, well, we better go in and cut it out, and heal it up, and just take your pylorus and then stretch it out about 3 times its normal size. I don't know. They know what they're doing, of course. I got 3 uncles who are doctors. My mom's an RN. 8 aunts and uncles who are RNs. I was raised around it, so I was, indoctrinated to believe that they know what they're doing. I didn't know that stretching a pyloric outlet would cause 90% scar tissue, so the pores wouldn't even work within about a year. So, they're just this spontaneous thing. We'll take care of everything right now, and we don't look at the future. So, they told me that after they severed all the vagus nerves to my stomach. It was a vagotomy pyloroplasty. So they cut all the vagus nerves to my stomach, so I'd never secrete hydrochloric acid again, and stretch the pylorus. They said, now you will not be able to eat anything raw again in your life. Nothing raw. You're in danger, like octogenarians, of parasitical, viral, and bacterial, parasitical, and viral invasion through your food, and you could die very easily. So I ate everything cooked like they suggested, and of course, if I ate meat of any kind, fish, chicken, anything, I would just break out. It looked like raw hamburger, I was described one time. And it was true. I would just break out all over. So many pimples covering everything, my neck, shoulders, arms, everything, that I just looked like raw hamburger. So I realized I had to get off of meat. So I stopped eating meat, so I started going vegetarian, started eating raw. I went through, after I went through that, the incision that's right here became tumorous. And they decided, well, we better irradiate it. So I went under intense 10 weeks of radiation therapy. Cauterized my spine, so this was my movement. That's how I could move. So if I sat down, I had to come over and sit down like this to sit down without too much pain, and I could never touch my knees unless I was really straining. And it felt like if you've ever had, tight hamstrings, that's what it felt like, going intensely painful. So I went around that for a long time. They put me through surgeries, to stretch out the spine, clean out the cauterization in between, and the mineral buildup in there from the radiation. And then they gave me blood and bone cancer, multiple myeloma. So they decided, well, we're going to have to give you chemotherapy. So here I am, a cripple, and they want to give me chemotherapy. So I took chemotherapy, and that did cripple. That was it. I crawled around like a worm on the floor for months. It would take me sometimes a half an hour to get from here to the sink to go to the bathroom. I had urinate in bottles, and had 2 people from a hospice come in twice a week. They did my shopping, helped me, made some food, prepared it for days in advance, and they cleaned my house. One of them came one day with a booklet, after the chemotherapy, after 3 months of it. I said, that's it. I didn't know that for every one cancer cell you kill, that chemotherapy kills 1 billion healthy cells. So it's like killing everybody on the planet because you don't like 6 people. Pretty barbaric and pretty stupid. We're not talking ignorant, we're talking stupid. So, so this one, a volunteer, he was a black man who was an entertainer, great voice. He was with the Going Thing at the time. He was only like 18 or 19 years old. He brought me a book that was about 82 pages, written by a woman who had supposedly cured her uterine cancer by drinking a gallon of carrot juice a day. Of course, I couldn't read, so it didn't make any difference to me. He gave me the book. And I hated carrots because I'd only had cooked carrots in my life. My mother cooked everything. She was a nurse and was afraid of all bacteria. So everything was overcooked, burned, awful. Leather, shoe leather was what I ate. In fact, if you gave me your shoe, I might think that was a good meal, as a kid. So this carrot juice, finally the guy got me to just taste it. And my God, it was the only thing that tasted good and alive. But I said, it's raw and you're sick. I said, who cares? I'm going to die anyway. I'm miserable. So, and I'd wanted to die since probably first time I thought about killing myself was 10 years old. And it was pretty constant all the way, but I never had balls to do it. And the only thing we had was a .22 rifle, and I knew that sometimes if that got into the brain, you didn't die, you just became a cripple for life, an idiot for life. And I was already a semi-idiot. I didn't even prove that. So that was out. One time I did think that I was going to accomplish it. My mother was always, do not get wet and stay out in the cold. You'll catch pneumonia and you'll die. So I thought, oh, that's what I can do. So I was about 12 years old, and it was after the appendectomy and all of the vaccines and all of the chemicals, and I was severely depressed. I was fat. They called me Fatty Arbuckle, and I couldn't read. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't play with other children, and then you get that kind of ridicule too much. So this big pond. So I broke the ice in it. I got in and knelt in it. And I had a big wool coat and got it just sopping wet. And I had a whole mile to walk home, and I thought, it's going to kill me. I didn't even get a cold or a flu. And I got colds and flus that would last 3 to 5 months a year, and that year I didn't get one. So I didn't know what my mother was talking about after that. I just had a hell of a cold walk home. Nothing happened. So all these things that people were telling me, I couldn't correlate with anything with reality because whatever was told to me didn't work. I remember when I went in to have my tonsils out at 3 years old. This is good for you, this is good for you. And I had this terrible sensation before we went in, fear. So they knocked me out. I come out of it. And I'm not in the hospital, I'm at home, so they had drugged me so badly, I must have given them such a time, they had drugged me so badly that I didn't even come conscious till I got home. I woke up, and I guess it was pretty bad because my whole family was around expecting me to die or something. And I woke up with this headache and this feeling like I was in some kind of a high-pressure vacuum capsule. And I was nauseous and my throat was just so sore, and I knew that it hadn't developed from my own body. And I knew that my parents were offering Jell-O and this kind of stuff, and I didn't want anything. And I lost my trust for them at that point, 3 years old. So I didn't trust anybody from that point on. Anybody in the world until I met some girls who were very psychic, very sensitive, and understood me completely. There didn't have to be that language thing that existed. So that worked. So anyway, that was a long story off of the carrot juice. Anyway, I drank the carrot juice and it was delicious. I started feeling better, and all of a sudden, 10 days after drinking the carrot juice, I was only drinking like a quart a day. I didn't go for a gallon a day. I was still diabetic. So all of a sudden, the language connection in my brain worked. And I looked at the words, and I knew the word bra. And I knew every other word. I mean, I had almost no vocabulary, but I all of a sudden understood language. A word meant this, and I was all of a sudden able to put it together. So borrowed $110 and went out. In 1969, that was a lot of books. And I bought $110 worth of books, and mainly on, I bought Siddhartha, and I bought all books on nutrition. And that was my lead into raw foods. So I got into eating raw foods. By the time February 72 came around, I had a great experience with my girlfriend who almost died of peritonitis, forcing the doctors, to not commit surgery on her like they did me, and not giving her all this medication and antibiotics, and then feeding her raw food substances. And they said that she would not be able to go back into ballet for a year and a half after peritonitis, minimum, if she ever recovered. With the dietary program that I put her on, she was back to ballet class in 6 weeks. I was so impressed by what had happened was I made a commitment that February 1972 to be a raw fooder. I mean, I cheated a little here and there because I was raw food, vegetarian, fruitarian. So it was very difficult for me to eat, to be without meat or dairy of any kind. So I did my cheating all the way. And then I bicycle all around the country and Alaska, Mexico, living with Indian tribes, living with animals, coyotes, alligators, chipmunks, just observing them for months at a time to see their patterns. Because I knew that I wasn't going to find it with man, because man did not know what he was doing when it came to health. So, American Indians, primitive ones, told me 3 different tribes, raw meat's what you needed. Well, I knew what happened with meat, I had to break out like hamburgers. There was no way I was going to touch meat. And it never correlated it. I don't know why. Raw meat will be different, just like every other raw food is different than cooked food. It'll react differently, but I was so afraid of it that I didn't do it. So after traveling around for 3 years, ignoring what the Eskimos told me, the Yaqui Indians and the Sioux Indians told me to eat the raw meat, ignoring it, my multiple myeloma resurged again, and I was back in pain as the temperature dropped below 70 degrees. I was in pain in certain joints. If the temperature dropped below 50 degrees, 49 degrees, I was crippled, in pain, couldn't move. I was in such excruciating pain. So while I was with the Eskimos, they broke out this green, black, white, moldy stuff out of the ground and rolled it in these hides. And it's so foul that I couldn't get within 5 feet of it without wanting to vomit. So I thought it was a blend of these herbs that they had put, together, and this was going to be medicine. So I had about a ping pong ball sized amount. And all of a sudden, I felt better. It was getting down to, about 48 degrees at night. This is in September 76. And, September 75. Yeah, September 75. And the joints started feeling better. And the whole time that I was up there, for that, I didn't have that severe pain to where I was crippled. So I thought it was this blend of herbs, because I couldn't even speak English very well, much less, Eskimo, and these were pretty primitive, and they didn't know much English. So I couldn't find out what it was, but they kept saying it was high meat. They had this word for high meat. And I thought it was herbs. I didn't find out until the 80s that it was high meat. It was rotten, stinky, meat that they let sit, they bury it underground for a minimum of 6 weeks, and when it stinks a half mile downwind, that's when they ate it. And these children, they would smell that stuff. And they would just start getting excited, and it was like candy. I mean, it was so bad that I got this close to it, and I was starting to vomit already. So what they did was I had some cotton balls, and they had some musk oil, so I put it in musk oil in the cotton balls and stuffed it up my nose and was able to eat it. Did anybody see me on Ripley's Believe It or Not in July and August? Well, I ate a year and 3 months old buffalo glands that were moldy and green. The cameraman was puking all over it. Close to it like this. But I did that to prove that, all this supposition that you're going to get parasites and bacterial food poisoning from eating aged raw meat, and they're full of, molds and bacteria and parasites, there was not a danger or harmful at all. So, and I proved it. I proved it many, many times. Well, I wanted to prove it to the world. So this company in Germany saw it. It went worldwide. And the company from Germany saw it. They flew a team over for me to do it again. And it's so funny because they had 3 of my patients there with me, eating it with me. And 2 of them had chronic depression. And one of them had been 27 years taking a minimum of 5 psychotropic drugs a day. Manic depressive. She was diagnosed with everything. And a good day for her was, I feel good today. And that, I'm not exaggerating either. That's how bad she was. And I tried for a year and a half to get her to eat the high meat. This last call. I'm already on this crazy diet. It's antisocial. Nobody wants to speak to me. Hung up on her. So she was really feeling suicidal. So she called the next day, okay, how do I get this high meat? I said, well, it takes about 4 weeks to make it. I don't have 4 weeks. I said, well, I have another client that has a lot of it already prepared. Maybe he'll sell you some. So she called in and got some. So all of a sudden I get this call. I got some. And, I usually answer the phone right away, but I don't hear my voice. I said, well, let me listen to it this one. So I got the high meat. I'm going to take it. I just want to know if there's any precautions. I know you explained it to me. I'll go ahead and take it. But call me as soon as you get in. So about an hour later, I get this call. I had it about 20 minutes ago. Now I'm really frightened, so you need to call me. And I'm not going to answer that phone because it'll be all night long. They'll be babysitting her. So I refuse to answer the phone. So after the third she called, she's calling every 45 minutes. Every 45. And the third call, it's, I really need you to call me. She's giggling. I'm really frightened. The stuff smells awful. And I ate it. So I just let it in. By 4 o'clock in the morning, she calls and she's whistling, waiting for me to answer. Whistling a tune. A tune. She takes it every other day. She eats high meat every other day to control her depression. And it works. Like 10 minutes after you take it, you giggle. Had a psychologist and psychiatrist from Santa Barbara that came down after he heard about it, and he did an experiment. So we sat on my back porch because you don't eat it in the house. It'll stink your house up for 24, 48 hours. We'll hang in the curtain wherever you have. So on the back porch and ate it, and most of your psychologists and psychiatrists get into that because they've got emotional problems to begin with. He's all of a sudden started 10 minutes later, he's giggling. He's saying, this really works, doesn't it? This really works. I said, yeah. So he starts, this is a very educated man who's up in a very rich neighborhood, Santa Barbara, very socialite environment, Santa Barbara, is now telling people to eat stinky high meat. He got prostate cancer, so guess what diet he's on? He gets younger every year. He's in his 60s. So he's doing great. I guess you've heard enough. For the lecture part of it, we're going to go into workshop after this. Now the workshop, for those who haven't signed up for the workshop will be about 2.5 hours of me explaining certain facets of how to get healthier. We're going to concentrate. The rest of the book and my first book cover everything but detoxification, and you have all that information available. I'm going to have this workshop mainly on detoxification, how to help you make it work for you so you can get healthy as quickly as possible, and explain why it works. Then after that, I will do mini consults, which means that I've got a pattern of reading the palms, and this is not psychic, this is actual pattern, physiological patterns that appear in the hands that I can tell how your glands are functioning. And now I know it's completely accurate because my pancreas has been showing for the last 4 years that it's rebuilding. Well, I got confirmation yesterday because I thought pancreas was one thing that was not rebuild, especially in a diabetic. So anyway, it really works, and what I will do is suggest foods that are more likely to help you get well quicker. So, and that's $30. So the workshop is $50. The mini consult per person is $30 after that. So it's $80 if you want the two. The people who are getting a full consult tomorrow and Monday, you don't need to sign up for a mini consult because I'll be doing that in the full consult. All right?
Do you want to hand this?
Okay. Would you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if anybody hasn't signed up for the workshop and would like to, did they see you, Eva, or who?
Oh, Sherry.
Sherry.
I think everyone's taken care of.
Okay.
If someone has changed their mind and has decided to do a mini consult, then you can come and see me now during this time.
I want to pass this out to everybody who's going to show up tomorrow for the full consult. You all know you're coming to my house, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
So raise your hand.
Raise your hand
in a full consult. And the second piece of paper you have there, which is a request for advice, you need to sign, fill it out, and bring it.
And you know what? I'm going to pass something out too for everybody before everyone starts dispersing and leaving later. I have a rough support group meeting monthly here in my garage. It's all potluck, and if anyone's interested, I have the schedule for the year. So if you want to pass these around,
You know what?
get together.
This is just a caribou and steel. It's just a. They just got to sign. You know what? No, I don't have that. I got to make sure I get it to everybody who's coming. I got everything.
Well, you know, from the auto, you
Okay, give me one
the ultimate fast food.
I don't
So I saw somebody do that. I saw him crack, he's an idea. He cracks a hole in each end, puts a finger at the bottom of it. I'm going to have to
There's section here. There's for the second half of this.
That's great. You I hope so. The body came clean out. Ask that question in the course of the workshop, because that's going to come out. Well, we'll talk. Good question to ask.
Going through schedule.
How many people have read the book, the first book? You've read that first half. You read the stories. You're a novel writer.
And I got a couple of pictures of tomorrow too. I got
You gotta read it all. Yes, you do. You want to try to get it. You've only got one spot left, and that's on Monday at 4:30. 4:15, something like that. That's the only spot left. Workshop take about 2.5 hours, and then we go into the meetings, and it'll take 6 to 10 minutes per individual. Okay. Like I said, with the first book and the second book, we have a lot of information there, how to make the diet work for you. And then after we do this section, there's going to be about a half an hour question and answer session. Hopefully there won't be any questions by the time I finish, but don't be afraid to ask me. No question is a stupid question. Unless you're a medical doctor. That's a joke. Are there any medical doctors here? Yes. Have you been here all the time, or did you just come in? You've been here hiding back there. Okay, the thing that I will cover in the next book, which will probably be out next spring, is a book that will cover detoxification. Now, I covered it I mentioned it a little bit in the recipe for living without disease, that fat is very important to cleanse the body. That was very well illustrated in my test results yesterday. I've had 20 years of eating meat on a daily basis. As of December, will be this December, 20 years, eating meat on a daily basis from 1 to 3 pounds a day. In 1976 is when I started eating lots of raw fat, consuming at least 6 ounces of raw cream a day and a stick of butter a day. Lots of fat. Now I went from 118. They thought they'd freak out my readers. But when I went out in the desert to fast myself, it was to fast myself to death. And then the coyotes brought me the rabbit. Now I thought eating that rabbit was going to kill me. That story got changed a little bit in the story. But when those coyotes brought the rabbit to me to eat, I thought, because I had all this information kept running through my head, my father was an inventor, and my mother was a nurse, and all my relatives who were in the medical field said, wild rabbit has an enzyme or a bacteria in it that will kill you within 24 to 48 hours after eating it, with very, very painful stomach cramps. Something like rabies. So I thought 2 days stomach pain, it's nothing like the cancer pain. I can handle that. If I continue fasting, it's going to take me 40 to 60 days to die. So when I ate that rabbit, I ate it to kill myself. But what I did was I got strong for the first time in all those years. So another little fiction myth went out the window for me. However, when I came back into LA, because after eating, I started going to farms in the area, shoveling goat manure or anything I could, to get chickens, to get eggs, to get raw milk, to build myself up. So I go back into Los Angeles from this skinny little skin and bones individual to this miniature Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I went back and said, I've got the answer. He said, oh yeah, you look like it, what are you doing? And I said, I'm eating raw meat. Raw meat, are you crazy? You're going to get a brain fluke. You'll be an idiot. I said, well, I've already been that. But I feel so much better and look, I feel great. The first time I've ever felt this good in my life. Until I ate the poison mushroom. But I started eating lots of cream. I would drink a quart of cream a day with a quart of carrot juice mixed together. What a great combination. And that's what I ate a day. However, first time in my life, I had exercised. After leaving the farm, I wanted to keep exercising. It felt so good. So I began doing 250 push-ups a day with my feet at least this high, sometimes this high. And I would do 50 to 100 handstand push-ups against the wall. And then I would do about 30 chin-ups at a time without stopping. And then I would run 5 to 13 miles a day. So I used that cream, a quart of cream a day, just burning it up. And it was incredible. It was wonderful. Fats, I learned, are the most important nutrient in the system for keeping the body lubricated and for giving you energy and to get out all the old plaque. I mentioned in this book the analogy, if you take a fat and you cook it, it's like taking clay and firing it in the kiln. You solidify it. It is then pottery. It's not a clay which will produce life, which will grow life, whether it's mold or a plant. Clay can do that. If it's fired, then it will no longer do that. Unless you've got an aeration plant that grows with its roots exposed and gets its moisture from the atmosphere. But the clay itself will not breed life once it's been fired. The same thing with fat. Once you cook it, and the higher the temperature goes, the worse it is. It's just like the higher the cone in firing with pottery. The more brittle it becomes until it becomes glass-like. The fat does the same thing. The higher the temperature, the more lipid peroxides that are formed, and they're all carcinogenic. Plaques on the system, so that's what the doctors are looking for. All that plaque from all that fat. People say, oh my God, I've got a high cholesterol level. In fact, the older the people are, usually the higher the cholesterol level. I said, well, I did a laboratory test back in 1991, and it cost me $8,000 to have my laboratory technician find the difference between a molecule in a person who is a fat molecule that is in a person from a cooked fat, and then from me they took one that was from raw fat. And he found the difference between the two. So that what he could do is he could pull the blood and find out which ones were old toxic fats that were being removed from the body and the new healthy raw ones. By the time, he told me it was going to take about $8,000 to do it, but by the time we finished, it cost me about $23,000 to have him develop that one. The guy died 3 years ago. He never went on the diet. He did all this work for me for years and never bought it. All the validation and verification right there, and he never did. But he was able to do a test that cost about $6,000 per person that could differentiate the difference between the old cholesterol and the high cholesterol. Because when they do a test on cholesterol, they do not differentiate. They just look at LDL and HDL. Big deal. So, if you're cleaning out old hardened cholesterol from your body, especially if you have a tendency toward overweight, you're going to have a much higher cholesterol level. I know one person that has severely high, two people who have severely high cholesterol levels, but they're athletically inclined and they're not overweight. One girl was what do we call them? A competitor, an Olympic figure skater. And she came to me at 28 years old. She was fatigued. That's a lot of work doing figure skating. A lot of practice because of the balance is so particular. She was going to retire. She was feeling terrible, chronically fatigued. After about an hour and a half, she was shot. So she went on the diet, and in 6 months, she was doing spins around the 16 and 18-year-olds. She's still skating today, and she's 31. Makes tons of money at it, too. She's also become an actress now. She's more balanced and in her body and in her just in a good balance in general. A completely different person. And I found that my athletes will maintain a very high cholesterol level. Paul Cohen has been on the diet about 5 years, the 10-year coach for McEnroe. He's been on the diet 5 years. He's 60 years old, 62 maybe years old, and he swears by this diet. He says, if I only knew back then when I was a coach what I know now, it'd be completely different. I want to also give you an example of one of my athletes. He's a martial artist. He's 57 years old now. He went on the diet about 55, 56. He jump ropes 3 times a week. One day he will do 12,500 jumps. Can you imagine doing 12,500 jumps one time? And then another day he does 3,700, and another day 2,500. And when he came to me, he had kept his heart rate after the completion of exercising. And his heart every month for that year, his rate averaged between 163, I think it was, and 190. The next year on the diet, it goes down and spikes down here like this. He's been on the diet now 2 years, and his heart is steady when he completes 12,500 jumps with a 3-pound jump rope between 98, 96, about 96, 98 to 102. That's his heart rate after doing 12,500 jumps. Now, remember when I told you I was doing 13 miles sometimes? One time I ran 13 miles in freezing rain in December, barefoot through gravel. And my heart rate was 100 all the way through, even while running. And when I stopped after the 13 miles, this is after a year and a half of working out, I wasn't even panting. I was breathing normal. When I was running, I would concentrate on complete inhale, hold it, complete exhale. So I didn't overwork my lungs, because most people will breathe, hyper-breathe. And they're not even using half of the oxygen that is in their lungs before they're expelling it. So what I did was I trained myself to use all the oxygen before I let it out. And that allowed me to keep a good breathing rhythm. So when I stopped the exercise, I wasn't panting. I was breathing normally when I stopped. So that's something you might consider if you're doing exercise.
You didn't tear up your feet running on the gravel?
Well, I had been barefoot for 9 years. So by that time, they were pretty solid. And going through the desert at 160 degrees sometimes burned your feet. So I had a lot of callus in my foot. But then after the poison mushroom, I ate the only deadly mushroom in the world, called the death cap. I ate enough to kill 15 people my size by accident. And that destroyed my liver. 90% of my liver, gave me blood and bone cancer again. This was in 1981. and it made my skin paper thin, so I couldn't go barefoot after that until recently. Last 6 or 7 years. Took me 11 and a half years to recover from that poison mushroom. But I'm the only person that's alive that's ever had that mushroom, that quantity. Like I said, at 15 times the amount that would kill somebody my size.
How did you get into eating this mushroom?
That's a story you can read in there. That way. Pardon? Oh, it was delicious. Delicious. A woman ate it with me. She vomited it all up within a few hours. I mean, she didn't digest any of it. It came right back up. But I hadn't eaten that morning. We went for a walk on the beach. And I had eaten them out of a yard, which was a stupid thing to do because they must have used pesticides or herbicides or some kind of chemical fertilizer that mutated that mushroom because all the amanitas, and there's only one deadly one, and that's the one I had, they all grew out of a cup. Right at the dirt level, you can see a cup at their base. It's easy to identify them, one of the easiest in the world to identify. However, this one must have been formed because after I realized, how sick I got 4 hours later, dry heaving and diarrhea, and it was a mess. Severe pain, cramping. Every muscle in my body went into a cramp. Face, nose, ears, everything went into a cramp. Like this gnarly, excruciating pain. I would stay in that pain for about 20 minutes, pass out, wake up after 20 minutes, be awake for 20 minutes, and then I would move anything from my chest down. I went back into the cramps immediately. So I had to crawl around slowly. I forced myself to drink 2 gallons of water a day and eat 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds of butter a day to force my liver back to work because that's how you die. Liver stops working after a poison mushroom like that. So recuperating it was difficult. Anyway, when I was able to move about 3 weeks later, I went to that yard and dug up some of those mushrooms, and the cup was 1 inch to 1.5 inches below the dirt level, which is not normal for that. So they must have used some kind of herbicide. So I learned never to pick them out of a yard and never to pick a mushroom until I take it all the way down to the base where the mycelium grows and where the root stalk starts. And if I find any cup, it's just a membrane that grows up like you see in a fountain, like a cup that comes up like that. And then the stalk goes up from the stalk, the cup, and then the stalk comes up again, and then the mushroom. And if that cup exists, it's an amanita. And if it's the death cap, you're in trouble. The other ones will make you sick, but not kill you. But the death cap, I'm the only person alive who's seen it. I'm also the only person alive that has had multiple myeloma, lymphoma, and cancer of the stomach. The only person alive who's had that combination.
That you know of.
Pardon?
That you know of.
Yeah. And let me tell you, everybody who's had it and been diagnosed with it is dead. Because of medical reasons. Yeah. It's been diagnosed with it, yeah. Dr. Hardin B. Jones kept track of those people who were diagnosed with it in Berkeley when he was there. And when he testified back in the 70s, he said that, and he only worked in the oncology unit of Berkeley, Dr. Hardin B. Jones. He said that all the people who were diagnosed and refused any kind of medical treatment, when he followed up on them, 76% of them reversed their disease. What he concluded was that cancer is just like a cold or a flu. It will run its course 76% of the time if you don't do anything. Yeah, that was, well, he said not multiple myeloma and not lung cancer. Those two did not seem to have that recovery rate.
How many days?
Pardon?
How many days? The cancer will run its course in how many days?
Oh, it could be years. He didn't say it, Dave.
Didn't you give a couple, how many days?
76% of the time.
76% of the time, not in days.
I think she's
Doesn't vary.
asking, he checked back after how long? Is that what you're saying?
Whatever you said, I wanted to.
Well, he followed up on it over years.
Yeah.
Over years, and these were his conclusions. 76% of the cancers reversed.
They got the doctor up
That's
He told me it.
Oh, okay. And he said that the lifespan, the average lifespan of that group was 12 and a half years. All the others who had one or all three of cancer therapies, only 2 to 8% survived, and their average lifespan was 3 years. So he said, stay away from all the medical therapies. One of the greatest oncologists alive today, Samuel Epstein, says the same thing. He says that it's a big money racket. There are $480 billion a year in chemotherapy. And Bristol Myers and Bayer, they love that money. And also they feel, from what I understand from the people who are on the level of, the Bush family, they believe that it's the natural process of overpopulation, war and disease. So they encourage it. Because people will overpopulate, have too many children, and they think that they're self-righteous and annihilating people. And, that's just the consciousness, and that may be very well what it is because it's happening.
Until it's their own.
Even if it's their own, they believe it, from what I understand.
What was the name say?
I was asked to get involved in that group, and I refused to do it.
What was the name of the second doctor? I have hard to...
Samuel Epstein. He's probably in his late 70s, mid-late 70s.
Here in Chicago.
Yes, he is. He's in Chicago.
Right. He's in Illinois.
You were asked to join what group?
Pardon?
You were asked to join what group?
That group that believes in helpful genocide to regulate population.
What do you call it? What do you call it?
I won't say.
You won't say.
I won't say because I don't know what they would do to me.
Very good.
That's good. Security theory, all right.
You can be on this diet and you can do very well if you don't mind gaining the weight and having high cholesterol levels. People who do that, who don't mind being overweight, do very well. Let me give you 2 examples. I've got actresses in Los Angeles, of course, they will not put on the weight. They'll eat a good diet, the diet that keeps their blood level clean as possible, their lymphatic level and their nervous system, keep it pretty clean because they don't eat cooked foods. They'll just eat the raw, they'll eat the meat, they'll eat the cream, the butter, but they won't eat enough, so they'll get overweight. When I look at their eyes and I show them in comparison, and I show them people who have gained the weight, the radical difference between the eyes in a year or 2 years is phenomenal. The people who stay thin do not have that progression. They don't have all that tissue change. Fats are what the body uses to help pull out, to make solvents. We make soaps before, even when we're using coconut. Coconut is a fat. Back in the 50s and 40s and 30s and 20s, every soap that existed had coconut in it. It was a great saturated fat that cleaned the system. The body can make solvents of it very easily. 80% fats, 15% proteins, amino acids, and 5% alcohol. And the body makes that same substance, those same substances from fat, amino acids, and alcohol by fermenting carbohydrates in the body. So you take this soap and you start degenerating things, like we have solvents that will melt plastic, wood, metal, we'll just dissolve it. Our bodies make 60 varieties of cholesterol to do it, if you're eating good raw fats. If you don't, like I say, they're cauterized, they're hardened, and your body can't do it. But when you eat the raw fats, that's the main process of the body cleaning the system out. That is the basic purpose of the fat, is to clean out the body when you're toxic. Normally it would be 1/3 to clean, 1/3 to stabilize the system, and 1/3, that means protect it. Coat the cells, membranes to protect it, and 1/3 for fuel. At our toxic rate, 50 to 80% is used as solvents to detoxify the body, and only about 20-25% at best is used to help lubricate and fuel the body, unless you force yourself with athletics. So fat is very important. If you don't get enough, your body's going to use it all in metabolism and just to lubricate your body a little bit, but you're not going to have enough left over to do the work of cleaning out the system. Two women, one woman was on the diet 3 years, came back, 20 pounds over. She's about 6 foot tall. She's 20 pounds over what she was when she came to me. She was skin and bones when she came to me. She's about 6 foot tall. She was about 123 pounds when she came to me. Now she's about 143. So she's not thin, but she looks healthy. A little bit thinner than you. The progress is minimal. The people who have gained a lot of weight, like one of the girls had cancer of the right kidney attached to the right adrenal gland, cancer of the right breast, about 30 rock-hard lumps in her breast, and in her hip joint. She'd been chronically fatigued for 8 years, from the age of 20 in college. She was able to work 6 hours a week only. That's how chronically fatigued. She would sleep 12 to 16 hours a day. She went on the diet. After 2 years, it broke. But it didn't break until she went on. This is a girl who's 5'5", about 5'5". She went up to 160 pounds. Good and healthy, strong, German-looking girl at that point. She did more progress, and at 4 months, at that weight, for chronic fatigue broke up. She spent about 5 more months. She spent a whole 9 months at that weight. The progress in that 9 months with that excess fat was phenomenal. I still suggest that people go up and down. For the last 2 years, I did experiments with several people, 7 altogether, and I had them do rapid weight gain and weight losses. Some of them could gain the weight an extra 30 pounds to 40 pounds. These were men, mainly, 2 women, 5 men. They would gain the weight in a small period of time and lose it as fast as they could. At the end of the 2-year period, there was some damage. So I went back to the 6th month. Now there was good. I mean, they were still ahead of the game, but they had some parts of the body had more scarring, and some parts had more advanced glycations that obviously looked like they were trying to clean out, but the fat was gone at the proper time, so it stayed locked in somewhere else in the body. So I went back to the 6-month program. You gain the weight in 2 months, you hold it for 2 months, and you lose it for 3 months. And I encourage everybody to do it. Anybody who's underweight, push it. I'm going down right now. Now I'm only 5'8", a little under 5'7" and 3/4. Now that's what I was at 16 years old, 16 and a half. Everybody shrinks. However, I got on the measuring pole yesterday, and I hadn't reduced even a 32nd of an inch. No shrinkage, and I had spinal cancer, blood and bone cancer, and I had shriveled up, but I had grown back. I went down to about, when I was last measured, after the chemo in 72, this is 69 was the last time I had chemo, but the last time I saw a physician was in 71. And at that time I was about 5'5", but I couldn't stand up completely straight. If I had, I probably would have been about 5'6". But yesterday, barefoot, measured 5'7" and 3/4, exactly what I was 16 and a half when I was the highest. So no deterioration there.
How old are you today, Aajonus?
55 and a half. And at 21, I looked 35. I had patches of hair on it. It was all gray when it came back in. And I was a stiff little robot.
How much did you say that you weighed?
I weighed, so I was getting at it. Yesterday, I weighed 184 with a hospital gown on. And the week before that, a month before that, I weighed 190. So I was a little bit bigger. That was my, I'm starting to go down now because I want to start going up in December again because I like to stay well padded for the winter. It's nice to be warm. And then that's the pattern I tell all women to do. Start gaining your weight in December. You hold it, December and January you gain it. You hold it through February and March, and you start losing it. So bikini season, you can wear them. And then you go back up again.
Do animals in nature do that?
Pardon?
Do animals in nature do that?
No. Well, yeah, they will. They'll wear heavier coats, and they'll put on more weight. Yeah, they do it. But on this diet, your body, your instincts tell you, I'm not hungry anymore. I don't want to eat anymore. I don't give a shit. If you're not vomiting, you're eating. And that's what I tell these people, especially the skinny ones. One fellow came to me. He was 6 foot tall. He weighed 123 pounds. I only have 10 steps up to my office door. He was exhausted. And he's standing like this. And I opened the door. And, he took a minute. He goes, and he threw his arm forward to get the momentum to step forward. And that's the way he walked in. Just like that. He sat down. And I said, well, obviously you're not eating. He said, well, I've been a vegetarian. I said, obviously not a raw one or else you'd have an appetite. He said, no, I've been a cooked food vegetarian. I lived in an ashram in India for 5 years. And he said, I've been weak ever since. He says, I've gone to the medical doctors. They can't figure out why I have the chronic fatigue. They can't find anything wrong. He's been to acupuncturists, herbologists, everybody on medication, nothing worked. So, and he said, I have no appetite. I said, I don't care, James. If you're not vomiting, you're eating. That means I want you to keep stuffing it down you, even if you feel like you're nauseous and you don't want to eat. Well, the point when you actually start doing that, then you stop. Because you don't want to bring it up, but that's the point when you stop. 9 months later, 60 pounds heavier. He's got the biggest smile on his face, red and full of color, and before he was as white as that blouse there. And I'm not kidding, he was that white. And I should have brought the pictures. I've got lots of pictures to show you. Anyway, the difference is astounding in a 9-month period. Astounding. And I have a lot of people that go through this if they will force themselves to eat beyond that point. There was one person in here that had a guitar. Oh, right there, yeah. He says he gets to a point and he feels that, he doesn't want to eat more. I say ignore that. Push it. You will get well faster. I've been doing this a lot of years. Like you say, the people who go with that instinct stay trim but don't get well as quickly. Push it. You will advance yourself quickly. Now, when I was 55, when I was 30 years old and doing all that exercise, I was only 160 pounds. I had a chest much bigger than I have now, thighs bigger than I have now, waist about the same. And I was only 160 pounds. I'm 184 pounds. Everything gets very dense and very heavy, and it does it about a pound a year. So you will be at the same size that you were the year before at a pound more the next year. So you keep adding that. That seems to be the sequence. So you want to keep adding an extra pound when you push your weight up. I used to go up to from 155 to 175, 180. Now I have to go all the way up to 190, 195. Put on that extra weight. Now if you see my eyes used to be mainly brown with a little green. Now my eyes are bright blue because I got rid of almost all the toxicity. There's only one small brown spot left, and that's right here where they gave me all those injections at 10 years old. All that thimerosal was stored right in here, in this area, and this is the only place that causes me severe pain at times when I'm detoxing that. And lots of scar tissue still in the body, but I got rid of most of the plaquing and the cholesterol and the toxicity in the system that was residual waste products that accumulate in the body, especially the advanced glycation end products from eating carbohydrates, especially cooked carbohydrates. So I was able to get rid of most of that. Now what I have is lots of scar tissue still left. I got rid of 70% of that off my spine by going into spinal meningitis. Doctors who say that with spinal meningitis, you're talking death 60 to 70% of the time. That's because they treat you with medications, but they still say you're going to die if you don't have their medication. Spinal meningitis is the one difficult disease, if you get it, that is a massive detox. That virus, if it's a bacterial virus, the doctors freak out even worse because it's very aggressive. Use the solvent process, like I say, to dissolve compounds in the body, and the body can do it like viruses do. Virus is not alive. They're protein bodies, part of the solvent process to dissolve. But if you're just using the basic solvent process, the body will go in and clean out things. One of the byproducts is identical to turpentine. And it's as toxic, creates low-grade nausea, lethargy, and depression. Feeling blasé. When your body uses the next stage, stage 2 of cleansing, you can use bacteria, virus, or molds to help you. They work 2.5 times faster than your body can use the solvent process, plus it's 50% less toxic, the byproducts, than the turpentine-like substance. So virus and bacteria and molds are very helpful, even candida. They feed on the degenerative tissue that's in the body. They help you get rid of it quicker. It can be very uncomfortable at times. If you go on this diet, handle pneumonia, you go to work. You're not so fatigued that you can't go to work. Spinal meningitis and cerebral meningitis is another case. Most people do not function.
You said there's a couple categories going into that now. What's the solvent process that you're referring to?
Remember, the solvents, 80% fat, 15% amino acids, 5% alcohol. If I make solvents like we make solvents to dissolve wood, metal,
What are we doing
paper.
on this side? Is it a solvent process? Or is it
You're going to use all, hopefully. Unless you've had chemotherapy and severe bouts with antibiotics that store in the system. Chemotherapy stores in the system, in the tissues, and so does antibiotics. So if you have a bacteria or a mold in the body, those antibiotics and that chemotherapy or any other chemical in your body, even mercury, can keep your body, it will poison the mold and the bacteria, so it can't help you. It can also do that to parasites. It will destroy them so you don't get the help, so your life will be slow to wellness. Yes?
So if you're speaking of scar tissue as almost not being permanent or even part of your body, like your body knows this is scar tissue and this is normal tissue.
Okay. Look at this. Can you even see that scar very well now? Yep. See this? I don't know, the light's blocking.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. See this scar? It's where they did the vulvotomy pyloroplasty, ulcer and stomach cancer. When it keloided, it became tumorous, it was this wide and this high. And this is how much it reduced. It just keeps reducing every year. Underneath it was the same way. It was just like a rock. There's a little lump here left, and that's about it. It's all soft on the inside. Scar tissue doesn't have to remain. Nothing remains if you're on a good diet. It will clean anything out. But scar tissue obviously is one of the last things to go. And it takes 40 years. Some of you say, oh my God, 40, I don't have 40 years. It takes 40 years to go from ill health to optimal health. You have to think about it. It took you 21 years to develop, to finish your growth pattern. It also takes more 21 years to break it down. So you've got 40 years there. I'm only halfway. I started eating raw meat on a daily basis December of '82. Next month I will have been on this diet 20 years. When I started eating the meat regularly, that was a big difference. I'm only halfway. I see the scar tissue that's left in the body. I may be able to do it in 10 years, 15 years instead of another 20 because of what I've learned in the last 10 years to be able to push it with the extra fat for gaining of the weight. And it's working. So you may be able to push it, but just consider that it takes 40 years. There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You get better every day. Your body gets healthier every day. Not one case, not one incidence of anybody being on this diet got worse. No matter if they had terminal cancer and they didn't live, they still felt and looked better doing the diet before their death. And their life got a little bit easier. So, even though it may take a long time to get to the ultimate goal, each day is a better day for your body. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it, like if you're going to spinal meningitis, or cerebral meningitis, because you feel like you're coughing your whole body out of yourself. I mean, I would use bath towels and fill them with green mucus that was full of gangrenous tissue, because the brain mainly discharges its poisons, if you don't have tonsils, into the lymph glands, out the mucous membranes, and you spew it out to the mucus. Mucus is very important. You've got Arnold Ehret, which says mucusless diet. Yeah, we'll try screwing without mucus. Try having sex without mucus. It won't be any fun, nor will eating food. You'll just strip your throat. You've got to have mucus for everything. Every mucous membrane in the body needs mucus. You need tons of mucus, especially if you've been on a cooked diet most of your life. You need the mucus to discharge the brain tissue. And your body will use every part of itself as a bowel. So I'm not incorrect by saying we're all assholes. Because we use the tear ducts to discharge poisons. We use the earwax. We use the gums. We use the salivary glands. We use the tongue. When you have all that plaquing on your teeth, most of that is toxic minerals coming out of the brain. A lot of electromagnetic transmissions going on. Well, where do you think the waste products go? Because we have so many of them from eating cooked foods. They have to discharge out the mouth. Causes all that plaque on the teeth. Some people say, well, it's natural. Other animals don't have to brush their teeth. On this diet, you're going to have to for 40 years till you clean it all out. Because other animals don't eat cooked foods unless they're domesticated animals, and they have the same plaque on their teeth and the same cavities that Wild animals do not have cavities, as long as their food chain hasn't been disrupted with poisons. They have no dental caries. Eskimo, first dental caries was discovered in 1886. That was 50 years after using sugars and breads that the Germans and British brought. First case of cancer wasn't until 1936 in the Eskimos. Those people lived 99% on raw animal matter until the Germans brought over their cauldrons in the early 1800s. No disease. The Maasai tribe, the Samburu, and the Fulani tribes in Africa eat only raw foods. Fulani tribe mainly lives on raw milk. Completely healthy individuals, no plaquing, no heart disease, no degenerative disease. The only thing they have is discolored skin, discolorations of skin. It's the only differentiation they have. The Maasai eat mainly raw meat. 3 months out of the year, they mix raw blood and raw milk together because when the cows are calving, of course, they can't take as much milk. So they'll bleed a bowl, use 50-50 meat and milk and blood. And they take a bamboo shoot, they'll cut a sharp angle on it, wedge on it, and they take like a huge slingshot, and they'll shoot right into the jugger vein of the bowl, and they put a cork in it, and then bleed that animal for about 3 days. And then they'll pick another bowl and do it. And, it sounded pretty disgusting to me because I've had blood, I've killed animals and drained them, clotting them, not very appetizing, but when you're starving, it's nice. So the Brownsville Indians is the first time I came across that in the mid-'70s. But they wouldn't share it with me because I wasn't a member of the Yaqui tribe. But they let me watch the ceremony. So 2 years ago, I was in Hawaii, and there's a whole community that used to be vegan, that a few of them went on my diet because they had such a problem with the vegan diet, and then some of them were on which is called the instincto diet, where they eat only what appeals to their senses. And that's mainly fruit. Everybody would be eating these sweet fruits, so they ate 60% of the diet was fruit. Deteriorating the body, they had lots of staph infection, sores all over themselves in a hot climate like that, in the jungles, where they live. A couple of them got on the diet. Within 6 months, they had changed completely. Everybody saw those changes. 3 communities within 2 years were on this primal diet instead of the vegan diet or the instincto diet and the raw food, fruitarian, vegetarian types. All changed because it's so stable. Anyway, when I went there I have lots of patients on all the islands, so they all come to one island when I go there. And we got a goat, and we slaughtered it. We made a harness for it and spun it around in the tree till it went to sleep. And then I cut its jugular. It had a bowl with milk, the goat's milk in it, underneath it, and drained the blood into it. And we had 15 people all together at this ceremony. And we had some drummers, made it very primal. And some people put the blood, here and all this. It was very interesting. 4 or 5 of them were strict vegetarians. And we had, by the time we finished draining the animal, we had a gallon of blood mixed with a gallon of milk. So we had 2 gallons. So we were all going to share it, an old tribal sensation of the experience. So, the lead of the man who put Pangaya together was drinking, or the brother of it, he was drinking it first. Everybody was, expecting something horrible, And all of a sudden you see the eyes go bright, you see them start to guzzle. I did the same thing, because we coagulated blood, it was not all that appealing. It tastes like ice cream. It has no relationship to what you think will be like. It's exactly like ice cream.
What flavor?
Just the blood?
Vanilla. And I mean, we, down in 45 minutes, these non-vegetarians and the vegetarians and non-vegetarians had consumed those 2 gallons. Couldn't stop drinking it. We passed around waiting to get it again. It was so incredible. It changes it entirely. So anyway, the Maasai tribe eat that way 3 times a year when the calves are nursing from the cows, so they don't get enough milk. And they live in the desert, so they're very thin. They're the tallest race. They're also the smartest race and the most agile, and have the greatest stamina. And all they eat is raw meat, raw milk. And 3 months out of the year, the raw blood mixed with the milk. None of those tribes have any degenerative diseases. The Maasai started having troubles when, what was her name, out on the limb, Shirley MacLaine went over there. She took candy to them, started breeding all this bad food. They started getting dental caries, having emotional problems, infighting. Rituals for them, but they are not allowed within our area, and it's maintained to this day. It's been about 18 years now, because they saw what happened. But those 3 tribes have no degenerative disease, and they only eat the raw foods. Okay, back to the detoxification process. As I said, the first level is where our bodies makes the solvents from the fats, the proteins, and the alcohol, from the fermenting carbohydrates in the intestines. Remember, that's a very slow process, and it has a turpentine-like substance, which is very toxic. Hard to handle, takes a lot of fats, a lot of nutrients and proteins to arrest everything. Then you have the bacteria, the molds, and the virus. The virus is basically like the solvent level, but it works much more radically. It's not alive. It's not like the bacteria, the molds, which are alive and grow. The virus is not a living body, but it acts like a solvent that's much more aggressive. The third plane is parasites. Parasites will clean your body out 5 times faster than degenerative tissue. Doesn't feed on inorganic substances, but the actual dead cells, dissolved cells, scar tissue in the body, it will feed on it. It works 5 times faster than the body will use the solvent process. And it's 100 times less toxic. That's why most people who have parasites have not a clue that they have parasites. The only danger is that if you're not eating protein that'll help you regenerate cells or take live cells from one area or other dead cells like scar tissue and block up an area that has an ulcer in it because the parasites have eaten very rapidly and left an ulcer, and you're not able to regenerate, then there's gut exchange, could be peritonitis, could cause paralysis, death. But in my laboratory experiments with animals who had parasites, we had 32 of them, not one of them died who only ate the raw meat and had no dewormers. We had 3 groups. One group ate the regular kibble and canned food. There's both equal cats and dogs in each group, in the 3 groups. And we didn't spike them. When you give an animal worms or any kind of a disease, it's called spiking. We did not spike these animals. We put in a ad in the paper that said, we are looking for animals that already have been diagnosed with parasites, that have not taken any medication yet, dewormers. We need those animals and we will try to get them well. So we got about 32 altogether. We got a little bit more, but we set to 32. And they were all different kinds of parasites. we couldn't find enough to, just isolate one parasite. So we had about 6 different parasites in these animals, and we sectioned them off into the groups equally. In the first group, we fed the kibble and the canned food, and gave one part of that group, half of that group, medical dewormers, pharmaceutical dewormers, and the other half of the group, herbal or homeopathic dewormers. Second group got only raw foods. Part of the group got the pharmaceutical dewormers. The other half of the group got the homeopathic and or herbal dewormers. The third group got no dewormers, only got the raw food. The death rate in the first group was about 60%, even with the dewormers. The group that got the pharmaceutical and herbal dewormers had about 50% death instead of 60%, like the pharmaceutical dewormers. Before they died, they had more energy, they weren't as lethargic, but they were still not very happy, not very active creatures. Those on the raw diet that got the dewormers looked resilient, got healthy pretty quickly, looked pretty well. Those that were only eating the raw foods and got no dewormers, they took up to 6 months, 5.5 months, to recover from the worms. But when they completed their cycle about 2 months later, after no signs of worms, they were like puppies and kittens, and none of them were under 12 years old. None of them was under 12 years old. Some of them were as old as 16. Everyone in that third group that only had the raw meats and no dewormers got so much healthier that they were like puppies and kittens. When they all died, we followed them for about 3.5 years. Those that died, autopsies were performed. The tissue was much more resilient than in those in the second group in their lifespan. So that's how I was able to prove that the parasites work 5 times faster than the bacteria or virus or molds in the body. As long as you're eating the raw meat to regenerate the cells to fill in the voids where parasites eat rapidly. So don't be afraid of all these things. Hulda Clark, Have you anybody seen Hulda Clark in person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Hulda Clark, she's the woman. She's the woman who believes that parasites are the problem, all problems in the world are parasites and viruses. And if you get rid of them, you get rid of disease. She doesn't realize they're the cleanup crew. She calls them the problem.
What do they do after they're done cleaning?
They just go dormant. Now, in one test to prove that worms were part of flesh in general, part of all animal tissue, was we went into a laboratory, it was completely sterile, the walls, everything, $2,000 just to sterilize this one room. And we took an animal that was completely sterilized and clean, and we brought him in, butchered him in the room, took the flesh, put it in a hermetically sealed environment. Everything was done with gloves that had no powder on them. Everything was completely clean, so there was no residue, nothing could get in. The only ventilation from one room to the other, to where this meat was, in this closed, hermetically sealed environment, was a shaft going to several plants, corn dracaenas, which put off oxygen. And there was 2 filters in between, so that 2 HEPA filters that were pretty thick, about 1.5 inches each, so that no bacteria, nothing could pass through to get onto this meat, this section of meat. And it was a center cut meat, not near the intestines. It was up, it was down below, I think, around the rump. So it was away from the spine, it was away from the tissue in general, any tissue that would be more prone to have parasites. And all of the testing was done to show that there was no parasites in the blood, in the meat, from biopsies. So we put this chunk of meat in a hermetically sealed container, kept it at the animal's normal body temperature, which was about 96.8. And worms developed, spontaneously erupted about 5 days later, between 3 and 5 days later. Parasites, worms are a natural part of any animal tissue. If you have enough of it, they come out to help you. They'll eat up that degenerative tissue, help you do the cleaning. Like I said, the solvent process, if you have to use that process solely, it's going to take a very long time, and it's going to be depressing on you psychologically in every way. But when you have the parasites, the bacteria, especially the parasites and the molds to help you, you move through it quicker. People get happier so much better. Like the one fellow I said was so thin, he had parasites all over his body. He wasn't functioning. But when I told him to force himself to eat, within 9 months he was normal. He was a normal functioning individual. This man was 30 years old. 30 years old. His mother, made a comment to me. She called and she said, "It's unbelievable. This man, his whole life, would call me and say, 'Hi, Mom.' His whole life. It was just a melancholy, kind of depressed being. She says, now he calls us, 'Hi, Mom.' He's got all this energy and feels good." Let me tell you, the people who would not force themselves to eat like that do not have that kind of recovery. Fat is so important to clean you out and protect you and give you strength. So if you have a severe problem, push it. Push it. Even if you don't have a severe problem, push it. Yes?
Did you investigate sweating as a means of cleansing?
Yes. That's, you have the pores of the body. I was just talking about the brain and where it detoxes here.
Right.
But your skin is the bigger valve than your one inside. Because you discharge a lot of poisons out the hair. You build toxic minerals and proteins into the hair. It's one reason that there's hair loss and hair graying is because all the toxic metals, they get dumped and built into the hair and damage the follicles as it passes out. It also destroys the benzoic acid glands within the follicle. The benzoic acid, which is a B vitamin, controls hair coloration or pigmentation of skin and hair. So it damages that. There's heavy metals, mercury, aluminum, lead, cadmium, all of those. So that's usually what causes discoloration. Now, after the chemotherapy, you can imagine how many alkaloids are in chemotherapy. That's why people who have chemotherapy, most of the time when their hair drops out, it's metal poisoning that does it. And then when they get their hair back, it may be stringy or gray, and you've got very bad hair days for the rest of your life. My hair came in patches and was all gray at 21. Now, periodically, I'll go through heavy graying. Like 5 years ago, I had a whole patch here, completely gray. 6 months later, the color came back. This was all gray in here 2 years ago. Now it's diminished down to a small portion again. Comes and it goes as my body starts discharging the metals. Now, women, we know that scientifically women live 20% longer lives than men. Do you know the only scientific evidence that can be responsible for that is that women discharge 20% more mucus out the vaginal cavity. And they discharge 20% more toxins. Women are lucky. They may not think so because they have to deal with, all of the discharge, but that discharge is a very great help on getting rid of poisons. A lot of mucus flow. And of course you have the bowel and the urinary tract is another way to discharge poisons, and out the nails, just like the hair will discharge lots of poisons. If you've got lots of metals in your nails, they'll crack, they'll splinter, they'll crease. And it causes a general mineral deficiency. You need the good natural minerals to bind the chelate with the toxic metals in your blood and in the serum, in the systems. So that's why I said in the first book that ridges in the nails means that you're mineral deficient. Because you have too many poisons that are using up the minerals in the body. Now, as far as the detoxification process, if you want to have less fat hanging, then you eat most of your fat with an eat. Pay attention now. If you eat the major, let's say 80% of the fats that you eat, if you eat them with your meat, that means beef, buffalo, lamb, chicken, turkey, any kind of fowl, any kind of seafood, the fat will store in the muscles. Now, I don't exercise. I'm not kidding. I take a walk once a month, once every 2 months, or maybe every 2 months I'll stand up and do this. This may be my exercise for the month. Standing up here. You don't see the fat hanging around here because I eat 90% of my fat with my meat. So it goes all throughout. And I'm 27% fat.
27% fat.
27% fat. My body is 27% fat. Look, it's solid. Because I eat the fat with the meat. It does that. Pardon? Men are supposed to be around, let's say, 16 to 17%. Women, around 21%.
That's according to current.
Yes, right. It's all, again, fictitious numbers.
Were like 8%.
That's if you're a marathon runner, but you notice that your weightlifters are all fat. You don't see a thin weightlifter because they need the fat for the strength. The bodybuilders are all muscle. They're all, protein, powders and stuff. And let me tell you, when they stop working out, everything melts because it's not good stable protein. It's all from protein powders, solvent extracted, mainly from soy, which is a poison in the human body. So they just melt. But on this diet, I haven't exercised at all, and you see this solidness of it.
These weightlifters you're saying is
All of the weightlifters are fat.
But I thought that's all muscle. The muscle is not.
They've got all these fat around there, all around within the muscles. Your weightlifters don't. They're purely buff, but they don't have the stamina. But your weightlifters, you see them in the Olympics, they're fat. They've got all this extra, yes. They've got all this extra fat because that's good energy. Even your sumo wrestlers. They wouldn't have to get that big to be that strong. I showed them yesterday without even working out. I had the strength of people who normally worked out.
How do athletes do on this diet? We have athletes.
Well, I was telling you earlier about the guy with his heart level, and I have a marathon runner in New York City. After 3 to 3.5 months on the diet, cut 40 minutes off of his time. Marathon runner in Las Vegas that cut 20 minutes off of his time after 2.5 months.
Did he gain or lose weight while on the diet?
Gained.
And still that.
Yeah.
Are you saying soy is a poison for the human body?
Soy is a poison in the human body. Even if he eats cooked soy, it's a poison in the human body. It has to be solvent extracted and processed. Highly processed for the body. That's why so many cancers are developing in high soy protein diets.
Why is it a poison?
Because it just has that. It has several enzymes in the bean which are poisonous. Well, it has all grains have enzyme inhibitors, but there's a poison enzyme. In fact, most legumes are poison to the human's body. Even if you germinate them and eat them, you will have diarrhea and stomach cramping. You may not believe for 3 days. You think you're going to die. But soy is the most deadly.
So don't eat tofu.
No, tofu is cooked garbage, processed, salt and extracted garbage.
There's this company called
I know.
Sunrider.
I know the company.
So that's
It's all false. They have no long-term effects. They're showing short-term effects, and they're eliminating all those animals that come up with diseases.
Everybody might be interested in this, but there's a quotation from the Greek mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras from several thousand years ago. He said that beings were the final representation that evil exists in the universe.
Yeah, because they killed a lot of people. Beans killed a lot of people.
So you don't advocate Mexican food, I take it?
Well, cooked, it breaks down some of those enzymes. But it's still, it was not good, over the long run. Because the proteins could cause other diseases like cancer. Especially the soy, because of the high estrogen encouraging effects of it, the hormone producing effects of it. So it's been known to create a lot more breast cancer in women who eat soy. The highest rate of breast cancer is in my clients who are vegetarian who lived on tofu and soy.
that what?
They lived on tofu and soy. Highest rate of breast cancer in women that came to me for dietary stuff. Most of them had breast cancer and they had lived on tofu.
How do you explain the low cancer occurrence, especially breast cancer occurrence in Royal?
Asians only use soy as a sauce. They never used tofu. They didn't use it as a cheese. They didn't use it as a milk. That's all garbage and hype. It's true. They only had a little bit, a tablespoon a day was the average.
Well, who's behind all the garbage and hype?
Soybean is the easiest crop to grow, and it's easy, the cheapest. They have chemicals that can dissolve it and eliminate the so-called poisonous factors. It's a moneymaker, incredible moneymaker.
So this Chinese doctor that heads that company,
Yep.
he's a pharmacist, along with his wife, who's an American medical doctor, have been scamming this whole world with that product.
No, they are scammed too.
No, they don't scam you, just honestly believe.
They honestly believe it. They are scammed. They believe it. They actually believe it.
And where do you have the information to refute that from?
I've got it in several places. I didn't put any of the specific in that. That's going in the 2 books, not the next one, but the 2 following that with questions and answers. But you can find it. All you have to do is you can go to Mary Enig. You can go to Sally Fallon.
Joe Mercola.com.
You can go to Price Pottinger Foundation. You can go to Weston Price Foundation. They wrote an article called Soy Boy, and they've got like 30 test results and all kinds of information.
Herman O'Hara, one of the head of the macrobiotic movement in the 70s, definitely came out and said nobody should eat soy, and he's in Orient.
Yeah.
He was not more than once a month, twice a month tops. And he'd go beyond that and you're in trouble.
He did very nasty stuff.
I've got that product sitting on my counter that I've been using it for a number of years, and I had the whole family on it, and they were losing all the warts, I know. No, this was what happened to my son. He actually took a lighter and burned the top of his skin because he couldn't get rid of the warts. He was so aggravated. And he was going to college at the time, and he's just that kind of a kid, And I said to him, "You're crazy. What are you doing that for?" So then I had heard that it helped a friend. She was on this soy powder, and I think that's what's in there. I'll have to check it again. And she says her daughter lost her warts. So I said, "Okay, I'll try it." My son took it for about a month or so. I called him up and said, "They're gone." And then I asked my daughter-in-law where my son got it from her house, living there with their little kids. They had warts. And I said, what happened to my grandson's warts on his hand? And she says, he doesn't have any either. And I said, well, is he eating that? She said, yeah, he likes to go in the pantry and scoop a little bit out. He likes it.
Remember like I said, solvents use proteins, amino acids. The solvent extracted protein in a soy makes a great solvent, but it won't stop at just dissolving your warts. It will dissolve lots of tissue in your body, and not just the bad stuff.
If a person excluded soy and they followed raw vegan, what weakness would it have compared to eating raw meats and stuff?
Well, when I was...
They also talk about detoxing and the whole...
Right. Well, anytime you have pain, anytime you have discomfort, anytime you have discharge, it's always a detox. The body's throwing off some poison. Period. That's it. I don't care what diet you're on. On this diet, the only difference is when you cleanse properly. You remove the poisons properly if you've got enough fat in eating enough, on the body and eating enough. And your body will heal. Those people, I would say 50% of my clientele that come to me have been fruitarians or vegetarians, even raw fooders. They get their teeth disintegrate, their bones disintegrate, osteoporosis, all kinds of diseases. Same thing was said yesterday at Washington University. They're following medical university. They're following raw food vegetarians, and they're finding the rate of osteoporosis is astronomical in that group. And the plaquing, still plaques all over in the system, even though they're not eating meat. They're eating all these vegetable oils. And according to some of the scientists out there, your vegetable oils cause more plaquing than the animal fats even when cooked. Because you take the resin of a tree and what does it do? It crystallizes and hardens like amber. Amber is the sap from a tree. That's an oil from a tree. And it's a rock. And it crystallizes in the body. Causes more plaquing than anything else. There was very little arterial congestion and heart disease until the processed oil industry pressed and processed oil industry came in, especially after hydrogenation. Then the phospho molecule links became very brittle, very elongated, and not malleable at all, so they would just congest everything. And 50% of the vegetarians that come to me with cancer. And 90% of those ate soy and tofu. In the worst cases, ate soy and tofu. I remember one mother, I mentioned her in the book, she ate tofu for 14 years. She had 63 tumors in her body. Yes?
I believe there's even a lot of research, even in the holistic field and traditional, that the soy, like a lot of people say, well, the Japanese, they never got cancers, and yet the amount of soy they ate was so minimal.
Yeah, we mentioned that before.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it was fermented. There's a big difference in fermented soy.
Yeah, the alcohol has a tendency to break down the fats, but also it makes the minerals a little bit, the amino acids a little bit more radical in their solvent reaction.
Alcohol is good, huh?
French sure worked with it for a while. They had to eat lots of fat, because as long as they drink their wine, it would protect their brains. The civilizations who don't eat a lot of fat and drink, they're like the winos. They lose their brain cells. But I'm not saying that alcohol is good for you, because even if you have a lot of fat, unless you're mixing it with the fat, it's going to destroy liver tissue and nerve tissue instantly. There's no way it's digested. It penetrates and just enters the cell. It eats right into it. Nerve cells and liver cells.
So Kahlua and cream's okay.
There's a lot less damage. So you're going to do something like that, that would be preferable.
Soy causes cancer?
Yes. Soy speeds cancer.
Even if you're eating just the raw bean. Soaked raw.
You can't have it soaked raw. Did you ever eat soaked raw soybean? It would kill you. You've had them steamed or toasted, roasted.
How do you feel soaked and sprouted? I kid you not.
Or you sprouted it. If you sprouted it, you can sprout soybeans, that's just the
Well, but no, I'm talking the little coat that it sprouts a little bit.
Yeah, that's sprout.
Yeah.
Because most soybeans will cause people a lot of sickness. Even that way. But you don't look too well, so I You may have a lot of toxins stored in your body.
Oh, well.
And those fats are keeping you
Don't tell me later on.
You've got that much fat on you for a reason, because you've got poison stored in the body.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it. I understand detox is paid. With the chemicals that we put on, I mean, it's very rare to find organic meat. With the chemicals that we put on it, it's truly the bean itself.
Oh yes, it's the bean itself.
And to human beings, so when we're feeding the beans to the animals.
Now, cows, horses, those animals have all the enzymes to handle the soybeans perfectly. Chickens do not. Chickens, like humans, will be poisoned by it, so the only way you can feed a soybean to a chicken or a bird is to process it, solve and extract it. So it's not a raw substance. So if your chickens are eating soy protein, it is garbage. We've got a company in California called Rosie. They call their chicken organic. So I call it, it's very white. Even the red meat's white. It tastes a little like paste. And I called the guy and I said, what are you feeding this? Oh, it's all organic. And I said, yeah, well, what are you feeding? Well, it's 75 to 80% soy. I said, wait a minute, you don't feed raw soybeans to chickens or any fowl. And they said, no, it's processed, of course. I say, wait a minute, you have to solvent extract. There's no water process for soybeans or for any bean. You have a petroleum product that has to break it down. And they said, yeah. I said, then it's no longer organic. And you're not even feeding the animal raw foods. So what we opt for, and of course we can't have everything perfect, what we opted for was Rocky Jr., which feeds their 75 to 80% raw corn, and only about 15% that soy protein. So you take the best that we can. So at least the Rocky tastes rich and alive. So we do the best we can. So also in this diet, when you go through usually a detox, like pneumonia, you can function. You can go ahead and go to work. People around you will be afraid because you're also, bacteria and viral phobic right now. They see you hacking and continue working, and responding, working on jacking, you see working like that. They go, they don't want you to come to work, but you can still work on this diet. But if you're going to have a spinal meningitis, a cerebral meningitis, it will take you down. I had one woman that got it, probably one of the sicker women that's come to me. She went through spinal meningitis and she was down for 6 weeks. But now...
Never went to the doctor?
No. Well, the doctor came to her. See, she's a famous director, movie director, film director, and won awards. So when she went into it, her ex-husband and her 15-year-old son started freaking out. So famous MD for the stars came to her and said, you got to get to the hospital. You're in bad shape. You're going to die. She didn't listen to him, stayed there and got well. Now they all say it's a miracle.
In 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks. But, she was this very skinny woman. Frightfully thin. She got very large. I mean, especially here at the end of the spinal minute, guys, because I had her eating 3 lubrications formulas a day, which meant 3 sticks of butter a day, plus raw cream. So in that 6 weeks, she went from this very skinny thing to this woman with all this cellular and everything. She couldn't get into her clothes. And when she finally got out of bed, she started crying. She said, "I'd rather be dead than look like this." I said, "You wait, in 3 months, it'll be gone, and you'll be gorgeous." She said, "No man's ever going to look at me."
Did she need to any, the doctor didn't give her any antibiotics?
Wrote her a prescription. She didn't get it filled. And she didn't go to the hospital either, like the doctor recommended. Pardon?
In the spinal radiation, were they able to communicate with you?
Well, there are volunteers on this dive in Los Angeles that we get together in groups. We have potlucks once a month. I only attend one every 2 months because that's the big one. But there are smaller groups that get together every month, and then every 2 months we have a big one, anywhere from 45 to 80 people. And of those groups, there are some people that have their lives changed so much, including a woman who's an attorney that's near 60 years old, and her whole life turned around. She's a scrawny little thing. Now she's buff, she goes to work sad, she loves all this stuff. But we have a lot of very educated people who are volunteers. So when we have somebody like that who's in a bad shape, which rarely happens, maybe 2 a year, people buy the food for them, will juice for them, and take them the food. So there will be one volunteer which will juice, one volunteer which will go buy the food, another volunteer which will collect it all, take it to the individual, and sit with them, for hours and hours, and help them through it. And stay there, some of them will stay there 8 hours at a time and have shifts. So there are volunteers who do that. And that's just a network of people like you who just said, we want to help out. So 2.5 months later, she's still fuller than she's ever been, and she doesn't think she looks attractive. Her ex-husband and all the men in her life have all been assholes. Of course, she wasn't a very great person either because she was too skinny and freaked out and over-emotional about everything. So now she's this calm person, delighted and happy, enjoys everything she does. She's got a boyfriend that's 10 years older and has sex with her, 10 years younger than her, and has sex with her 3 to 4 times a day. She is in heaven, and she is not attractive. Her body is not attractive. But because she feels so good, she is so happy, there's a radiance about her that and we've got 5 women in LA which were ultra skinny and believed in the no man's ever going to look at me, syndrome, and now have men 10 years old. Why these particular women, 4 or 5 of them, have guys 10 years younger? Just those 4 women, 5 women, just those 5, each of them has a man 10 years younger. Don't know why. Nature, the psyche, the universe, just showing them, it doesn't work that way. And they all have great men. So, need to get rid of. I know looking in this room, I don't have that big a problem. Because obviously people don't mind being heavier and have adjusted to it. And that's a good thing. I want to tell you another thing. This woman who thought she was very healthy had her blood checked. She went to a dark field microscope tester, microscopist, and had her blood checked. And the slimmer woman who was buff and felt really energetic had really sticky, contaminated blood. Everything was, coagulant. Everything was sticking to the blood cells, so nothing was functioning very well. And the woman who was your size and was jolly, and her blood was just as clean could be. And I said, well, there you go. She has the fat to bind with all the poisons. You have none. It goes right into your cells, damages and sticks onto your cells. Get the fat on your body. Let the fats protect you. Take care of you. That's the whole point. In 40 years we can be like the Maasai, the skinny beanpole look, and be healthy. But until you get clean, your body's going to be damaged by the poisons in it. And with this kind of pollutants that are in the air, I don't know that we'll ever be able to be thin like the Maasai or the Samburu. The Fulani are all very thin, too. No, the Fulani, the Fulani aren't. Fulani are not thin. They're the ones that eat mainly milk. And they're not thin. But the Fulani, the Samburu, and the Maasai are thinner. But they don't have all the pollution. So I would count on being overweight. I'm overweight, according to the charts. I have this extra little fold here, and a month ago it was a little larger. But I don't care.
Well, don't your ideas of fat and skinny also change? Like recently I watched a little bit of clips about models and stuff that were, whatever it was. They looked so freaking skinny. They didn't look healthy. I mean,
Exactly.
They were just like...
The poisons go right in and damage the live cells. That's why they're so temperamental. Twiggy. Everybody remember Twiggy? That was the one who started it. I had one date with her. Took her to the premiere of my publicity agent at the time was the head of MGM Publicity. So he asked me to take her on a date. So the limos and all of that. So we go into the theater, and the Avco Cinema was just built, the new on in Westwood, the new Avco Cinema 3, one of the first multi-theaters in Los Angeles. This is in 1972, I think. And so we limoed there, and she's, a fun kind of person. Drivers out there. He's looking at her, you sure have a cute face, but you ain't no Marilyn Monroe. She went into stitches. It was funny to her. But when we got finished, I didn't want to go through all the cameras and all that stuff. So I wanted to go out the back way. I was ugly, I was diseased and sick, so I didn't want to get into the cameras. So I'm walking around the back. Now the theater isn't completely finished. So those hallways where you go out the back, it's just stone or concrete. It was kind of unfinished with things lying around all over. And I said, oh, Jesus, I hope that doesn't lock on us and I hope we can get out of here. She freaked out. Absolutely. What if we're stuck in here? For 5 minutes, she's screaming. And, I said, let me just go test the door. It's open. See, it's open. And I had to do that to calm her down. And I realized that every time I went out with a thin woman, I had there was an over-emotionality. Things seemed to be much more desperate. Of course, they had no fat to buffer any of the electromagnetic energy that goes to the brain. So they're much more emotional. They're much more inclined to take something to an extreme.
When you suffer anxiety attacks and other
Yes,
hypochondriac
right.
things.
So I won't get near a thin woman. I won't do it. I only know two that are coherent. Emotionally coherent. So, it's difficult. I won't even date them because you're still too high.
After society paid you to say all these things?
Pardon?
Just joking.
Pardon?
What about some girls in the college diet, which has to be careful with the detoxing, but they're quite heavy?
Well, the people who are already overweight, what I suggest they do is they go on the diet for 6 months. Don't gain any more weight. Just stay stable. Eat all the fats. If you gain 2, 5, 10 more pounds, that's okay. And then after that 6 months eating the diet, you go on a weight loss program that's in the book. The recipe book. And it'll start knocking it off. So you take off, let's say, 25 of those pounds. Let's say you're 60 pounds overweight. You take off 25 pounds the first time, then you go up another 15, and then you take it off another 25. And then you work your way down. Some women, even though they're overweight, they'll go up, 4 or 5 pounds, and then they'll go down 15 or 12, and then they can't take off anymore. The body says, no, I've got too toxic poisons to remove from the system. So they have to go back up again and work their way down slowly. Depends upon the contaminants in the body. Yes.
I've been 80% on the diet for a little over a year now. I've put on 15 pounds, and I have kept track of when I have put it on. Only when I would go not so cuckoo on carbs, did I put on weight. Bless you, you gave me the perfect excuse. I'm hypoglycemic, and you had talked about the starches helping to control the hormones. I'm also 46 years old, gave me the perfect excuse. I, very seriously, only when I go nuts on carbohydrates have I ever put on any weight. I can eat all the raw meat, I can eat all the honey, I can eat all of the fat, and I have never put on a single pound until I have gone, and bread, specifically bread. I can eat potatoes and it doesn't bother me. It's been bread, and I can track it down. The times that I went nuts on the bread, and after, and it takes about 3 days for it to show up. I stand on the scale and go,
You have to realize, even with the raw carbohydrates, like I say in the new book, even those create natural raw carbohydrates have a high rate of advanced glycation in the body. Your body makes the glycogen from the carbs. There is a high rate of byproduct called advanced glycation end product. Columbia University found that in a healthy body, it stores at a rate of 70%. In an unhealthy body, at a rate of 90%. So you figure even every time you eat a cooked carbohydrate, you know how radical it is because you have the acrylamides and from cooking, the starches, the carbohydrates, and you have the advanced glycation end product collect together. Stores in the body like Coca-Cola. Causes melting of the tissue, the skin has to start sagging everybody because it just melts the tissue when it stores up and collects for a lifetime. If it's even a raw food, you have a high rate of advanced glycation end product that collects. So that's why I suggest no more than 5% of your diet carbohydrate foods. That means one fruit a day. If you're diabetic, one fruit every 2 to 3 days. Yeah.
Where's the raw honey coming?
Hold on.
I don't understand why you have to put on weight to detox.
I just told you. You take fat to detox properly.
Yeah, but if you're eating the raw fat and it's helping the detox, the raw fat with the toxins should be coming out. It shouldn't be storing on your body. I mean, how does accumulating fat help with the detox process?
Okay, you're building a house, right? Get all your lumber and all your tools and all your cement piled up over here. It doesn't all of a sudden go magically appear every place and to be rebuilt. It takes time to dissolve those substances from where they've stored. You have to get them free, dissolve them, neutralize it, pass it through these different channels of the body, through the lymph system, and detox it. The lymph system is the most important system in the body. The lymph system not only feeds every cell in the body except for the red and white blood cells, it detoxes everything that's detoxed in the system. It feeds every cell except the red and white blood cell. The eyes, the ears, vaginal cavity, the urinary tract, the skin, the hair, nails, wherever it will send it. The lymph system is responsible for doing that. If you got a congested lymph system, you're in trouble. And a lot of people have a congested lymph system. Coconut cream is the best to get rid of and dissolve that. Especially in the afternoon in conjunction with a fruit. If you got heavy metals in your body, berries and cream
No, coconut cream, I didn't know.
Coconut cream.
I didn't know if you were saying a hand lotion or something.
No. Coconut cream. You take the coconut meat
Yeah.
and you juice it. Pulp comes out one end, the cream, thick cream comes out the other. You mix that. If you're, strong and healthy, you can have like 3 ounces of coconut cream to 1 ounce of raw cream. I don't suggest that many people have or anybody have coconut cream by itself. Because coconut cream is 92% saturated fat. Saturated fat can almost always only be used as a solvent to dissolve poisons. So what's going to protect you? What's going to soothe the tissue around all this contamination? Raw cream or butter? Raw cream works a little bit better to protect the nerve tissue.
Is that what the you just see for coconut cream alone?
Pardon?
Is that what causes a nausea?
That's right. Because it all starts dissolving and you have nothing to bind with it, harness it. Pardon? Yes, so the introduction called, yes.
So you got to mix the raw cream with the coconut cream with the fruit.
No, raw cream, raw cow's cream, raw coconut cream, and the fruit. The fruit will determine what you're going to detoxify. Use berries, it helps get rid of metal. And also some, mutant antigens or some mutant molds that may be in the body. If you have it with papaya, it's going to help clean out the alimentary tract, the entire digestive system. If you have pineapple, it's going to help clean out the bones and the lymph system.
So that means you use a champion for that type of juicing process?
Not the best.
For the coconut.
What is the best?
The best is the Green Star 1000. The reason that the champion isn't is because in the shaft, the gear that goes on the shaft, it has its teeth, it's a masticator.
Right.
So you put it in there, grind it fine, but the pulp has a tendency to get behind that gear and push forward so it blocks the pulp from coming out. So it causes it to get very hot in there. Okay. So when I used to use the champion juicer with the coconut, I used to have to push down really hard, and it takes some strength to do that. Push it down on the front so it push that gear back onto the shaft better, and then the pulp could come out freely. But that was a lot of work. With the Green Life juicer, you have to do a little bit more preparation only for coconut. You just have to slice it very thinly and put it in, and it will just go in. You have to jam it down. If you take big chunks of coconut and put it in the Green Star or the Green Life or the Green Power, it takes a lot of force. The Green Star, you don't have to do any preparation for the celery or the parsley or any leafy vegetables. You have the parsley, you jam it down in with the curly leaves or any leaf vegetable on top, and you jam it down in there. It takes a lot of effort. But if you take the stalk in and put the stalk down in first, and the leaves are up here, it gets caught in there's 2 gears that grind it, crush it, and it just pulls it down in. So it's effortless. It pulls it right down in there. Celery, just pull one down and just push it down in. It's so easy.
And Vitamix, do you want to Vitamix?
Vitamix is not a juicer. It's a blender.
Right.
Remember, if you're blending in a bowl like this, what's sucking down into your food as it's blending? Air. Oxygen. Guess what happens to your food? It oxidizes it. And guess what? You've lost 1/3 of your nutrients by blending in a blender. And you haven't separated the pulp. So you're eating all this cellulose that we can't digest. We're not an herbivore. Herbivores have 2 to 4 stomachs. They'll eat some food, they'll go to one stomach and they'll regurgitate it, and then they'll chew it again, swallow, regurgitate it again and chew it. Then after it passes through all the stomachs, then it goes into the very long digestive tract, which is 2.5 times longer than ours. passes through their system in 48 hours. It passes through ours in 24. We digest 1/3 of a vegetable. They digest 90%. And what happens is our bowel has to be completely acid because E. coli, which is the final stage of digestion, has to live in an acid environment. If you eat whole vegetables, it turns the colon alkaline. Guess what happens? You get constipation. On this diet, if you eat raw whole vegetables, you will get constipated because it destroys the final end of digestion. The E. coli is responsible for 60 to 80% of the volume of fecal matter. And if you eat the vegetables, whole vegetables, it destroys E. coli, so it can't build the fecal matter. So on a cooked diet, it's fine though, because you cook the meat and the other foods that you're eating, cheese and stuff like that, so there's no vitamins and enzymes. So it sits there and starts putrefying. If you eat a salad with it, you've got some enzymes to start the pancreas working and to start moving the meat through, the pulp. So you have an acid-alkaline balancing act going over there. You can never stay ahead of, but at least it's a little bit better. On this diet, you eat vegetables and meat together. They neutralize each other. Nothing digests properly.
Nothing what?
Digest properly. Right.
You're saying that you eat meat only?
Well, you eat animal products together, which is fine, any of them, and only a few fruits like tomatoes. You can eat more fruits with your white meats, but not the red meats. But that's explained in the book, in the second book.
And the same with the idea of, in other words, you don't start the meal with a little salad?
No salad. Meal? You've already destroyed your acid stomach.
Okay, so you
turned it alkaline.
What you're saying is you give up all the vegetables, just not except the,
You only have vegetable juice, is what I'm suggesting. Okay. And the vegetable juice is never within an hour of any other food, before or after, except for raw cream or raw coconut cream or butter, because the acids in the stomach are not responsible for the digestion of fats. The liver takes care of that. So it'll pass into the liver without regard whether it's acid or alkaline. So fats are the only thing, certain fats, are the only thing that can go with vegetable juice. But all that's explained in the recipe book. Yes.
And what about people who are lactose intolerant?
I haven't met any.
And how do you explain that? What do you mean?
Because they're lactate intolerant if they're eating pasteurized milk. If it's raw milk, they won't be. Now, a woman came to me about a month ago and said, if I give raw cow's milk to my baby, she gets this rash all over her. And I said, and it's raw? Yes, and it's even organic. It's the organic pastures. I said, okay. And I said, are you feeding it to the baby cold? And she said, well, what does that matter? I said, well, if you don't leave it out so the bacteria starts breaking it down, when it goes into the stomach will contract. It won't secrete hydrochloric acid. When it passes into the duodenum, you're going to have undigested protein and lactate that gets into the blood. So that's not going to make a difference. She notified me on Thursday and said, you were right. She has no reaction to the raw milk as long as I warm it up for at least 5 hours. It's out of the refrigerator for 5 hours or longer.
Should we all do that, or?
I think everybody should do that. Because I don't see anybody here that's healthy enough to eat it cold raw without getting, even if you had no reaction. It doesn't mean that the raw proteins, that the undigested proteins and the sugars are not getting into your blood, because when I've had blood analysis done, sure enough, it shows up in even people who don't react. So you're using a lot of your good fats that you're eating just to bind with those toxic substances. And they wouldn't be toxic if you just let it sit out for a while.
Yeah.
It'd be better if people didn't talk over there because other people lose information. Please.
Yeah, 'cause I had the raw milk one time. My husband's family, they were farmers, so they were used to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had it one time at home, and I was supposed to sing on the church choir, Christmas Eve. And I just sampled a little bit of it, and I believe it was warm at the time. But I'm telling you, I turned so green, and I thought I was going to explode. And I suffered all evening long after that. I had to get off those bleachers when we were singing in the prayer. Now, why that reaction?
Well, sometimes the fats will cause a detoxification of the liver, spleen, gallbladder, or pancreas. If you've got a lot of poisons in one of those, start pulling it out, especially in the nerve tissue of raw milk. Because raw cream has an affinity for the nervous system. So it starts pulling the heavy metals out of the nerves in one of those glands. But it doesn't happen very often.
It would cause all the gas and the bloating. And
It would cause it temporarily.
Aajonus,
And well, for people like that, what I suggest that they do, if they have those reactions, only eat a half a cup a day for a month, and then increase it to a cup for another month, and a cup and a half for the third month, and usually it's over by then.
Aajonus, I noticed that same reaction when I was doing hard cooked and raw milk. I would get bloated and I was holding water and it felt swollen. Once I went on the diet 100% raw, I don't bloat from it. So sometimes I think it's the combination of cooked food and raw milk.
Now Sherry, she's been on diet 2 years?
No, since January, 100%. Almost a year.
Yeah, but before that you were eating partially? Or?
Partially, yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be, well, it was May.
Well, when she came to see me, was it a year ago?
Yeah, about a year and a half.
Yeah. She looked 10 years older. I nearly fainted when I saw her. And she was very thin. Very thin.
I had gained 10 pounds. I thought I was getting
Yeah.
Where did you get this? In the Midwest, it's difficult to get raw cream and raw butter.
Yeah, well, there are sources that will say, I have lots of Amish people who provide us dairy and they'll ship it anywhere. Canada, Hawaii, everywhere.
Do you recommend more raw milk, same with raw cream?
No, the cream doesn't have that effect. Like I say, the cream doesn't depend upon the acid, stomach acid. It depends upon the liver. So by the time that gets to the liver, it's already warm. I mean, for some people, it's better.
Not wrong. These Irish people don't get in trouble for doing that, right? For saying that.
It's almost part of their religion, so the law doesn't like to step into them.
If it's their religion, but if they're using it as a business, I go out to another spot to get my milk. If they're spending it out.
Nobody's gone after them so far. So.
How about the raw milk? Have you ever had people that had tendencies towards like bladder or kidney infections get aggravated from it? And if they do, do you know why that could be?
From the raw milk? The only thing I can think of is that maybe they have some heavy metals or some drugs stored in the kidney. Did they take sulfa drugs? Or any kind of a heavy alkaline drug that would affect the kidneys? Even smokers could have a problem like that.
She was just saying on the internet, you found something that said you can go to the farmer and buy this milk.
In Illinois.
In Illinois, in New York City.
Goat's milk you can buy raw in the state.
No. Oh, no. And then I go to the farmer.
Well, I mean, it's by legislation, you can go to a farmer. If you bring out a glass or a stainless steel container, they can give you goat's milk that's supposedly not cow.
No,
If you say it's your animal, if you say it's for your animal, they can do it.
Oh, for personal consumption.
My farmer, I got some far away, and she said she checked with the department of
No,
whatever.
Illinois is fine. As long as you go out to the
As
farm.
long as you take containers, like bring your own.
You have to take your own container.
In some states, they say If a farmer has been in business before a certain date, they can sell raw milk. Hello? I mean, these doctors who run the health industry don't have a clue what's going on. They have no rationale. I explained that in the second part of the book when I talk about all the research on the benefits of raw milk and all the disease that's proved that pasteurized milk is caused. I've had doctors read that and say, no, raw milk is bad. I say, well, give me the proof. Couldn't support it. That's why I had to go, when I got the law changed in Los Angeles County, I had to forget all the doctors, and I had to threaten the Board of Supervisors with a lawsuit. So I wrote the 3-page executive summary and had 2 attorneys that are on the diet sign it and hand deliver it to their offices. 2 ex-senators the day before the vote take it and hand it to them personally to threaten them. And let me tell you, the day before the vote it was for, against allowing the raw milk in, uncertified, because the certification by the Medical Milk Commission were so high that the dairy passed less than half of the time inspection. Absurd regulations. So the guy that I thought would be the hardest I was working on with his health deputy, the Board of Supervisor, Yaroslavsky, he's the head of the district that has all the doctors. Bel Air, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Pacific Palisades, that is his area. And he obviously got the message the day before when that stuff was handed to him, because he must have read it, because he looked at, we're talking about the head of Los Angeles County, the biggest county, one of the biggest county in America, Los Angeles County. The head of the health department there, Yaroslavsky says, you know, we had milk a couple of years ago, raw milk, and it's been on the market since hundreds of years. Did we do something wrong? For him he baited him because he knew that the questions would be very hard in court. So he wanted to know right away. He went right to the heart of it. And the doctor sat there. This is the head of the department. 5 doctorates behind this guy's name. And he goes, Yaroslavsky just went out of it, started going, boom, 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 boom. What do you have? Why do you say this? Why do you do this? They had no support because I had shot everything down. They had used 5 cases and all of them were false. An investigation. And I had 52 pages supporting raw milk. So guess what? It passed through. Passed. An attorney had been fighting that law for 36 years, said I would never get it done. He came up to me afterwards and shook my hand for 5 minutes. He wouldn't let it go. It was so great. It was so great to win that. I mean, we all just jumped up and just hugged and danced, and it was wild. Right there in the Board of Supervisors meeting. Oh, you're freezing. I'm about to take off my clothes.
It's becoming more and more difficult now. These meat processors.
Hold on.
The meat processors that we deal with locally in Indiana. A lot more pressure on the government. They won't sell us the fresh meat, only the frozen. And now they're trying to force these processors to regulate all the meat. How do we fight this on a local level to continue getting our foods?
Well, first of all, just like they did with the raw milk, they blamed every disease that they could on raw milk. Still they do, with no proof. So what you have to do is say, what clinical tests have been done to show that raw meat, you've taken raw meat, you've spiked it with disease and fed it to an animal. Not one test has been done. Not one test has been done to prove it. And you just have to have a good attorney or some guy that's an asshole like me that's out there, on the butt like a hip pocket.
Does it make any difference regarding state lines people cross? Because like I'm a resident of the state, would that make
No, they're just trying to shut down these meat processes. They're trying to conglomerate them all into one and make them follow this bureaucratic standard that they have. They just want to control. Right. And so a lot of people have been running a business.
Well, you know, juice is illegal to have raw juice after January. It's illegal to sell raw juice in the store after January. The federal law. It's being adopted by most states. California starts in January. Last January for main big places, you know, big fruit, big juice suppliers. Coca-Cola bought up Adwala juice. They pushed hard for that pasteurization. You know why? Shelf life's longer. Adwala used to be all raw. You can't find Adwala raw anywhere anymore. It's not raw. Coca-Cola pushed it through. That's the law I'm fighting right now. I need your money if you have it, because I've got to pay other researchers to do it, and I only have $8,000 in donations so far, and I need about 12 to finish the project. So what we do with what we're doing is writing all of these papers showing that vitamins and minerals and enzymes are good. They are found in raw. They are not found in pasteurized. You're damaging your children and all other people by feeding them pasteurized. Those who are poor can't afford vitamin and mineral supplements. You know, so you have that angle too. So it's discrimination. And you have no proof. You have one case of Adwala, which was accused of the E. coli contamination with the orange juice. Now, that little girl died. Now, she died of HUS, like I say in the book. She died of HUS, which is kidney degeneration. There has been no test to prove, no empirical test to prove that E. coli causes HUS, which is deterioration, disintegration of kidneys. Cipro has been proved to cause degeneration, HUS-like symptoms in the kidney. Guess what that little girl was given? Antibiotic Cipro. Do you think that that doctor was going to blame herself for the causing the death of that child by giving her the antibiotic Cipro? Adwala was just a bunch of nice guys who were making a juice.
Right.
And they didn't know, they didn't have the science behind them. They didn't know. They thought that, you know, the health department was right. They thought that this E. coli killed the girl. I had the husband is also an MD, and so the female doctor who took care of the little girl. Her husband is also an MD. He and I got into an argument about it. I said, show me one empirical test that shows that E. coli causes degeneration of the kidney outside of a laboratory with an actual animal. None. I said, but I can show you a list of the damage caused by Cipro to the kidney, which is exactly what the little girl had. He shut up. He just shut up very fast. He never called me. And boy, you haven't heard a thing. I haven't heard from them. Haven't heard from anybody. And I spread it all over the internet. And let me tell you, if it had been long, she would have come after me pretty quickly. She couldn't. I've got the facts. They don't.
Do you recommend when you eat raw meat to warm up the temperature?
Anytime you eat anything cold that's protein, your stomach is going to contract. You're going to have less hydrochloric acid and less digestion. As you can see, I let all my food sit out. It's me. Sometimes if I want it really warm and tasty, I put it in a light, free container and put it in my car where it gets nice and warm in the sun. But I definitely leave it out. Always.
You don't need any cold food at all.
Some cream I will.
Why is that?
Because, like you said, you weren't listening. You were talking. Cream doesn't rely on hydrochloric acid in the stomach. It goes to the liver, and by the time it gets to the liver, it's warm.
But it's protein.
Trace. 3% trace. Yeah, he went 3%.
No, is it good, like, if you want to drink a glass of milk in the morning, should you leave it out the night before?
Yes, you should. Well, at least 5 hours. And you leave it in a dark cupboard. If you leave it out, the sunlight hits or any kind of light, it will turn it bitter. If you leave it in a dark cupboard, it'll just get warm. And if you leave it for days, it'll get sour and go into kefir or yogurt. And then eventually cottage cheese. But it will not turn bitter. If you leave it out in the light, it will turn bitter. Because the light damages some of the fat digesting enzymes. It doesn't allow them to grow properly. So that causes a bitterness. The only thing that I drink cold on a regular basis is my vegetable juice.
Why?
Because it's so fragile. It starts breaking down instantly. So when I carry my vegetable juice, I have a little cold pack. I put a, ice pack in with it, and carry it with me.
Aajonus, about the eggs, you say in this case, not even refrigerated those at all.
Correct.
Fresh.
Never refrigerated.
Those two, keep them in a cupboard then?
No.
That doesn't mean.
Well, there are cases like that, but light doesn't seem to bother them.
Okay. And how long do they keep out on your cupboard?
25 years. Well, you have the things called the century egg by the Chinese. They'll mold it anywhere from a year to 25 years. Usually it's minimum of 5 years to 25 years. 25-year-old egg that's all white or black or blue, mold and bacteria, $1,000 an egg. You know who can afford it? These old octogenarian rich Chinese men. And you know why they eat it? Because they get all this incredible energy and they can have sex 2 or 3 times a day. And for a month on one egg.
But that's changing too. I heard they have them now, but they're made with chemicals and salts.
Yeah, but it's not the same. That's not a century egg.
No.
Century egg is broken down with bacteria and molds naturally over a period of time. I have lots of clients who let the eggs sit out and rot in the sun, really stinky, so you eat them outside. And it's just like the high meat. You'll get charged and energetic, and if you like sex, it's great.
Is that a nutritional factor? Is that a drug effect?
I can understand.
Is that a nutritional effect or is that a drug effect from the chemicals that are being produced by the mold and the bacteria? You know, it's like, there are certain molds that produce LSD. You know, so
That's not a bad thing as long as there's no degenerative effect from it. And I found I've been observing it since 1976, and I've only put it out to the public after 15 years of observing people doing it. And it never has created any degenerative effect. Even if it's eaten regularly, every 2-day basis. Moldy food. Right, moldy foods. In fact, what I found is that if you've eaten, back in the 70s is when I started doing this, when I realized after being with the Eskimos, if you've eaten a cooked food, you've destroyed the natural molds and bacteria that occur in them by cooking them. So how are you going to recycle anything without help? So you're going to store a lot more toxins. What is the best way to help get rid of those toxins? It would be to eat the same food in its moldy form, wouldn't it? In its fermented, moldy, putrefied form. And it's true. It helps clean people much quicker. Somebody has a liver problem. I tell them to make some high liver. Sure enough, the liver reacts much quicker. Sometimes it used to take me 2.5 years to what I can do in 9 months now, because they're eating high liver. So it's very favorable. And that's a caution. That's the same kind of caution that I have. That's why it took me 15 years to say, yeah, I'm safe with putting this in the because it works. And there's been no trauma to anybody of any kind. Yes?
You mentioned in your book that only raspberries, that you need to allow 30 days of lethargy afterwards. Is that right?
Yes, but I found a better way to do that.
Okay.
We're getting all into that.
Is that true with any of the high foods that you're going to have a period of lethargy?
No.
Okay.
Mainly with the berries that high mold in the berries and eating that much. What I recommend people do now is only have 3 moldy berries a week. And they just do it like that, a little at a time. That way there's no lethargy involved. High meats, I've found no lethargy involved in anybody who took it. Even people who are already chronically fatigued. Pardon? No. The way you have to make the high meat, you have to need 4 jars. Pint of each kind of meat. Say some beef or buffalo, some chicken, and some seafood. You have a pint of each, and they go into 3 separate jars. You chop it up so you can eat it in bite-sized pieces. Then you put it in these jars, 1 in each jar, and you put it in the refrigerator. And you let it sit for 4 days. It takes 4 days to use the oxygen. At that point, the particular bacteria, or part of the particular bacteria that we want, the aerobic type, go dormant. So you have to take it out of the refrigerator every 3 and 4 days. You take it out of the house. Open it, because you want to stink up your house, and you wave it 2 times. Figure 8 twice. Do air in it, put it back in the refrigerator. After 4 weeks of doing that, it's ready. You can start eating it. And you won't eat it between the 2nd week and the 4th week. It's too radical. It can cause spinal meningitis. It can cause some heavy radical detoxes. Only between that period, 2 weeks and 4 weeks. So you don't want to have it between that. And before 2 weeks, it's not high enough to do anything. So after 4 weeks, you can start eating it. You want to just take it easy, once a week. You know, eat it more if you want. Pardon?
You don't have to eat.
What? Right away. You depressed, you say, oh, we have some of that sticky love. So you can have it all of a sudden. You know, and the swallowing. I mean, the woman, the girl, woman who I was telling you about, that had the psychotropic drugs for 27 years, had a happy day with a few. That woman chews it till it completely dissolves because it works so fast. Chewed it so hot, whistle, happy. That quickly. She'll chew it completely. She'll put the clip on her nose, the swimmer's clip on her nose. Because the taste, if you've ever had braised and brandy lamb, it's so soft and like chocolate or milk. It's dissolved like that because of the alcohols in the mold. It's broken it down, so it's so tender. It's just the odor. And it is never stuck in anybody's breath. So you don't have to worry about that. Or after about half an hour, you might want to take some lemon juice to clean your mouth out if you have to go on a date. If you're depressed before a date, you take that 10 minutes, you're happy, you know, the date's coming too soon, and you squeeze some lemon juice in your mouth. Rinse your mouth out. It takes care of it. Just don't breathe on it for about 30 minutes.
You said rapid detoxification could cause spinal meningitis.
Well, what I did one time is not necessarily as an experiment. My girlfriend served me some fish, and you know, I've been around this so long, and I'm working away. So she served me a whole cup of high meat that was between the 2nd and 4th week old, but a whole cup. I'm sitting there because I'm lost in my work. I was trying to finish that book, and I'm eating away and not realizing. I said, "Oh shit! I just ate a whole cup of this." And I called her. I said, "Why did you do that?" She said, "Well, I thought it was all right. It's only 3 weeks old." So, sure enough, I went into a cerebral and a spinal meningitis within 2 days. and it lasted about 3 weeks. And I was crippled for about 5 days. You know, on crutches for 3 of those 5 days. And 2 days, she had to lift my leg up because the bone cancer I had had in this hip and this hip and this knee. And you just detoxed this side every time that I'd had it in the past. 2 times that I had it in the past. After each one, I was able to, get a little lower, and I was able to touch the floor after the second one. This third one went into the brain, even more so. It cleaned out 70% of the scar tissue in my brain. It's in iridology. But it was a painful experience. Glad that I went through it, but I wouldn't choose to go through that heavy of a one, without being prepared. Because it floored me. So you just want to watch it. You want it between that 2nd and 4th week, and you don't want to have too much of the time.
What is the reason that people die of spinal meningitis and not doing regular detoxification?
Yeah, if they're in spinal meningitis, that's a detoxification.
I mean, so these kids in college or something that die of spinal meningitis, they're doing this detoxification or something?
They're detoxifying. That's the body naturally going into a detoxification. However, they're not on a proper diet to detoxify properly and heal properly, and they're on drugs. Not recreational drugs. I'm talking about medical antibiotics. So it destroys their ability to digest.
People that have been diagnosed with malignant brain tumors, do they go on something like this?
I've had 4 people with malignant brain tumors go on the diet, and they are still living today. 1 in Hong Kong and 2 in the States. I don't know, brain tumor doesn't seem to be a big problem. Lung cancer is the bad one. Lung cancer, that's difficult. Because the lungs keep filling up with fluid. And, it's hard to respirate, it's hard to be mobile. And the doctors want to go in there and take out the excess water, and people won't stop drinking water. And a person with lung cancer should not ever have water. You should only eat tomatoes for the water and eat the meats. What time is it? 3:30? It's not even time. Supposed to start the mini consults between 4 and 4:30. Okay, but we need to get into the question and answer cycle, but we seem to be doing that all the way along the line. So anyway, we covered almost all of the detoxification information. The next book will cover whatever you didn't get today. You'll get the detoxification book. Joe will be ready next spring.
You didn't answer my question about the honey and the carbohydrate of honey.
Okay, the bees, when they collect the nectar, they swallow it. They produce an insulin-like substance which converts 90% of the carbohydrate into enzymes for digesting, utilizing, and assimilating protein. That enzyme, that insulin-like substance is destroyed between 93 and 100 degrees. So honey should be gotten without heat at any point. And if you've gotten it from bees that are collected in, the summer and a desert, where the hive, the top of the hive gets very hot, the bees fan it. They fan it. They keep it 92.8. If one is heated too long, they will abandon the top of the hive and go to the lower hives and protect them, and they'll never eat that upper hive unless they're starving. So you just have to be familiar with who will handle your honey properly and not let it go over 93 degrees. That's for diabetics, then they can have a lot of honey without any problem. If you're not a diabetic, it still just goes back into good healthy sugar and isn't destroyed and doesn't become a radical sugar until it goes over 104 degrees. Then it's a radical sugar. Yes.
What's your opinion on comb honey?
Comb honey is good as long as it's not the top of the hive if it's been in the desert.
So the honey doesn't contribute to the formation of those toxins that you were talking about, the glycation end products? Remember you said even a raw
Well, if it's only 10%, your body can handle. If you're having like only 10% of the honey that you're consuming is a small amount of carbohydrate, or your body is making the glycogen from pyruvate, there's only a 7 to 8% byproduct. And your body can handle that easily. But if you're consuming a high carbohydrate or a starch, it's very complex, 70 to 90% stores. And your body can't handle that. So what I recommend is, like I said in this book, if you're eating a pound of meat a day, you can have 6 tablespoons of honey a day. And it goes by protein. If the honey is heated over 100 degrees and the insulin-like substance is destroyed, then of course it's going to be all carbohydrate. And you're going to have a higher rate of the advanced glycation end product, but it's not going to be extreme from the honey. But still, it's going to collect. And if you eat too much honey over that proportion to meat, you're going to have a problem because you will become protein deficient. Because the body's going to start looking for protein with too much honey. Yes.
So was that 6 teaspoons or 6 tablespoons?
6 tablespoons, 3 ounces per pound of meat. Did you have a question?
Yes. Bee pollen, and fermented bee pollen, and royal jelly, and propolis, other foods can be common in all those.
Propolis is tree sap. It's an anti-mite. The bees like to place it around because mites don't like the odor. It sets out a gas that affects the mites. So it protects their honey from the mites. That's what propolis is used for. In the body, it's so hard to eat enough to get a reaction, but I'm sure that from all of the processed vegetable oils that we've had, it will help break down some of those. But again, it's in a solid form and it's dry, so I don't suggest that propolis is too good very often. In small amounts, it may be fine. Bee pollen is wonderful. It's microscopic nuts. They have a hard shell on them. If they're dried, your body's never going to digest it. You're going to be putting a very expensive substance right through your body. So it's been kiln dried or heated, and those pellets are hard. It's no good, no value. If it's refrigerated and soft, the shell will break down. Your body will be able to absorb those very fine amino acids, those proteins, and it has all 22, just like meat does. It has all 22. So I like to use it as a nerve strengthener. That's why I call it in the book I call the pain formula also a builder, a booster. And the pain formula is in the recipe book you'll see it's called the lubrication or moisturization formula. Women like the word moisturization, so they like to feel moisturized, so they'll go for it. Men like the lubrication feeling, so that's why I use the 2 terms.
What about fermented bee
And that formula with bee pollen put in, it strengthens, it helps stabilize and strengthen the nervous system. With finite proteins.
Fermented bee pollen and royal jelly?
Fermented bee pollen is not a good thing because what it does is it takes the protein and turns it all into pyruvate. That's still too much sugar.
You said raw was sort of raw, regular raw bee pollen is good to mix with honey. Is that what you said?
No. I said it's good to mix with that formula in the book that's called the moisturizing lubrication formula.
Wouldn't fermented beef pollen be very similar to eating the aged meat, though, in that the fermented beef pollen can be broken down? The nutrients should be more accessible for you.
Well, it's already a concentrated protein, and it doesn't have the same effect. It like turns it into more of a solvent reaction. And it'll go into the nerves, and I've seen it cause intense neurological detoxifications, over-emotionality, irritability. It starts pulling. You know that when you have a trauma in your life, anxiety in your life, you have neurological chemical compounds going on all the time. They have byproducts like every other waste function in the body. I mean, every other function in the body. You have waste products. Those store in the body like any other toxin. So, let's say one day when you're not feeling well and your wife, if you have one, you get upset with her. You have no idea why you're upset with her. You're just pissed off at her. Because maybe, when you were 10 years old, your mother beat the hell out of you, and those neurological hormones are still stored in your body and start detoxifying them. Then they break out. Now, that was scientifically proven by Elnora Van Winkle. She's the last person on the backside of the recipe book that gave that testimonial about cancer. She spent 40 years at New York City Medical Center studying neurological compounds. She cataloged them. She was the pioneer in it. She has a paper on the internet called The Biology of Emotions. And there's a layman's and then there's a technical one. It gives every chemical as byproduct. And she said that when these start detoxifying, you can relate it to the emotional outbreaks that don't belong to any incident in the body. And she spent 40 years proving that. And I've experienced it a lot with myself and other people. So that particular fermented bee pollen has a problem with that.
What about crack? They have something that's called either cracked or potentiated or something like that. I heard an infomercial for a half-hour rave about it. I guess it's from New Zealand. And somehow they cracked it. They're saying that we can't digest the pollen that well, and by them cracking that cell wall, it unlocks its nutrition.
Well, like I say,
but I don't know if they heat it or it doesn't go into that.
Okay, remember I said that it's like a nut. Once it's dry, that nut cannot be broken in our system. Because an item like Coca-Cola buying the raw juice and now pasteurizing and flash pasteurizing or irradiating it and saying this is good for you, this is healthy for you. Yeah, the health's got a longer shelf life, it doesn't mean it's better for you.
It helps them, not us.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So you're saying even if you're a diabetic, you can have that much raw honey as long as you balance it with a protein, and you're not going to, if you measure your blood sugar, you're not going to see a big spike in it?
Yes, you may see a spike in it, but what happens is it starts pulling out the toxic sugars that are stored in your blood with poor insulin. Because you have that if you're diabetic like I was. A lot of times I would find a spike in sugar but not have the symptoms of it. And that's when it's the old toxic sugars that are coming out. But when I actually, had my laboratory technician check the quality and the availability of that high sugar level, 90% of those sugars weren't even available. They were attached to fat molecules, so they'd never been released. They couldn't have been utilized. So it didn't cause that problem.
Even if you're type 2, which is really insulin sensitivity.
That's sensitive, yeah. You're easy. That's easy. I'm talking about diabetic 1. That's a different one. That's right.
Something I've never heard in your literature or on the formal diet sites. Lately I've been getting into magnets, and I do some qigong with it and stuff like that, and actually comes from Peter Wagner's work on that. He claims that exposing the human body, that we have magnets in each cell.
There's an electromagnetic field in
And
every
he
cell.
claims that it's excellent for the body, pressure points to be exposed to negative north pole of the magnet, as well as juices and things like that to be put on a magnet, and that will boost our electromagnetic energy of the body, because he thinks that electromagnetism actually helps to fire our nerves and everything else for longevity. Do you agree with any of that?
Yes, I agree with it to a point. When I was experimenting with magnets from 1989 to 1992, I found that they were beneficial to the point that if you slept on a magnetic mattress with alternating poles, it was better. A positive, negative, positive, negative.
Oh, really?
Spirals like the Niken products. Niken. Every other one was positive, negative. That was a good one. Now, when they first put out their mattress, they put it out in these strips along the bed, and I paid $1,000 for this frickin' mattress, and it didn't do anything. So I went through their specifications and all of their laboratory tests that showed that they did everything in spirals. And here they were putting these round magnets about this small in lines on the bed, and it wasn't having a good effect on me. In fact, it was disturbing my sleep. So I ripped out all the magnets and put them down in spirals in this mattress. Then I had good effects. After 5 months on it, I had just the reverse. It started making me feel horrible.
You're using negative and positive, because I believe all the ones that I heard of, they're always only the north pole or the negative pole. They never use
that can be very harmful, because it can bombard you with too many negative ions. It's like having too much rain. What happens in countries where they have so much rain, the suicide rate's extremely high. Too many protons makes people crazy and hyperactive. That's why if you go out to California, you'll find most of you Looney Tunes in Southern California, because there's rarely any rain. And then after the rain for a few days, everybody was so cool and so calm. Just mellow it out. Because the protons become very intense. And then the rain brings the negative ions, which balance it. And then it levels everything out. The same thing with these magnets. You can use them therapeutically and in small doses. But I wouldn't use them all the time. Hold on, there's somebody over here.
What do you think of using hyperbaric oxygen chambers?
Awful.
Terrible.
Yeah. Why? Because the oxygen that they produce is laboratorily formed, causes headaches in a lot of people. If you want to build your own chamber, get a lot of dracaenas. There's some other plants that produce a lot of oxygen. Put those in your bedroom.
Dracaenas?
Yeah, dracaenas, like corn dracaena.
Better than ionizers.
Pardon?
Better than ionizers.
Ionizers is a mechanical thing. You can only reach a balance, if you're testing all the time. But in nature, they know how to balance it. They'll produce their their oxygen at night. We give them our carbon dioxide. That's their oxygen. Our toxin is their food, and their toxin is our food. And it's all the dracaenas. There are also some other plants.
How do you spell it?
Yeah, how do you spell that?
Corn, D-R-A-C. E-N-A, I just did dracaena. D-R-A-C. You mentioned it, it looks like a corn plant.
Yeah.
Corn.
I'm buying one today.
But there are several plants that, just look it up on the internet, oxygen-producing plants. Or just oxygen plants. You'll come up with some websites that tell which ones give off the most oxygen.
Speaking of spirals, is it true that microwaving, but this is not quite talking about microwaving, but does that put a reverse spin on the whatever, okay? It does something that I heard it has a reverse spin. So whether you put in water, a cup of any liquid or a product, that it will change even the flavor because it changes.
Yeah, but as long as it's loose, it's okay. But if you put it like, say you put a live animal on one of those and it reverses like that, it will explode. The animal will explode because it's contained and active in a live animal. If you put a live animal in a microwave,
I would never think of doing that.
Pardon?
I would never think of doing that. I'm talking about what's safe for a cup of water. Is it true that it changes
yes, it will change the direction.
the direction?
Yes, that's how it breaks down.
So would that change the flavor then?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll flatten it. Just like any cooking. Any cooking will, that's why they put so many spices in your food. If you ate cooked grains, what do they taste like? Paste. Dirt. Nothing. So anything that's cooked has to be spiked in flavor. Sugar added to it, herbs added to it, anything to give it flavor, because it's all rotten, lousy food. No good flavor to it. People say to me, well, you're eating the same thing on this diet. I said, yeah, out there in the world you're eating the same grains, just different flavor. Whether it's as a donut or as a cake or as bread, it's all the same thing, grains. Eating all these grains, same food. Meat, same thing. Pizza, it's cheese and grains. Maybe some meat. It's all the same thing, it's how you flavor it. Yes.
Celtic salt. You do everything salt free. All my readings, everything on Celtic salt.
I explained it in the second book thoroughly. Yeah, it's too long to go into that.
What about like brown rice stuff, like rice milk, rice sour cream?
All very processed. You have your advanced glycation products and your acrylamides that form heavily. Okay, we'll take two more questions. Yes. Okay.
Could you speak just briefly on freezing foods, especially now?
Okay. When you freeze something, what happens to it? If you freeze something and you put it out, you see it, let's say you take a piece of fruit, or you take a piece of meat and you freeze it, what happens when it falls? It immediately starts to break down and melt. The molds, everything decomposes it. It is rapid. That's why I say in the book, E. coli and any bacteria will grow on a frozen product, meat, much quicker. Because all that happens after freezing, it's all dead. It's going to have to be recycled into the earth. So you've destroyed most of your nutrients in it. The only way it can go is toward detoxification.
You mentioned that homemade ice cream is all right, it can be thrown out after 24 hours.
Correct.
Is there a time limit that it's kind of all right to use milk products, or?
No. Because the ice cream, you have a lot of fat. Fat doesn't react as badly. Fat can be frozen for a short period of time. It's mainly the egg, which is only going to sustain 24 hours. You might get away with just freezing cream for a couple of days and not be so bad, but every time that I eat cream over 2 days, I start having intense lung detoxification, spinal detoxification. So I don't suggest people move in that direction. I like people to detox so they're not so uncomfortable and get healthy, gain a lot of weight so that everything is much easier. People who stay thin, like I say, the poisons go intracellularly and there's a lot more ill reactions. Much more discomfort. So if you have the weight and you have the fat, you're much more protected. Frozen fat, you're getting into causing, like the coconut, too much of a saturated fat that will all be for detoxification, not for strengthening your system. So it's dangerous. Doesn't mean it won't help you, but it's like you going through the poison mushroom with You know, the high fish, that much high fish. Sure, a good reward came out of it, but hell, it was hell going through it. I don't think that people have to suffer that much. Being overweight for our, for all this fashion is hard enough for women to go through, but I think that they can do that.
I'm thinking in terms of preservation in Iowa, I live in Iowa, it's very difficult to get.
Raw dairy products never go bad. They only go to cheese. They only are more digestible. Who likes sour cream? Who likes cream cheese? Practically everybody. That's all they go to. You have cream, keep it in the refrigerator for 3 months, you've got sour cream. Keep it in there for a year, you've got cream cheese. Or if you take it out of the refrigerator, leave a little air and space, leave it out of the refrigerator, you put it down below, in 2 weeks you have sour cream.
But it tastes different, Aajonus, than the kinds that have the culture added to them. Why?
It's because you're putting it out in the light. You put it in a dark cupboard, away from the light, and it won't do that.
Get that strong taste. But naturally,
the bitter taste is because light's hitting it.
Really?
And if people open your cupboards too often, then you better put it inside something. It keeps the light out. And that's what I do with my milk too. I put it in a dark cupboard. When I never leave any dairy out too warm, I put it in a dark cupboard so the light doesn't turn bitter.
Do you want it covered, like such as in the jars?
Yes. Tight, airtight, because the oxygen will cause it to sour quicker. If you want it sour quicker, then you can leave it on like that.
I prefer sweet things.
All right, one more.
What about putting the raw cream or milk to it?
Wonderful. Just don't get it too cold.
But it's okay.
Yeah, you get very cats that eat cold milk get very temperamental. Start ripping your house apart.
I've heard that you're not supposed to give dairy to
I don't know. Well, maybe pasteurized because it causes osteoporosis.
Okay.
The raw milk to those animals. There is not an animal on this world. People talk about no animal over a certain age eats raw milk. Well, have you offered it to them? I've offered it to horses, grown horses, 8, 9 years old. They eat it. Cows will eat it. Grown cows, and near death will eat it. Every animal, dogs, wild dogs, my wild coyotes that I feed all the time, they love old meat. They never get old meat because when they eat something, they have to eat it right away before some other creature comes to get it, or worms. So they really never get much high meat unless they've gone down to alligator country where the alligators pulled it down into the water and caused it to rot and get moldy and start blowing up in the water and fermenting. Then if it washes up and the alligators have eaten as much as they want, then dogs will come and eat some high meat. But rarely do they get it. So I've got all this extra high meat all the time because lots of people say, I made so much I can't use it. If you've got clients who want to use it, and I'll keep it for so long, and I know when it gets to a certain point, nobody's going to eat it but me, but I can't eat all that. So I throw it out to the coyotes. Only time I've ever seen coyotes fight is over high meat. Oh, really? They will only fight over the high meat. They'll growl and get crazy with each other.
But regular meat, not as much.
That's right. They'll share and they'll let the weakest one have. No problem ever. If I put that high meat out there, everybody goes nuts. They want it.
Comment on this, please. You make your recommendations as if they're universally applicable. Can you speak to the concept of biochemical individuality? And if you're eating an all raw food diet, how much do you encourage people to trust their own experience? And you've learned a lot from your own personal experience, and I learned a lot from my own personal experience. For instance, I eat whole, soft, granule bee pollens, and it's good. And I like the energy I get from it. But fermented bee pollen, for me, feels even better. And it seems to be even better for my digestive system. And it doesn't make me over-emotional. And it doesn't make me hyper or anything. It just seems to be better more easily digested nutrition from my body once it's been fermented. And I suppose there's different ways it can be fermented, and maybe I've got a really good quality product. But can you speak about the biochemical individuality?
When you're not on this, if you're rigid on this diet, usually everything is pretty homogeneous. Everything works on a good balance. If you're on and off the diet, if you don't have the extra weight, and you're vacillating with some cooked foods and some fermented foods here and there, you're going to have different reactions. A lot of people will have high, like your fruitarians out there. They feel so high in charge on all that sugar. Makes them feel good. I did too for 6.5 years. I was so sickly as a child, I had no energy. I was lethargic all the time. I mean, I didn't get to play with the kids. My mother dragged me around everywhere with her. So I knew more about women than I did anything else. Because I didn't get to play with the men, the guys, because I was so ill. Now when I got into being a fruitarian, after going through blood and bone cancer and having no energy and all that life, I was charged with the sugar all the time. I mean, I was so energetic. I felt great. But I was manic and hyperactive all the time. But to me, that was healthy because I didn't know anything else. I had been so sickly. That felt good to me. But that doesn't mean it's good for you. Because if you watch behavior long enough, then you can see where, well, it may not be so good if you have alcohol, if you have a fermented protein product. What is the result of that? What does it do in the system? Sure, it may give more adrenaline rushing. Sure, it may you start detoxing the nervous system, or it may stimulate the adrenal glands in general, but that doesn't mean it's a healthy reaction because it gives you a charge. So does cocaine. So does a lot of drugs out there make you feel incredible, but they're frightfully damaging. And that's why I say that you have to be careful and see what works, and that's really working.
What makes me think about that in regard to the high meat, because people get such an immediate reaction to it. I think it seems to me it's more of a drug-like effect than a nutrition.
Well, biochemically, we checked it out, and it didn't come out with chemical cause of that. Yeah. Oh, they had to, because I thought it might be something bad too. I thought maybe it was the ammonia. And ammonia is not good, circulating in the nervous system. And there wasn't, even though high meat has a lot of ammonia in it, it doesn't get into the nervous system when you eat it in high meat form. But if you're taking a product that has ammonia added to it, then it will get into your nervous system.
So how much do you suggest that people rely on their own personal experience, especially in regard to eating raw foods?
Well, as I said when we started, instinct is a great thing to a certain extent, but I spent 15 years of the raw meat thing, even on this phase of it, from when I started eating meat on a daily, doing instinctual, not following the weight principles. For the last 7 years, I've been following, disregarding people's instincts, telling them to get fat, telling them to eat when they're not hungry, force feed themselves, and the reversal of disease has gone from 70s, mid-70s to the 90s, with very little stress, with a lot less stress. I would say 90% less stress. So even though in my first book I said that, I still wasn't sure, I still had 5 more years to go because the book was published in 97, but that was the results I had to 96. And I said, go ahead and use your instincts. You won't go wrong, but it doesn't mean that it'll speed things up. I found that in the last 7 years, since I finished that book, the first book, that you'll get better results if you say, to hell with your instincts, except maybe something you like to eat. Let's say like you like berries or oranges rather than some other food that I might suggest. That other food that I suggest will help your problem better, but emotionally you might need that particular food 2 days a week. And do what I suggest 5 days a week. So in that area, I would say give yourself a little bit of a leeway in your instinct. But my research over the last 7 years has showed me that screw your instincts until you get well. Right now, we are completely, all of our instincts are bastardized, and they're manipulated, and they're not good, basically. You've been raised on all the wrong foods. To have the proper instincts to know what to go for. And that's the problem.
That makes sense to me. Unfortunately, you're right.
I know. But let me tell you, when I was eating all that fruit, and I was wired and more happy, and I had to have sex 6-7 times a day, or else I wasn't happy. Now I don't, if it's there and it's available and I have, that kind of inclination, it's not a drive, it's just something that I get to choose to do. But when I was eating all that fruit, I was wired. I was manic. And it just wasn't a good thing, overall. And people getting well so much quicker and with so much less ill symptoms to their detoxification makes all the difference in the world. I mean, on my clients, I used to have to work with them. They were severely ill. Every day I had to help them change their diets or adjust something. With this particular program, the way I laid it out in the recipe book, 90% of the people, even if they're very ill, can do it on their own and sail through it pretty well. And don't eat the other 10% do.
The less ill you are, the less high meat you would eat.
Pardon?
The less ill you are, the less high meat you would eat.
Well, that's not necessarily true because you could be full of hormones and not know you're ill. Because the hormones, it's like you take a diabetic, goes into a coma, you give him a shot of just a pinprick of diluted adrenaline, pop up, stand up, not even know he's in a coma. The man's still sick. The body's not operating properly. There's a lot of people, and especially thin ones, who produce an abundance of hormones and it burns up their fats. It also keeps them high, like sugar did to me. Fruit sugar did to me, kept you high. You don't know what's deteriorating. You don't know how ill you are. So you start deteriorating. And a lot of these athletes, what happens? 40, 50 years old, they start drying up, having heart attacks, dying. It's like this. But they had a good life while they were around. They were drinking, they were smoking, doing all these great things. Never knew that they were getting ill. But they got to do what they want to die quickly. But most of us don't get to die quickly. We suffer before we die. But, I didn't choose to be one of those people who had all that hormonal activity and die in an instant. I suffered too much. So, people who are thin and have all that hyperactive hormone energy, I think that's a great way to live. Burn the candle at both ends and die quickly. I don't see anything wrong with that as long as you're built that way. I think that'd be great. Eat all the shit you want. Great.
What they'll say, live hard,
Great.
die young, and
Leave
live
it in your body, right? It's not a problem. I'm not that way, and most people aren't. And I doubt that anybody is here in here, maybe you. Man can't stand still. Most of us aren't, so that's what I'm here for. Yes?
Just as a quick corollary to Jim's question, what do you think of Aajonus' blood type diet and Kelly and Wolcott's metabolic typing idea? And also,
it has not a relationship to this raw diet. I've had lots of people that were on the Aajonus diet, who were A-types. They were anemic as hell as long as they didn't eat red meat. When they came to me, I put them on red meat. Great, energetic, happy, doing great. So as far as I know, it may have some validity on a cooked food diet, but I haven't seen it. I've heard people say that they did better, on a cooked diet. But on a raw diet, it has no basis. Because I've taken people who have been on my diet and say, oh, well, if I follow Diadamo, I'll do better. Doesn't work.
Okay. And what kind of water and how much water?
In other words, they would do the same things that Diadamo said. Stay away from eat all the raw foods, but stay away from the things Diadamo said to stay away from, and eat the things he said to eat. They didn't do better, they got worse.
Okay. What kind of water and how much water do you recommend?
As little or none as possible. And I explain that thoroughly in this second book.
Vegetable juices mostly.
The reason I'm having so much trouble today is because yesterday during the lab test, of course, when you're having the hypoglycemic, the insulin test, forgot the name of the test now. Glucose tolerance test. They give you sugar water and all that concentrated water. And I don't drink water. I maybe have a cup a week. And in the winter, I don't drink it. Fall and winter, I don't drink any. So, and tomatoes I eat because, and all the foods that you eat, you can absorb 90 to 100% of the H2O. It can be absorbed and utilized intracellularly. But when you take water, only 8 to 10% of it can be utilized, and the rest, the other 90%, goes in and starts leaching good nutrients out of your body. It's great if you need to be everything dissolved. It'll help get rid of some contaminants. But what it does is it leaches much more too quickly. So it causes a lot more stress during detoxification. So if you're drinking milk, a quart of milk, a quart of juice, and eating tomatoes, you don't need water. Even if you're exercising, right? Athletes, muscle builders, I say 1 cup of water or 3 tomatoes, what would you rather have? And they'll take the 3 because it takes less time to eat, they're nourished, they don't get the dry mouth, they don't get dry skin. So they have some cream and tomatoes. What if
you're thirsty a lot for water?
That's only because you've gotten into the momentum of water, dehydrates more, so it causes you to catch-22. You keep getting more and more thirsty. Because that's what water does. Water is what? It's rain, it comes down, it dissolves the earth, rock and everything so the plants can eat. Very few animals have adapted to drinking water. Birds will only drink water in the season when they're only getting grains. Camels and elephants are basically the only animals that have adapted to drinking water.
Well, farm animals will drink some.
Only because they're not given fresh food. They're given dried hay and stuff like that. Sugars, grain. But if they're out eating grasses, they don't get nearly water.
That was a good experiment with my dog. He used to eat the dry fruit, and he drank the water
all day.
The bowl, I couldn't keep it full enough, and now he's been eating all raw, and then water sits there for a week or 2 before he even drinks out of it. He gets it all from the,
what they do now. I was reading a book on water. Water is very important is to drink water. Maybe I remember reading about when women get pregnant and they're this morning sickness is because they don't have enough water. Okay, because it's not only because and I'm believing this now. I really thought because I was so sick when I was. So I thought that's the reason. Okay, because I wasn't drinking enough water because the antibiotic good, the baby needs water, and what about me? Well, anyway. So then I'm reading this book in the hospital, and my daughter's boyfriend, an ex-Marine, came to visit, and I showed him the book. He said, "Oh yeah, I know all about that." He said, "The Marine Corps." I said, "How do you know about this?" He knows everything about everything now. And I said, "Okay." I said, "How do you know about this?" He said, "Well, when we were in the Marine Corps, whenever you had a complaint of any kind of any problem, health problem, they would just drink more water. That was their answer: drink more water." So I'm thinking all along, drink more water. And yet I'm thinking to myself, how come every time I drink water, I'm running to the bathroom and I think I'm depositing more than I'm drinking.
You are. It just starts pulling out minerals, it starts pulling out nutrients, and dumping them every time you urinate. All those good nutrients. in Asia and India, they drink their urine to recycle it. Because the proteins, everything that's in your blood is in your urine except for a little bit more ammonia and less red blood cells that's in the blood. So your urine and your blood are the same, except there are not many red blood cells, and there's no ammonia in your blood. Should be no ammonia in your blood. So when you drink the urine, you're recycling all of that. And for civilizations who live on grain, they don't digest the protein the first time through, so they have to keep drinking. That's why urine therapy works for some people. In this diet, it doesn't work. You're too acid. Everybody's too acid.
Why were these people drinking their own urine?
To get the nutrients. In other words, they didn't deposit it in the ground. They wanted to keep those nutrients going. Because it was concentrated nutrients. When you drink water, it just leaches everything out. Yeah. That's why urine therapy is so...
Doesn't it depend on the quality of the water that you're drinking?
No. It always will dehydrate you.
Food combining will make you hold water, won't it? Remember?
Oh yes, it causes swelling and bloating.
Even if it's structured water?
Even if it's structured water. Water is no such thing as structured water unless it's in fat in a food. This is structured water. There's 70% water in here, 80% water in here. There's 86% water in milk.
In any fruit or vegetable, don't you have structured water, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you eat those foods, the ones that don't cause you imbalances, so you stay away from the high fruits, get into the high sugar fruits, and get into the low sugar fruits, like the tomatoes, cucumbers, zucchini, stuff like that. But you juice them, and you get all that structured water. It won't leach from your body.
What's wrong with
straight water leaches?
What's wrong with just eating them whole? You're still going to get the water.
Because there's too much cellulose in the summer squash.
Oh, the summer squash.
Yeah. And the tomatoes, that's fine.
Yeah, but
you don't have to juice the tomatoes.
You don't have to juice lettuce or,
Yeah, you do, because it's too high in cellulose. I went over that.
Oh, I said that.
Oh. You were talking? Okay, we're going to have to start the...
About pH.
Yeah.
Like, are you very acidic?
No. I drink my vegetable juice so I don't get acidic. That's why you drink the vegetable juice. Well, you'll be a little bit miserable. Won't create a lot of degeneration. You'll just be more irritable. A little bit more, sensitive on this diet. Pardon?
Who's got your cars right behind the red truck?
Explain that. Who already has the tape ready?
I do.
Okay, let's do you first.
No, I'm not here to get a
No, wait,
with
wait,
you
Aajonus, I can do
I'm all
this.
prepared for
Ready?
tomorrow. I just
We're all
in
set.
there. Go ahead.
We're all set?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your name? Mark. Mark. Okay. Relax your thumbs. Okay. Protein in your left testis is disintegrated by about 50%. The right one about 30%. So you need lots of protein. But they're still working. Testes are working fine. You have a history of very overactive adrenal glands. So you need to keep fruit and stuff like that down to a minimum, or else you're likely to get hyper. Pancreas is working okay. On the right side, on the left side, it's pretty debilitated. So I'd say you have about 25% of your pancreas working, which is pretty good. So you'd handle one piece of fruit a day, fine. It's too much. You're not handling it properly. It means it's deteriorating your bones. Also the protein. It's going into your glands to get the protein. Because if it can't find it in the blood, it'll go into your glands. That's what I say. It's eating away 50% of this particular gland. Up here, it's dissolved almost completely your thyroid. Thyroid's not active. Your parathyroid on the right side is good. Your parathyroid on your left is half gone too. Tonsil area is almost all gone. Did you have your tonsils removed? Doesn't look scarred.
No, I never did.
I mean, they're functioning. Your thyroid and parathyroid, but your thyroid is deteriorated. Very poor circulation in the intestines. Lots of metal around the heart. Lots of metal in the left kidney. Lots of metal in the liver. Lots of metal in the right kidney. The thymus gland on the right side is good. On the left, it's not functioning. Lots of metals in the brain, the neck, shoulders. Can I recommend that you have 60% red meat and 40% white meat. 30% of the 40% white should be fowl, like chicken, either red or white meat, doesn't matter, of the chicken. Juice, I recommend 80% celery, 20% parsley. After about 5 months, lower it to 70% celery, 20% parsley, and 10% zucchini or cucumber. A good balance of both butter and cream. When you have meats, half and half. I'm going to suggest that you have about 2 ounces of cream and 3 tablespoons of butter with each meat meal. Recommend that you have 2 meat meals a day rather than 3. So as I said in the book, if I suggest a 2 meat meal day, the whole pattern for eating is in the recipe book. So it's start off the day with the juice, then go to the meat meal. And remember, eating a meat meal is the first stable meal of the day. Will get your brain to use pyruvate to make glycogen. That means you'll be much clearer thinking, you'll be much calmer, you'll be more alert. If you go for milk or any fruit, after the juice, you're going to create carbohydrates, which have a lot of byproduct, the advanced glycation end product, that will throw your thinking and blood sugar levels off. So follow the pattern in there. For you, follow the pattern for 2 meat meals a day.
Okay. Is eggs considered fowl?
No. It's not a meat. Like I said, it's not a mature protein. And I recommend that you have about 6 to 8 eggs a day. And have 4 of them Rocky style, and you could have 3 in some kind of a milkshake.
But not in the morning. First I should have meat.
You should have meat. And then after that, or even with the meat, you could have some eggs along with the cream and butter. Like steak tartare. Or as part of a sauce. You could blend the egg, the cream and the butter together with some kind of onion or spice, whatever is in the recipe book. Flavor that you like. If you're going to drink water, make sure it is carbonated, because you're not transporting oxygen very well throughout the system. Red blood cells are damaged, probably because of all the metal poisoning in your bones. It's damaged your bone marrow. And the bone marrow is what produces your red and white blood cells. So if your bone marrow is toxic, your red and white blood cells are going to be weak. And even though you may have a good red blood cell content, you could still be anemic. Have anemic symptoms. And yours, because of the high hormonal activity, the adrenaline and the testosterone, and the parathyroids and the lymph glands in the throat and one side of the thymus because they're so overactive, you wouldn't notice the anemia because there would be too much energy there. However, it would damage what you would notice is that you would have less stamina. You'd be out of breath quicker because you're not absorbing and utilizing the oxygen in the blood as well. So the brain won't work as well. A lot of things won't work as well. Fruit, the type of fruit, pear is good for you. Apricots when they're in season. And everything I'm going to give you is in season. And occasionally some pineapple, but not much unless you have lots of fat with it. Lots of lymphatic congestion, so coconut cream is very good for you. Coconut cream and pineapple maybe every other day. But not a lot of pineapple, about a slice about maybe a half an inch thick by a circular diameter. Now if you slice it that way, you can put it face down on a plate and that'll seal it, so it doesn't spoil quickly. And it's always best to get unripe fruit. Remember, the ripe fruit is high in sugar. It means a lot of sugar byproducts to get in the blood. If it's unripe, lots of enzymes. It's the way all animals eat, even birds. They eat everything unripe. Let me give you an example. John Goodall, who made a film called The Beginning in the early 60s, is Jane Goodall's father. He followed some apes and throughout their lives before Jane was even into it, and saw them giving birth. But he showed that in this one tribe of gorillas, they noticed that all the gorillas, no matter who they were, and monkeys, ate the green bananas, and they would eat the peel and all. So they couldn't figure out why they did that, so they cut down. They figured they were just didn't want to wait. So they cut down a huge bunch. It was about from that wall to here of bananas, and they let them all ripen, and then they threw them out into they followed the tribe of gorillas for a couple of weeks until they all got ripe, and then they threw this big bunch out there, and the gorillas were going around and trying to figure out what it was, and they'd tear one off and smell it, go like this, and they'd try to eat it, and it would squish out all over, so they learned to peel it and start eating it. And within 40 minutes of them eating it, they started fighting over it, and they started going manic and crazy. And they kept eating and eating and eating, and finally they started killing each other. So they realized that the high sugar was a problem. I thought because they ate all the fats that I wouldn't have that problem, but I still was pretty manic, eating a lot of fruit, sweet fruit. And lots of berries for you with coconut cream and cream to get rid of the metals. But only one fruit meal a day. Only one. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
I didn't know I had so many things wrong.
Well, you're one of those high...
I'm always strung out. I work out. Matter of fact, this morning I was doing Hapkido and Jiu-Jitsu.
Well, as I say, you have all that hormonal activity. You got the adrenal glands and the testosterone of an athlete who can spend 8-10 hours a day being an athlete. If your blood were better, you could have done it for a profession.
But that can improve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Excuse me 1 second.
Okay.
I'll see you Monday.
Okay. Oh, her. Sherry.
So concentrate more on cream than milk.
Milk's good for you, it's like I said, but since you work out, you need a lot of tomatoes. Tomatoes and cream together.
That's one thing I really like.
Tomatoes and cream together. you find you won't be drinking all that water, and you'll have a lot more strength and energy. Thank you. You're welcome. Hi, your name?
Gail.
Gail. Hi, Gail. Nice to meet you. Cold, too thin, no fat in your tissue. Okay, you have overactive ovaries. The protein is broken down in them. The right one is much better than the left. Usually in women it's the other way around. A very long history of overactive adrenal glands, so it shows hyperactivity. The left side of the pancreas is almost shot, and the right side is only about 20% functional. So you have about 10% functionality of the pancreas. So you're I'm not a doctor and I'm not diagnosing it, but from what I see, you would be termed borderline diabetic. The left side of the thyroid is working okay. The left side. The right side is working very well. The left parathyroid is working very well. No? Well, this one looks completely deteriorating. This one looks like it might have grown back if you had it removed, but it shows very little tonsil activity, which means that your brain's not as being as protected. Tonsils protect the brain. The thymus is okay. The intestines, especially the right side, the small intestines, are completely dehydrated and shriveling. You have some digestive problems. But that's I've seen that people have cancer of the intestines at this stage. So, and this would be on the left side, the small intestines, in this area. So what kind of digestion problems do you have?
Well, I've never been diagnosed with anything, but I've had for several years, well, up until recently, it's very hard for me to digest certain foods, especially high fats. But most of them are the cooked fats, the fried fats. And
because the body doesn't send them out to the liver, because the liver's not even handling, because the liver is full of metals, and the duct going into it doesn't look like it's open very well. So the liver is in really bad shape, the kidney's in bad shape, and lots of metal all over in the kidney area. So, you've got this bad digestion on the left side and the bad liver. So you need to eat lots of, like I did with the poison mushroom. I forced my body to make that liver work by forcing myself to eat 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds of butter a day. I'm not suggesting that much for you, because you're not in that kind of shape. But I would suggest a minimum of 6 ounces of raw cream a day and 4 tablespoons of raw butter a day, unsalted raw butter a day.
Why unsalted?
The salt causes dehydration, doesn't allow the water to be used properly, causes magnesium imbalance, causes more dehydration, causes more pain, causes more water to causes edema in the glands and in the circulatory system. You can do it in the brain and cause swelling in the brain. So sodium is not good in any form, unless it's in like tomatoes, which are highest in sodium. So I say tomatoes are the best place to get your water, because it's almost a perfect balance. Unless you're sucking oyster juice. That's high in sodium. If you like things that are really salty, just blend it with make a sauce with an oyster in it, and then you get plenty of salt that'll be used fine, in a fine way. But it isn't the sodium that's causing all that sweetness. It's a balance of all the minerals. See, minerals, it isn't just salt that causes the sweetness and sugars that cause it's the minerals that cause the sweetness. Because how can tomatoes be that sweet when they're not high in sugar? It's because certain minerals have sweet tastes. You have lots of jaundice. It means you've been fat deficient for so long, your body has used bile which is to digest fat. You just use bile in place of fat to bind with your poisons. So you're going to have a jaundice condition for quite a while. You may even get brown spots as heavy amounts of, as they discharge.
Okay.
Usually takes, if you're on a good diet, like this diet, usually takes 6 to 9 months, before they dissolve and go away. Well, if you're not on a raw diet, they stay forever, your whole life. The worst spot that I saw came out on a Hawaiian, and that stayed for a year and a half. And sometimes, like my girlfriend, came out bright orange, then turned brown, and then was gone in 6 months. But it was orange for about a month. It was brown for about 6 months. I'm going to recommend that you do 2 days of 2 meat meals a day, then go for 1 day of 3 meat meal a day, 2 meat meals 2 days, 1 meat meal, 3 meat meals 1 day. So alternate like that, because you've got a little bit of a hodgepodge, and that'll keep you in a good balance if you do that.
What about milk?
Well, definitely no cold milk. I would have your milk at least 12 hours out of the refrigerator. It doesn't have to be real warm, but as long as it's out of the refrigerator in a dark cupboard, building the bacteria. But what happens, it looks like the milk's going to start pulling out some of these poisons out of the liver, and it's going to make you nauseous. And it'll be less nausea if it's warm. But you're going to have to deal with it. You can eat some cheese if you get nauseous on a regular basis. Eat sugar cubes, like 1-2 sugar cube sized amounts of cheese at a time, and that'll absorb some of the poisons that are dumping into the stomach. Nausea is always poisons dumping into the stomach. So fat will arrest it. Cheese is a fat that isn't digested in the system very well, but it's a great sponge for poisons. I mean, you can always dilute the poisons by drinking cream or something like that, but sometimes that always doesn't sit so well because it's not really a sponge. It just coats and chelates with it. And it's a big waste of some good tasty good nutrients. Relax your... Severe dehydration in the intestinal and whole abdominal cavity, all around the liver. Have you had hepatitis?
No.
Or just were not diagnosed? Or?
Never diagnosed with it.
That's what I mean, just not diagnosed with it.
Right.
You have all the indications of somebody who's had hepatitis. But hepatitis is the last ditch save for your liver. That's why you don't want to stop. You don't want to stop hepatitis. It's a virus that usually starts dissolving the liver, just like the poison mushroom did for me. Starts dissolving the liver. You just need to eat a good raw diet with lots of buffalo liver, or some kind of organically grown, mainly grazed meat liver. And I suggest you have liver 3 pounds a week. That's a lot at first, and I suggest you do that for about 3 weeks minimum, and then cut it down to 1 pound a week. But I would really give it a boost. Pardon?
You've got a good recipe,
Yeah.
right? I hope.
Several ways. Okay, because even though you don't look anemic, and it looks like there's a lot of indications of types of anemia. So I'm going to suggest, and you should not be a person who eats a high ratio of red meat to white. If you were healthy, I would say 50-50. Since it doesn't look like you're as healthy as you should be, and you're on the other side, I would suggest that for a while you eat 70% red meat and 30% white. 20% of the white, 20 to 25% should be fowl, and 5 to 10% seafood. When you eat the red meat, I'm going to suggest that you have some fish with it, your seafood with it. That way you won't get over acidic from the red meat. Because you're likely to get a little irritable from having too much red meat. But it isn't really too much for you. You just need some alkalinity there to balance it. And then you'll be level with it. Fruit, lots of metal in your brain, especially the left side. Lots of metal in the left ovary, through the kidney, adrenal gland. Some on the right side. All around the liver, like I said. So you need berries. I would stick pretty heavily with berries. If you can't get fresh, organic berries, organic is the key point with berries to remove metals from the body. Because pesticides carry a lot of heavy metals, a lot of alkaloids, so you don't want that. So you can get the Cascadian Farms organic frozen berries. And eat that with, like, I would say you start off with 1 ounce of coconut cream and 3 ounces of raw cream, and make that 2.5 ounces of raw cream and 1.5 tablespoons of butter. For that mix, you can blend it together, mix it together, whatever you like. And the berries, not too many raspberries, but mainly the dark berries, blueberries, mulberries, boysenberries, blackberries. And have that in the afternoon, like it says in the book. You probably do better if you let the milk sit until it turns into kefir. It means when it starts getting thick. You know, you can wait till it gets yogurt till it's very thick. And just keep it in a dark cupboard. Vegetable juice, I'm going to suggest 60% celery, 15% parsley. Can see your eyes in that. Take out your glasses. Hold your head up a little higher. Your lymphatic system is pretty congested, so I'm going to recommend that you have about, you have berries 4 days a week. You have pineapple with more coconut cream, like 3 ounces of coconut cream. It may make you nauseous. Suffer it. 1 ounce of cream. And the pineapple should be no more than 1/4 inch thick. Circular. Unripe.
Unripe.
Yep.
Not in the refrigerator.
It's okay if it's in the refrigerator. That doesn't matter. And have 5% of your vegetable juice pineapple. Per cup, that's going to work out to about a tablespoon. So what you do is you don't juice the pineapple, you puree it, and you pour it into the vegetable juice.
So my vegetable juice is celery?
It's going to be 70% celery, or did I say 60%? 60% celery, 15% parsley, 5% pineapple, and the rest summer squash, like zucchini.
And yellow. Is yellow okay? Yellow squash is okay?
Yellow is fine. Okay. As long as it's not the orange squashes. And it's not the, it's the large one, the acorn squash. No, it's got to be summer squash. So the crook neck and the sunburst are okay. Yellow. The others are too high in carbs, too much sugar.
Oh, that's why I like them.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll let you know.
All right. Nice
do you have extra tape stuff? by chance? People could buy a to tape their sessions?
No, I have a couple of tapes left.
No, there's no line. I have some.
You know, if somebody's fast at writing, they can jot this down.
You gotta be real fast. We're all brain dead.
For the next couple hours.
I have just, I have about 2 hours here, whatever's left here.
Okay.
You
got the wrong one.
Well, if they just give the first and last names, I can pick up from where it is and retape for them.
Okay.
Okay?
Eva, are you
I don't know
taping
what
this
else
still
to
on
do.
yours too? Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't come equipped with smaller tapes.
You got it side A, right? That's side A?
Yeah, that's side A.
No.
Oh, just.
Yeah, well,
Are you?
I don't know.
What's your name?
Diane.
Diane. Hi, Diane.
Hi, how are you?
Diane Walensky.
I'm taping it on that one. Thanks, you can see it.
Okay.
So maybe I can make it wrong.
Relax your thumbs.
3, 4, and die.
Okay. The protein in your left ovary is almost completely gone. The right's okay. Had a history of overactive adrenals, but don't look like they've been functioning very well. So if you get well, these adrenal glands will make you quite active.
If I get well,
Yeah.
okay. This will pop out again?
No, that's not to puff out. That just shows hyperactive adrenal glands. It just, because of the coloring, it looks like they're just not very active right now. Pancreas, yeah, the left side is probably working by 5-10%. The right side is probably working by 2 or 3%. So it's pretty gone.
Too much
Pardon?
sugar? Too much sugar?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it'd probably be better if you only had fruit once every other day in the afternoon with fat. And I recommend that you have the 3.
Cakes and goodies.
No.
No.
I recommend that in the recipe book you use the 3 meat meal a day regime.
3 meat meals.
3 meat meals a day.
Okay. Red or white?
Pardon?
Red or white?
I recommend 75 to 80% red meat, and then 20 to 25% white meat, and about 20% of that should be fowl, and 5% should be seafood. It would be good for you to combine all the meats in that ratio each time you eat. You'll be more balanced, feel better. Lots of metals in your brain and in your shoulders. Lots of metal in the left ovary. It's another reason protein is gone.
How can you tell the metal?
The coloring. The right kidney is full of metals. Lots of metal around the liver. Half the liver doesn't look like it's working. The left kidney, very debilitated. Heart muscles a little weak. Lots of metals right outside the heart. And then the thymus. The left thyroid is okay. Parathyroid's very good. And you have your tonsils.
So why am I so heavy? Why did I explain?
Well, you're not processing your fats. That's a liver problem with you. Your tonsils look good. Do you have your tonsils?
No, I don't.
What happened? This one it looks like it was removed. This one looks like it's regrown, or you've grown lymph glands to compensate for the missing. See the way this one is folding right here? That usually happens with removal, tonsil removal. But over here you see this nice mound. You may have grown it back. I just grew back a tonsil when I was 53, 55 now, and that was 50 years after losing them. I had a terrible sore throat for a few days, and I looked in there. There was the tonsil.
Wow.
Grew back. The right parathyroid's not working so well, and the right thyroid isn't working at all. Thymus is okay, but it's heavy metals in it on both sides.
So you have two thyroids, you got a right thyroid and a left?
Yeah, right side and left side thyroid.
Okay. And where's the
Yeah,
parathyroid?
Parathyroids are dotting it.
Okay. So
The thymus is here.
So I'm worried about the one with the weight. Okay.
That's not your problem.
That's not my problem.
Your thyroid's not your problem.
No.
You're not metabolizing sugars, so they're being made into acetones, which are toxic fats that can't be utilized. So you have to stay away from all those things. Yeah. You need the good fats.
Okay.
Cream, the butter, stuff like that.
Okay.
Juice, I'm going to recommend just a basic one. You need the heavy sodium, so 80% celery, 15% parsley, and 5% summer squash, especially cucumber.
How much cucumber?
5% of the juice.
5%.
Yeah. Circulation in the small intestines is terrible.
Where is that?
To the small intestines.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
I'm right here.
Right in here.
Okay.
Right here. Doesn't look like there's any good circulation in there. Lots of
Right,
scarring.
Can I tell you right now that
Yeah.
I got an adjustment from an osteopath. They did something to my area right here. I just have such weak congestion. So I went back to a different chiropractor and told him about it. And they did an ultrasound and they just with another chiropractor and he says you've got a problem right there. It's got to do with your digestion and your breathing, which I'm having trouble with.
Well, if you get the right nutrients into your body will be able to repair that. When you have that much...
Without an adjustment?
No, you still need adjustments.
Okay.
You're going to continue to need them. You've got so much toxicity in the intestines, it's backing up into your spine. Because you have a certain amount of nerves that go from the spine to the stomach and digestive tract.
Right, right. You don't know
Those
which
are
comes first.
so congested, it's backing all the way up into the spine. All the way up to your clavicle. So it'll affect you all the way up to the, the shoulder blades. Hot baths, hot water bottles, any of that will help. If you're lying on your back or your stomach, you put them at your sides. If you're lying on your sides, you can put it at your back and your stomach. The hot water bottles are the things to use. You don't want to use heating pads because heating pads put off electromagnetic fields and it alters the cellular structure, molecular structure of the cells. And it's very damaging. They don't reproduce well after that and they stay weak. The heating pads, yes. Electric. So you want to use hot water bottles.
How about a hydroxylated pad with the silicone gel?
No.
Is that the thing that you microwave?
Yeah, because it's radioactive. It emits radiation into your body. That's how it works.
It's just like
The silicone is just the medium to heat the pad.
Yeah, but it does it by radiation. It's radiation excited.
No.
the stuff that you put in the microwave.
No, the stuff that you have to put in hot water.
Hot water.
Physical therapy stuff.
Well, that's a little different, but it usually gets too hot.
Then you can actually tell.
Yeah, wrap it in an extra towel. Yeah, but it's risky
You're better off.
because it's better not to get it too hot. Because if you get it too hot, you'll destroy the enzymes in your spine or wherever it's resting against. And then you'll lose function in the area, circulation in the area. Fruits. Well, that's all the scarring. It's just your hidal is completely scar tissue.
So what do I do? Yeah.
Your body has to dissolve some of it. It's going to dump. It's going to cause.
It's not going to regenerate that.
Well, it's going to take a long time to get rid of some scar tissue, but it will regenerate eventually. As long as you're not putting toxic foods into your body, not all the acetates that will be formed from the carbohydrates, especially cooked carbohydrates, that'll collect in that area and make it worse. As long as you don't eat those, and you're eating lots of cream, it will soothe that area. So you won't have all the heartburn and that effect, and you'll have less pain. If you put heavy foods in there that don't digest easy, that are high in sugars, they have to form poor acetates or high in advanced glycation end products, it will cause more irritation to that ulcer.
That's sphincter muscle for that stomach. If it's a hiatal hernia, it's opened up completely, right? It's just like
the hiatal is a membrane. The hiatal is a membrane that separates the stomach from the lungs. It's not the sphincter. Okay. What happens when the hiatal gets very toxic like that, when cells start dissolving that scar tissue, it dumps it right above the sphincter. And it just dumps it down in there, so the acids cause a burning all the way up, heartburn, or they're caused indigestion, they dump.
Can you back up? What did you say about the hiatal? Explain to me from the very beginning.
Okay, the hiatal is a membrane that separates the stomach from the lungs.
Oh.
That's the hiatal. Okay. Hiatal means you have a hernia means that you have a tear, an ulcer in it, where your lung starts going through, your stomach starts pushing up. One or the other is passing through a tissue that doesn't belong in that area. That's a hernia, tear in that. Well, when it's acidic like that, the only place that the hiatal can dump its poisons are right around that muscle above it. And it causes the acid burn. And it causes burning all the way up, and causes gas, and causes the acids into the stomach to be very highly toxic and cause swelling. So if you eat the cream and the cheese, it'll absorb it. But it takes a while to break that down, because that membrane has no release.
But that membrane can heal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
It just takes a while. I would say berries 3 days a week with 2 ounces of coconut cream, 1 ounce of cream, and 1.5 tablespoons of butter. Pears are good for you. Cantaloupe, but it has to be unripe.
Unripe, I don't understand unripe. Ripe cantaloupe.
Firm. So when you cut it, it's chewy like an apple rather than like soft.
So it
mealy.
It won't be sweet then, right?
It'll still be sweet, but not dirt sweet.
Okay.
And tomatoes are also better, more green, firm. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think a man should go after a woman.
That's fine. Okay, relax your thumbs. Okay, your left testy is almost completely dissolved. Relax the thumb. The right one is about 50% dissolved. You've had a history of very overactive adrenals, so you must have been a guy that always active and always doing. That's usually what that implies. However, the folds here show that this one is completely debilitated right now. This one was never debilitated. This one showed that it was still producing lots of adrenaline, but this shows debilitation in it. The pancreas on the left side is working probably 10%. On the right side, it's pretty shot. So I would say it's borderline diabetic. Again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not diagnosing. The left thyroid isn't working so well. Parathyroids don't look like it's working at all. The tonsil area looks very good. Tonsil on both sides look good. The parathyroid on the right side is excellent. The thyroid on the right side is pretty good.
I don't have my tonsils here.
No? Well, then you've developed some very good lymph glands to support it. you still have lots of scarring around it. Both of them right in the center of this one, but all around in this one. But it still shows good function, protecting the brain. Very poor circulation in the intestines, small intestines. On here, the descending colon is not good, poor circulation there. Do you have a problem with constipation?
Mild problem.
You're dehydrating everywhere. You see all this wrinkling happens all over? You're not handling your fluids well at all. You're drinking too much water?
I thought I wasn't drinking enough.
No, you're drinking way too much water. You need to eat tomatoes, you need to eat milk, you need to eat things where you can utilize the water 100%. You look like a person that doesn't utilize water at all. It just disintegrates you.
Seems to pass right through me.
Yep. And it just pulls good nutrients out as it goes. The body's trying to tell you something. Do you have a lot of stiffness in the shoulders, neck?
Well, I've always had a problem in my shoulders, but it's never been a major problem. There's some discomfort. Get my shoulder in a certain position.
Well, it's hardly any lubrication up there. All the muscles are just raw. I'm going to recommend that you have 8 ounces of cream a day. Break it up into 4 ounces with each meat meal, and 2 tablespoons of butter. I'm going to recommend that in the evening that you have the lubrication formula that's in the book. Juice, I'm going to recommend 80% celery, 20% parsley. Make that 15% parsley and 5% summer squash, mainly cucumber. If the cucumber isn't organic, peel it. Oh, they've bastardized the meaning of organic, as I was stating earlier. So if you get zucchini or apple or orange or any fruit that looks shiny like it's waxed, you know it's waxed. And they're allowed to use 3 to 5% petroleum product and still call it organic. That's the FDA for you. So peel it. They allow 2 to 5% petroleum. No, those rules don't even say it, don't even mention it. But their own private rules. They won't cite anybody that only has 3 to 5% chemicals in it.
But they're not supposed to, but they won't.
They're not supposed to, yeah. You have lots of metal poisoning throughout the body. Were you around chemicals?
No, not that I know of.
You were raised around farms?
No.
In a city?
All my
airport?
All my neighbors use Chem Lawn on their lawns, and I've been in that situation for the last 7 years.
And could be it. Pretty bad. I would say 5 days a week. Use berries with cream. Coconut cream make you a little too nauseous if you have too much. So 1 ounce of coconut cream, 2 ounces of cream, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of butter with your afternoon berries. And I recommend 2 meat meals for you a day. That plan in the book, 2 meat meals. And the other days don't have any fruit. Just have eggs or a milkshake with no fruit. Once a week you could have pineapple, like in a half an inch circular slice of pineapple with that same mixture of butter, cream, and coconut cream. Did I give you the ratio of meat?
No.
Okay. I'm going to suggest 80% red meat for about 2 years, 2.5 years, 20% white, 15% of that should be fowl, 5% should be seafood. And I would have it equal that ratio with each meat meal, the 2 meat meals that you have in a day. Okay.
What about prostate and urinary bladder?
Well,
you read that on here?
Well, that I can read that in the eyes, but I can't read that here. It shows down here that you've got a lot of scarring in that area and swelling in the prostate. But I'm always reluctant to say about those unless I can see it in the eye. But there is swelling. I just don't know what's causing it. Okay. Oh, and because I used to give the quantities of meat per individual, but that's in the recipe book. It says for your size, anybody who's over 5 foot needs 1 pound a day, minimum. And that's just not red meat. I mean, that's talking about all meats. When I use the word meat, it means no matter red, white, seafood, whatever. That's flesh food. Okay? Thank you. You're welcome. Very protein deficient on the left side. Probably 25% of the right ovary is disintegrated. Lots of metal poisoning in the right ovary and left. He had a history of very overactive adrenal glands. Shows a lot of hyperactivity. Looks like the pancreas is completely shot, so if I were you, I would consider myself diabetic. The thyroid doesn't look like it's working very well on the left side. Parathyroids are fine. Lots of scarring at the tonsil area on both sides. Parathyroid on the right side is barely functioning. The right thyroid doesn't look like it's functioning. The thymus is barely functioning on the left side, right side, but okay on the left. The entire chest cavity is starting to shrink. You're becoming tight in the chest. Yeah. Well, as soon as caving in and pulling your shoulders over, this whole area is starting to cave in.
He had very serious surgery this past year, total hip replacement. Metal.
So probably what happens, they coated you with mercury, the methylate or mercurochrome, which is liquid mercury, and it's gone to your chest. Because this is heavy metal all throughout here, both sides. It's gone down, damaged the heart too. The left kidney is almost completely saturated with metals. Right is too. Yep, they used a lot of garbage on you, lots of metal in the brain. How do you feel?
Well, I got my flexibility back, which I feel grateful for that. Tired. I'm tired. Real easy. Yeah, fatigue.
Because I would say that you'd be in chronic fatigue, and it's going to be hard to get you out of it. Lots of, I would recommend that you have juice, 60% celery, 15% parsley, 15% cilantro, and the rest summer squash. Now, cilantro is going to pull out the heavy metals. So you need a fat right along with your juices, because the juices will be refrigerated. You need to have if you're having butter or coconut cream or cream with it, you could have one or all three of them. but no more than 2 tablespoons with each juice, each 8 ounces. If it's a coconut cream, when it's refrigerated, it's like butter, it's hard. So you have it before you drink the juice. If it's a raw cream from the goats, from the cows, you just mix it in.
Mix it in with the juice.
In the juice, right before you drink it. If it's a butter, you have to eat it before you drink. And I would rotate, or have all 3 at one time before each juice. But don't have the same fat with each juice, because it'll go pull out metals out of different places, and you want to rotate the areas because that's very toxic. And the reason that you're just dissolving everywhere because you don't have good fats. You're not absorbing your minerals because you lack the proper fats. So you need lots and lots of. It's going to be difficult because you need the weight, and yet because of the surgery, too much weight is going to cause stress in those areas because the surgery has been so recent. So you're going to have to, keep a balance of it. Go up a little bit slower than normal and hold it for maybe 9 months. The excess weight, take 2 months to take it off. For maybe 10 years. There's a weight loss program in the recipe book that will help you. For fruit, I'd recommend only the berries, the dark berries, to help get rid of the metal poisoning, with 2 ounces of coconut cream and 2 ounces of raw cream. With the meats, you need about 2 ounces of cream. How tall are you?
5'1.5".
Okay. With the first meat meal, 1 ounce of cream and 2 tablespoons of butter. So it's 2 tablespoons of each. And then to use the 2 meat meals a day. And for the evening meat meal, have 2 ounces of cream and 1 tablespoon of butter. Every other day in the evening, I'd like you to have the moisturizing formula. It's in the book. It tastes like a lemon meringue drink. Meat, I'm going to recommend. Did I already recommend meat?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I did. 80%
And what type?
red.
Red meat?
Pardon?
Red meat?
80% red. A little bit. Well, what I'm going to suggest is that you have, every time you have red meat, you have some seafood with it, so you don't get too acid and too irritable. And lots of tomatoes.
A few years ago, prior to the surgery, I thought I was too acidic. I was breaking out in eczema. Been to 3 different skin doctors. Finally, just went away by itself. But in my hands, body, I was itching like crazy.
Well, you've got all this dehydrated tissue and lots of sugar byproducts in there. So you have molds that are trying to eat it, yeast products that are trying to eat it. So that causes itching. But if you have enough cream and tomatoes, you'll be fine. And be sure to have your juice, even if it makes you a little sleepy and tired. Just take a nap.
How can you do that when you're working 12 hours a day?
You have to take an hour out of your day. Even John F. Kennedy took an hour out of his day as the president. He said, "Nobody bothers me between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock." Took his nap. Pardon?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He needed to rest for them for the evening. You're welcome. Okay. Well, the columns are too high. Okay. What is your name? Dan. Dan. Hi, Dan. Nice to meet you. Relax your thumbs. Okay. Overactive and strong testes, history of overactive adrenal glands, usually implies that somebody's has a high sexual, nature. So if you don't have a partner, you need to take care of yourself. The left side of the pancreas is about 20% operative, and I take care of myself. Same reason. The right side of the pancreas is working about 10%, so it looks like you're borderline diabetic. That's what happens. Pancreas overworks and overworks, and then it breaks down. And you're deteriorating. I mean, you're still not at that point where you're diabetic, but you're borderline. This side looks completely shot. Thyroid gland, right side looks okay. The thymus is even better, but lots of metals around it. Lots of metals. Looks like you have some kind of growth in the liver. Left thyroid looks okay. Parathyroid's not functioning. The right and left tonsils don't look like they're functioning.
There isn't any tonsils.
Yeah, that's why.
I did have I was diagnosed at one point with liver, lung, and bone cancer a couple of years ago, and had treatments and did a lot of stuff. And then they reduced it down to thinking it might be a small cyst on the liver.
Well, it's not a little cyst anymore. If they treated you, that thing's pretty big. It takes up about, a third of the liver. You don't have any signs of bone cancer. What you do is have metal in your bones, and that creates creates an anemia and a blood contamination that looks like blood cancer.
I'm recently getting the amalgams taken out of my teeth, metal.
Are you going to?
Yeah, I'm in the process of doing that.
Okay.
And the doctor's going to give me cilantro and other things to take after the treatment.
Yeah, but it doesn't help unless you have lots of fat with it. So you have to take lots of cream. Cream has affinity to the nerves, and that's where mercury goes, into the nerves mostly. So lots of cream, and I mean you should be drinking 8 to 10 ounces of cream a day, minimum. And gain lots of weight because you need to protect yourself. You need to get all that metal out of the bone. Did you work with chemicals?
Not that I know of.
It looks like you inhaled them because it's right around, because it's in the whole digestive canal going down, locks into the kidneys, and then goes in from there to the bones and the hip, the spine. So probably inhaled.
I wonder. Not that I'm aware of.
Did you grow up around the airport? Farming land? City?
Well, yeah, in Chicago. Well, in the suburbs.
That's usually not that bad unless there's a plant nearby.
Secondhand smoke? Well, I did smoke cigars a lot.
Cigars is pretty bad, even though you don't inhale. The smoke goes around. There's heavy metals in that.
It's been about 3-4 years.
It stays in your body for a lifetime. Unless you get the right nutrients to remove it. Juice I'm going to recommend 60% celery, 15% parsley, 10% cilantro, and the rest summer squash. I recommend that you put a hot water bottle at your right side to get that liver functioning. Because every time that I've seen cancer take over a body is when the liver stops functioning. Stops digesting the fats, dissolve dead cells, so they start collecting. And your liver is pretty close. I mean, I would say 90% of your liver doesn't look like it's functioning. There's only 10% functioning.
Okay.
And that's like after my poison mushroom. So you need to get that functioning. You need to force it to function.
A lot of fat.
A lot of fat.
Raw.
Of course. There's no other language with me. And the kidneys are pretty bad, so hot water bottle all in this area, put them on both sides. At both sides. I'm going to suggest the lubrication formula for you. I'd like you to make one and have half of it with each meat meal, plus 2 tablespoons of cream. 2 ounces of cream with each meat meal. And I'm going to recommend liver, 3 pounds a week for about 6 months. That's heavy on it, but you need to do as much as possible, because if this goes into liver cancer with that much gone, it's not going to be easy.
How many meat meals a day?
Well, I would say one day 2 meat meals, the next day 3, alternate. Normally, you should have 2 meat meals a day.
Yeah.
But because you need so much protein regulated at least every other day, I would alternate. After a couple of years, you cut it down to the 1. The 1, 2 a day consistently. And how old are you?
51.
You still have some growth hormones left. So I'm going to recommend that from the next 6 years, because that looks like how long it will be unless, if you don't eat a lot now, keep it going, because it looks like you're aging pretty rapidly. So eat 1.5 to 2 pounds of meat a day. And force it. You can mix it with that, or even wash it down with the lube formula if you're having a problem. And with the liver, you can blend it with a little red onion. It's like pate. I hate it. But what I'll do is I'll spoon some out, wait about 10 minutes. I'll have another one. By the time 20 minutes goes by and I've had 2 tablespoons, it tastes delicious to me.
Yeah.
And then I can just eat it and eat it and eat it. But I have to I have to let my body get familiar with it each time. And then it's delicious.
Yeah.
I would suggest that you blend it with milk, because then it's very easy, but you can't get enough if you're blending it with milk, because it takes about 50% milk and 50% liver. But you can do it like that a couple of times.
Yeah.
But do the pate more often to get it down. And lots of berries, the dark berries, with 2 ounces of coconut cream and 2 ounces of raw cream. And just sip cream all day long. Lots of tomatoes. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Could you do me a favor and give me an egg? One that has something in it?
Like that.
Easy. Fast food.
I enjoy the yolk by itself, don't you? To just eat it.
Is that close enough to hear?
When you do this, the white comes out first. Always. Always yolk, always last.
Do you also do duck egg, quail eggs, goose eggs, ostrich eggs?
We've only had an ostrich egg.
Oh, how do you? It's on pause.
Boy, that was
Take
a...
off when he's talking. No, just push
How about
this.
Here we
No,
go.
might as well. If you want to, sure, go ahead.
So, Aajonus, if our farmers are going to the chickens, we need to get that changed. What are the things that
Raw corn, oats, any of the grains, as long as they're whole.
The natural diet, grass, bugs.
Yep,
But that's not enough to put the weight on them.
Oh, to put the weight on them, you throw them meat scraps.
Really?
Oh my God, that's what they live on. That's why chickens will eat each other. If they go without enough proteins and they're getting too much grain, they'll kill each other and start eating each other.
Meat scraps?
They'll kill one of the chickens.
Scraps are grains, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now you say raw grain, is that like dried field corn that's okay?
Yeah, cracked is a little bit better. It's easier for them to digest. But the meat scraps is the best. And you can usually get meat scraps, like 50 cents a pound or less, 20 cents a pound. Give them bones with meat on it, and they'll pick it off.
Raw meat scraps?
No.
Or any meat scraps?
Any meat scraps.
Any?
Fish, chicken, beef.
Cooked though?
No.
No, raw meat scraps.
Yeah. What is your name?
Linda.
Hi, Linda. Nice to meet you. Relax your hands. Relax your thumbs. Relax the thumb. There you go. Okay. Well, would you believe you're fat deficient?
Do I look it?
No, that's what I said.
Fat deficient?
Yeah.
Oh.
Every bit of, almost all the fat in your body is completely not moving. Your lymph system is just like solidified. So it's collected and congested all this stuff in your body.
I believe it. But I've been trying to work on it.
Yeah. I'm going to recommend that you eat about 4 ounces of coconut cream a day. So you have a tablespoon before each vegetable juice. And in your vegetable juice, I'm going to recommend 70% celery, 15% parsley, 5% pineapple puree, which means you put the pineapple into a blender and you blend it, get all the pulp and pour that into the vegetable juice. And then the rest summer squash. Even cucumbers, okay. And you have to have 1 tablespoon of coconut cream before you drink the vegetable juice. And put a half a tablespoon of cream in the juice right before you drink it.
Coconut cream? Or the...
No, you use coconut cream first,
Okay.
and then a half tablespoon of cream, cow's cream, in the juice. The left thyroid doesn't look like it's functioning very well. Lots of scarring at the left tonsil, and scarring at the right tonsil. Parathyroid's working excellently on the left side, right side. Looks like it's overstressed though. Thyroid on the right side is good. You're not transporting the oxygen to the system properly, along with all the lymphatic congestion. So lots of warm baths to get some of that fat dissolved and fluid again with the new raw fats coming in to dissolve it and make it move. So I would say, half an hour minimum in a bath, 45 minutes to an hour preferably.
I used to take that.
But if you do what I used to do, I would get into a bath at night and I would sleep in the bath.
Did you?
Yep. I'd wake up every hour and a half, 2 hours, freezing cold, warm the water, and go back to sleep again. And 6 hours in water like that is worth 10 hours in a bed.
Oh.
Okay.
And have something in the back?
Yeah. Yeah, have 2 tablespoons of sun-dried sea salt, 2.5 cups of raw milk, and 1/4 of a cup of, which is 2 ounces of raw apple cider vinegar.
I've done that, the vinegar.
And then you'll be able to sleep in there for a long time. Get that stuff moving and out of there. Pretty caked. Fruit, I suggest that every other day you have a 1/4-inch slice of pineapple, circular slice of pineapple, 2 ounces of coconut cream, and 2 ounces of cream. So you might mix them together so you're not so nauseous.
Yeah, I never did like coconut.
I know, because it'll start ripping that stuff out of your system. But get through it. It's your major detoxer. Do it. Force it. Yeah. Also, flax oil every other day with one of your meat meals, especially one of your white meat meals, because flax oil tastes like fish anyway. So I suggest having it with a fish meal. Flax
and how
oil.
much of that?
About 3 tablespoons minimum, up to 5 tablespoons with that meal.
I know about it, but I haven't really done that.
Yeah. Very poor circulation in the small intestines.
Where's that at?
On here.
And
lots of metal in the brain. So one day you'll have the pineapple, the next day have berries. The same ratio of cream to coconut cream.
my hands break out too. Also.
Yeah. Sugars.
Sugars?
Yeasts coming out, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. When it looks like this, yeah, it's yeast coming out. If they turn dark, at the joints around here, that's usually like antibiotic molds or molds from breads, stuff like that you've eaten. When it's like this, it's usually sugar molds, yeasts.
Okay, about 2 years and it breaks open. They break open.
Mm-hmm.
Been wondering and trying to figure out what it was.
Your lymph system isn't dissolving anything,
And
so
I'm taking herbs.
shouldn't be taking anything.
Shouldn't be taking anything?
They're more acid. No. Unless they're fresh. Your vegetable juice or your herbs is your herb tea.
Okay.
You just don't cook it.
Don't cook?
You don't cook your vegetable juice.
Right.
When you cook herbs or even dehydrate them, they turn acid in the system, and it takes a hell of a herbal digestive tract, an herbivore, to digest those vegetables properly. That's why we juice them. So herbs are not that good. I mean, if you're a lackey living in the rice fields and get no protein, it can be helpful. At times when there's no fresh vegetables available. But mainly it's not good.
So really stop doing this, stop taking
Any kind of supplement, any kind of herb, yeah. Raw cream and, the coconut cream is what you need to start clearing this system.
can you tell the lymph can you tell if it still have?
Well, as I say, I
You
looked
can
in your
see-
eyes
yeah,
and I see it in
know,
your hands.
saw you
Yeah,
looking.
yeah.
They still have it. They have been trying to clear it.
Oh,
I don't know how.
there's no way you're going to clear that without doing something drastic.
Yeah.
Like the baths and the coconut cream. It's been a long time building up.
Yeah,
30
for
years.
Sure, yeah, for sure. I'll be darned. And
So follow, 3 meat meals a day.
3
So
meat?
Yeah, 3 meat meals a day. So follow that pattern in the book
and
of eating.
parasites, don't worry about parasites. Is that
It'll
what you-
be a good friend, but your parasites is not something you should even think about. I doubt you're even going to get parasites. But your lymph system, because the lymph system, parasites don't feed on toxicity in the lymph. It takes solvents to dissolve that. And so I suggest the coconut cream and the flax oil.
Okay, and I have never liked coconut.
That's why. Just go in there and rip stuff out. And if you need to have a steady supply of, fats and proteins together, so I suggest you, anytime you're thirsty or hungry, have lots of eggs.
Eggs?
Eggs, like I just had, You can break them into a glass. When people get bothered by the eggs, it's the texture of the egg white. If you break it into a glass or do like I do, you suck a little of the egg white at a time. It's tasteless, benign as can be, and it's easy to swallow. If you try to put it all in your mouth at once, that causes the gagging effect. So a little bit of egg white. Most everybody loves the yolk, so it's a treat when you finish with the yolk. Some milk, not too much milk. Honey with your meat's good. So lots of cream and butter with your meat meals.
No salt butter. No salt.
Right.
I love butter.
Good.
I love it. Always have.
Good.
When they going for? How much butter? Did you say, or did I miss?
I would say about 5 tablespoons a day. You need cream. You need cream, yeah. I gave you the amount of cream and also coconut cream. Yeah. And eggs. But you have to have the protein 3 times a day. Most of that fat goes with the protein, except when you're having the fruit. Okay. The eggs are something you can have outside of other meals because it's got a balance of protein already with the fat.
The eggs do.
Yeah. So that's your fast, quick, easiest meal is your egg, but it doesn't help regenerate cells. It'll help rebuild cells that are already alive and those that are weak, but which are alive and weak. But it won't help regenerate. It doesn't help cell division.
Okay, I had a live blood cell test, and that said parasites, oxygen. I was lacking. Fat walk. I'm fat, but I shouldn't be walking. So
You
you're saying
should be lucky to have parasites.
be lucky, and I wanted to get rid of them.
No, then you'd get even fatter.
Oh, really?
Because your lymph system isn't working for you, and you've got protein poisons. Because the parasites only work on degenerative cells. They will only eat cells, degenerative cells. So if your lymph system isn't breaking dead cells down, you're likely to get cancer if you get rid of your parasites.
If I get rid of I was anxious to work on that. I had cancer 10 years ago. And modified radical mastectomy, left side.
I've been through the chemo and all your words that you were saying about that. So, but I did it.
Yeah, that's probably what was the last draw for your lymph system.
Yeah.
And coconut suffer it, do the vomiting and everything. Oh yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Your hands are so warm.
And they used to be ice cold. It could be 90 degrees and I have gloves on. It's so nice not to be freezing cold.
Do you have any plans to be coming back anytime soon?
No. Whenever you guys get a group together again, it's usually once a year I'll go to locations. Yeah, it's somewhere. Well, all my information's in the back of the book.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Joe Mercola?
Yes. Yeah. He's just new. He's new. He's just learning. He's a baby in the industry. Yeah. He's good. Yeah. But he draws. Tell him he draws too many conclusions too quickly.
About what in particular?
About milk, cow's milk. Pardon? Egg whites. Yeah, I mean, he just draws so many conclusions. He gets a little bit of information, and he takes it for granted it's right, and it isn't.
Oh, yeah? Dr. McCall?
Yeah, but he's got a good heart. He's just too skinny and too panicked. Needs lots of fats.
He's got your book, We Want to Live.
Oh, yeah? Good.
Yeah, he lent it to me, and I read it earlier this year.
Good. Yeah. Good man, good heart.
Yeah, we're doing the best we can, but it's a process.
You're going into psoriasis. If you're not already into it, I'm not a doctor and I'm not diagnosing it, but these are all the symptoms of psoriasis all over the system.
I don't have it anywhere.
Pardon?
I don't have it anywhere. I see myself as a truly healthy person. Good energy, good mental clarity.
You see all the dryness in here? You see all that? That's a sign of very poor health.
But couldn't that be from just the surface, from the soaps that I use?
Because you see other people using them, they don't have dry skin like this. Also, you're very jaundiced. See how yellow you are? Means you don't digest your fats properly, so your body is using what normally digests fats to bind with poisons. So your whole system is highly acidic.
Maybe this is carotenoids also building up from all the spirulina and other sources, natural sources of beta carotene.
It doesn't look like that.
No?
In fact, the carotene will bind with the bile.
Why do I feel so healthy then?
Because you're full of bile.
That's better than being full of shit. No,
it's true. Your system is constantly hyperactive and irritated. You also have relax your thumbs. Your testes are very overactive. You got a history of very overactive adrenal glands, one of the widest adrenal gland areas that I've seen on both sides. So like I say, you have a lot of hormones, enough to keep you pumping. But this kind of dryness, 10 years you might find yourself in sores all over if you weren't to change your diet.
Let me give you some further insight why this is there. First 20 years of my life I was chronically ill and I had severe allergic dermatitis, and for over 10 years the doctors, all they had to offer me, because the skin on my hands would become so dry and inflamed it would crack and bleed. Topical hydrocortisone creams for 10 years while I was growing and developing. And I know that the skin on my hands, it looks like an old man. The skin everywhere else on my body I think looks good, but the skin on my hands looks old.
Let me see your feet, one of your foot. Give me your, let's see, you're right-handed?
Yeah.
Give me your right foot.
Okay. I used to have it on my feet too, but I didn't put nearly as much hydrocortisone cream
I know most people
on my feet as I did on my hands.
You get the same problem. Let me see the bottom. Same problem. You just need lots of cream.
Raw fat.
Lots of cream, more cream than butter. You need cream.
Uh-huh.
And I would say, well, let me see. And when this bile comes out, it's just going to, you're going to be even more yellow than you are right now, but you're very yellow.
Mm-hmm.
That's all bile, not the carotene. Carotene doesn't look like that.
You mean bile or bilirubin?
Bilirubin, bilirubin turns into bile, or bile turns into bilirubin. They can exchange back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they're there to digest fats and break down fats.
Mm-hmm.
They're not there to bind. Fats are to bind with poisons. You were using the fat digesters to bind with poisons in place of fats. So you've got bile everywhere in the system. Everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that causes irritation to the system.
But I don't feel irritated. I feel my experience is peaceful energy, relaxed strength.
A lot of people think that they feel that way, but if they had somebody observe them, they may get a different impression. I've gotten a very different impression because I've seen you go into fear 4 times and almost like an aggressive attacking approach. You may think that you've got it under control, but I can sure see it.
When? When did you see it?
I saw it 4 times today. 4 times. And you did not relax it until I gave you enough of the answer that you understood, and then you were completely relaxed about it. But when you're
oblivious about it,
when you're disturbed, you're not balanced, you're not calm. Most people who are that way don't realize it because they're living in it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when I was, like I say, hyperactive with all that sugar. Mm-hmm. For me, it was great because I had been so weak all my life. I loved all that energy. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I thought I was perfectly healthy until my teeth started dissolving, my bones started going after 6.5 years of it. So it's you're not your best, Everybody is not their best mirror for themselves. Okay. Juice. Go for a straight 80% celery, 20% parsley.
Okay, why that recommendation?
Because I don't want to start dissolving anything. I just want to stabilize your system before you start detoxifying.
Okay,
you need to stabilize your system.
What quantity of that juice, and also what quantity of the cream?
I'm going to recommend a cup of juice the first thing in the morning. You could have 8 to 12 ounces in the morning. Then in the afternoon, have 8 ounces, then 12 ounces, then 8 ounces. Mm-hmm. If after the 12 ounces of juice in the morning, if you get sleepy and tired, then cut it down to 8 ounces, and then do 8, 12, 8, 12 before you go to bed, or 8, 12, 12, 8 before you go to bed, so you're not urinating so much of the vegetable juice.
Of the celery,
right?
Parsley juice.
Celery, parsley.
How long should I do that?
About 1.5 years. Then I suggest that the lubrication formula that's in the book, you make one of those for each meat meal. I'm going to suggest you have 2 meat meals a day. That routine in there for the 2 meat meals a day. Have a lubrication formula for each time you have meat.
Okay.
And I'd like you to sip like 2 ounces of cream at a time, 4 to 5 times a day. Mm-hmm. And have at least 4 cherry tomatoes each time you have that. Mm-hmm. That'll help capture some of the bile that's throughout your system and relax your nerves a little bit.
Well, I was pointing in my head, I thought you were going to say it's going to help you grow hair.
Usually people that have that much bile in the system don't get their hair back. It's like I said, that 40% of my book that don't grow their hair back, you're one of those with all that bile. Maybe in 12 years when you get rid of the bile, maybe that's a possibility, but I haven't seen anybody do it yet.
Mm-hmm. And why do you suspect this bile is built up?
Because your body was fat deficient. The proper fats to chelate with poisons in the body, because that's what fats do. Fats lock onto the poisons. That's why poisons go to the glands, because there's so much fat in there. It's so fat rich. In the brain.
I didn't start looking kind of yellowish until I started drinking fresh organic vegetable juice after I met Al about 10 years ago. And
well, what it does is it's helping you throw it out the skin. So it's already, you're detoxifying it, but you have quite a load in the system. Because this says it's everywhere still.
Well, I grew up on junk food, nothing but junk food. Wasn't breastfed.
Well, what it means though is that your liver was bad.
Yeah. I used to
drinking.
I had my history is similar to yours, not quite as bad as yours. I mean, it's like the medical profession was trying to kill you. They were just, abusing me.
What do you mean they were trying to save me?
Yeah. It's amazing how much abuse we can now take.
I know.
And still keep going in the body. Our life force, energy drive
doesn't stop.
Incredible.
Not in most of us, it doesn't stop. And I would suggest also eggs are very good for removing the bile out the intestines.
I won't eat eggs, the yolks raw. Sometimes I cook the whites.
Another one of McCullough's things.
Well,
you don't digest the proteins without.
I started doing raw eggs because of me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, recently he said something about not the egg white
because of the avidin and all that.
But that was a misprint in my first book.
I actually listen to my body on that. Sometimes when I do raw egg whites, digestively it doesn't agree with me. I mean, it's no pain or anything. It's just for some reason it produces gas.
Yep, because it starts pulling the chemicals into the stomach.
Yeah, because Merkel on his website warned people about not eating egg whites raw.
Well, I had it in my first book, but the spell checker changed the avidin to albumin. So it screwed it up. So if you substitute, when I talk about eggs, and the biotin combining with albumin, that's supposed to be avidin. The spell checker changed it. And in my lab work, it showed that it created it got rid of biotoxins. So it's not a bad thing. That biotin is being used very well. And the only time you're going to be biotin deficient if you're eating a cooked diet. There's plenty of biotin in meats and everything. The yolk is,
So you can eat a raw egg, there's no problem.
Correct. In fact, it's very healthy.
Plus, if you have a healthy intestinal flora, you're going to be producing biotin there too.
Mm-hmm.
But I was listening to my body. I do the egg whites gently cooked, and it feels better digestively. I eat them raw and have a little bit of a problem.
Because it's pulling the chemicals out. And when those chemicals dump into the intestines and mix with your natural hydrochloric acid, it causes a gaseous reaction. Not a bad thing. But that's something you have to go through. It's like having to decontaminate areas. The gases that are produced are not pleasant, but it's a necessary thing. You can try to do it another way, but like I say, there's no way quicker than raw eggs, the whole raw eggs. Egg yolk, because it takes a protein to help get rid of the bile. But you do what you need to do. I'm just giving you my information.
Hey, by the way, raw salmon is great to have with raw ostrich. Have you ever had raw ostrich?
No, I haven't.
It's really good.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try it sometime.
The raw ostrich is really lean. There's hardly any fat in it. So the salmon, some good fatty salmon as well with it. But it's a great combination.
Try it. And as far as if you're going to have milk's usually not good for this kind of a condition.
I don't do any dairy at all.
But you definitely need to do the cream and the butter.
Cream and butter, and also coconut cream?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't want you to eat coconut cream.
No?
No. Too much of a solvent. You need to stabilize your body. So I suggest that you eat the cream and the raw cream, the cow's cream, and eggs, and have, besides the 2 lubrication formulas with the 2 meat meals, I suggest that you have about 5 to 6 eggs by themselves at one time, and another time you could have a milkshake with 3 eggs, 3 ounces of cream, 2 ounces of milk only a day, and then a tablespoon and a half or less of honey with that.
Really raw honey?
Really raw is good honey. Very good honey.
I do something with egg yolks I call Magnificent 7. It's the egg yolks I mix together with bee pollen and green superfoods like spirulina and chlorella and some barley juice grass powder. What do you think of those, green foods, those green powder?
I found that they're not good on an all-raw diet. They help people who eat cooked foods. They cause, like any kind of over mineral reaction, like heavy salts, they'll cause a stimulation to the adrenal glands, so it makes you feel better, but it's not necessarily a healthy stimulation like coffee, caffeine, theobromine in chocolate. It's not a healthy stimulation. So I've cut them out. And the vegetable juice works very well to replace the vitamins and enzymes and minerals, and do it without causing a problem.
I have something I teach patients at the clinic. I call it the Big 7 Health Foundation pillars, and nutrition is just one of the pillars. The other pillars are breathing and water. I know you would take issue with that, but sunlight, fresh air, exercise, and sleep.
All very important. But I mentioned those in my book.
Right. But can you give a little bit more explanation about why you don't personally exercise?
Well, it's just because I was so unhealthy as a child, I never got into exercise.
Which you did there for a while, and you were exercising.
Yeah, because it was something I'd never experienced. But then after that year and a half, I thought, Jesus, I could be using my brain and, my art. So I got into painting, and I did all this stuff, and I had no time for that. And it didn't excite me like, the mind stuff, because I was able to read and... all those things that I...
So you need to follow your enthusiasm.
That for the enthusiasm, yes. Now, if I had worry circles in my eyes, I would definitely, even if I didn't feel like it, exercise. But I have no worry circles in my eyes, and you have 4. Minimum that I can see. If I blew your eye up, I'd probably find 6. But you have worry circles. And people who have worry circles, if they don't exercise, they will get emotionally upset because the hormones will overwork on their systems and they need to burn off the hormones. And I have no worry circles, not a one in my eye. So, it can be other things other than cortisone. It can be adrenaline. It can be over testosterone. It can be a combination of all of them. Every one of my champion athletes has at least 5 worry circles and up to 8 worry circles in their eyes. So they have to spend 8 to 10 hours a day working out. And that's why they're great athletes, because they're built that way, biologically.
How much direct sunlight do you get, and how much do you recommend for me?
Pretty good.
Well, I recommend most people about 45 minutes a day, 40 minutes minimum a day. But in a city like this, it's not easy, and working, it's not easy. I get like 20 minutes minimum a day, usually 40 minutes. I'll take a nap in the sun. And then I'll take my vacation. Of course, I'll spend most of it in the sunshine.
What time of the day?
It's between 10 and 2 o'clock.
Is that in the news?
Yes, absolutely. Where I am, I can do it.
Yeah.
Mountains of Malibu.
What about sleep?
Sleep, it depends upon the individual. Most cellular reproduction, 80%, 90% of cellular reproduction happens in the sleep state. That means that much healing happens in the sleep state. So for some people, they need a lot of sleep. For others, they don't. I used to sleep, 20 hours a day when I was in the healing state. Now I sleep anywhere from 3.5 to 4.5 hours a day. And with a nap.
What time do you go to bed?
I go to bed whenever I feel like going to bed.
Well, I'll put it this way, I called him at midnight our time when I've been through some bad detox. He answers the phone.
Yeah, I only sleep about, like last night I slept 3.5 hours. And then I slept 45 minutes on the plane. And I'm not tired. I just stay alert and active all the time. When I used to have a lot of sleep, now I don't use as much sleep.
Well, you look a little tired to me today.
Yeah, I may be. My body, after what I went through yesterday, yes, definitely. Yeah. An IV, the sugar water. Well, that's all right. Yeah, I should look tired after what I went through yesterday, definitely. Yeah. Well, normally I don't, even though I'm in the sector. But I had some things put in my blood and pint of blood removed, more than a pint of blood removed yesterday. So I'm just glad I'm not feeling it, because then I wouldn't be doing well for you. Well, anyway, I'm not here to challenge you. No. And we're taking up way too much time, so we need to move through on this.
Okay.
That's
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me see if there's anything else here. Pears and cheese are good for you with some butter.
What kind of cheese?
Monterey Jack, no salt, would be a little bit better. Or Munster Jack is a little bit better.
I don't know where to get raw cheese in this area. You do. All right, thanks, Sherry. I haven't eaten since this morning.
Poor circulation in the intestines. On the left side mainly. And so you might want to put a hot water bottle
The right side.
on the left side. Left side. Did I tell you the ratio of meat? Looks like, I don't think I did. It's like you should have about 50% red and 50% white. And I'm not sure with this kind of an acid condition that I would eat red meat without having some white meat with it. So I'd always combine white meat with your red meat. So you might want to make each meal that you have a balance of red and white.
I haven't done that yet. I just eat red meat exclusively.
No, you can't repair the skin without the white meat.
Would white fish with red meat, that wouldn't cut it?
No. Fish is mainly to reconstitute the inner workings of the brain and nervous system. But the actual myelin sheaths and the epidermic walls of cells, intestines, skin everywhere is better reproduced with white meat that's foul. I've seen it react much quicker that way.
Specifically chicken and turkey. Duck would cut it.
Duck is fine. Any fowl.
Any fowl?
Any fowl.
Because,
any
duck
fowl.
is a darker meat.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so...
That's whenever I talk about fowl, fowl is always white. Just like fish, you can have tuna that's red, it's still white meat.
Okay.
The way it reacts in my laboratory tests with animals. They all produced, they did nicely with brain activity and neurological activity with fish, no matter what kind it was. And those that were fed the chicken always had better skin, intestines, better neurological framework Not that the brain worked any better or the nervous system worked any better, but they always had good skin, good coats, good everything with the white meats. With the red meat, they always had better blood and better muscle and better glands, dark glands, not the lymph glands.
Well, that's interesting because I don't eat any fowl right now. I haven't for a long time.
Ostrich?
Ostrich. Well,
that's
ostrich
a fowl.
is a red meat, though.
No, it's a fowl.
It counts as a fowl?
Counts as a fowl, absolutely. Like I say, any bird will count as white meat.
Even though the meat is red?
Yeah. Just like I said, if it's red fish, it's still white meat.
Okay.
If it's red, it can be turkey wings, which are very dark red, it's still white meat. The way it reacts in bodies.
Okay. So the buffalo and the grass-fed beef that was...
It's all red meat.
That's only red
It's
meat.
all red. Lamb, goat, deer, any of that's red meat. That will react on the glands, the blood, and the muscles, mainly.
Okay. That's an important clarification.
Yeah. It's in the books, too, both of them.
Yeah, I just picked up the second one today.
Okay.
I want to thank you very much for all the wonderful work that you're doing.
Well, thank you.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Well, thank
I'm
you.
glad I came.
Good.
And I'm going to share this experience with other people.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Take care. Jefferson.
Come on, please don't chicken out.
Milk. Yes, thank you.
This is the other side of the world. Yeah, I mean, it would. He would not be interested in putting 3 hours.
What's your name?
Al was the name.
Okay.
Try to be helpful. Could be helpful again.
Well, Al, you're one big medal. You're a robot.
Sounds good to me.
Where did you get all this metal?
I don't know.
Were you a mechanic?
No.
Live under an airport? I've only seen people like that with this kind of poisoning. And also people live on farms that use sprays.
Maybe a past life.
No. All of your glands are overactive. They're starting to dehydrate everywhere in your system. How old are you, Al?
62.
Okay. The left side of the pancreas doesn't look active. The right's about 20% active. The parathyroid on the right's weak. Parathyroid on the left's okay. You have lots of overactive hormones. That's why you can't stand still.
Well, I can stand still for hours. I don't move for 8 hours, 10 hours. When I finally get a chance,
then you really go for it.
Weekends, I have to move.
You have to figure out where the metal poisoning came from. Did you do drugs?
I've been in the drug culture, but not. I don't know what the quantities, but not tremendous amount of quantities were.
Well, sometimes it doesn't take a pour. I got a kid who came to me who smoked a lot of marijuana for only a 2-year period or a 1.5 year period. But that marijuana had been sprayed by the U.S. government in Mexico and it had mercury in it.
I was big in the grass when it was before spraying.
Well, you thought before spraying?
Before spraying.
You think before spraying?
No.
We have to figure out where this came from.
I don't know. I can't. I can't. Even they weren't even doing when I was doing the cocaine. They weren't doing the spraying. They weren't doing anything.
Yeah, but cocaine's loaded with alkaloids.
Yeah.
How much cocaine did you do? Did you sniff it or did you smoke it?
Never smoked. Okay. Never would smoke it. And never would inject it because that's that would control me.
Well, Well, if I know what it's from, I know how to, what to tell you. But some of it is from cocaine, so that's heavy alkaloid. So that's some pretty toxic heavy metals. That's why it turns people's teeth gray. It just starts rotting the whole system because it's very heavy in alkaloids. Even the natives down there, they're so poor that they chew on the raw cocaine leaf to kill their hunger because they get so protein deficient, and then their teeth starts falling out in the age of 30 because they're getting so protein deficient because they keep aborting their hunger because they don't have the foods. So they eat the cocaine like that, and cocaine's full of alkaloids. You'll see people with a cocaine history, their teeth are just gray. You can see it. Yours just didn't go into your teeth, let me see. It went into your rest of your bones everywhere, tissues. But it's a lot more than that. So you need a lot of eggs to clear that. Eggs will clear that out pretty well. Coconut cream, berries. I suggest that you do the 2-cycle meat, a suggestion in the recipe book. That pattern of eating. I recommend that you have 2 ounces of cream with each meat meal and make a lubrication formula and have half of it with each meat meal plus 2 ounces of cream. Don't blend the cream in the lubrication formula, but have it, let's say have the cream right after you have the meat meal with the half lubrication formula. And then have mainly eggs by themselves. You do a lot better if you have eggs by themselves, about 6 to 8 a day, even 10 a day sometimes, to help pull it out. And after you do that, about a half an hour later, have about 3 cherry tomatoes or half a tomato. It's either the 3 cherry tomatoes or half a tomato with 2 more ounces of cream, just to coat your nerves, because no matter what kind of metal this is, if it's mercury, it can start dissolving and burning tissue if you don't have the cream there right away and bind with it in the blood. It can cause scarring all over. See this scar right here? Mm-hmm. Okay. I had very lightweight carport that I built. Every year the 80-mile-an-hour winds up there in the mountains threw it all the way down to the beach, 3 miles away. I'm up in the mountains. So this time I got big bars and I drilled them with even greater anchors into the concrete. And I took off this glove to anchor, what I was going to drill, and that drill bit slipped off and just scratched me, just like I had gotten a thorn scrape from a rose bush, very light. But the dust got into it, and I brushed it off, thought nothing about it. I didn't think it went through enough layers to cause a problem, because it wasn't bleeding, it was just a scratch. The next day I woke up and I left it alone. This whole skin was burned and bubbled up and blistered and just came right off. So I waited till Monday. That was a Saturday when that happened. Sunday the blister, blistered and came off. And this whole area, the scar tissue, was elevated this high up until a month ago. And I called the company where I got it and I said, what's in your metals? And they said, well, we don't manufacture, we just resell. So I said, I need to talk with the company that forged these metal bars. So I got the name of it. I found that they use building materials allowed to use 12 to 20% mercury and spent radioactive waste in building materials. Jewelry, they're allowed to use 7% in your jewelry, especially silver. Yes, yeah. So white gold and gold, you're better off using those for jewelry. Every other jewelry, keep away from them if they've been produced in the last 15 years. Platinum, same way.
Did it explode? Do you have mercury in there?
Pardon?
Do you have mercury in that in jewelry?
In jewelry, yep. Well, silver already has a lot of mercury in it. But other alloys now, they're building it into everything. So that's what caused that blistering. The metal stayed in that spot. My body couldn't reject it, so it melted, and I had a huge scar there, keloid. So it was hurting so bad, and it would stay inflamed. They took a knife and cut the scar off, and instantly it stopped. The pain stopped. But that's how bad metals can react in the system. And you have them all over the body. So you need the fats regularly in your blood, because if you start moving them out of the system, you want to bind with them quickly. Lots of berries, like 6 ounces of berries in the afternoon with a couple of ounces of coconut cream and 3 to 4 ounces of cream with it. Always more cream than, we need creams to bind with it and less to dissolve, just to protect yourself.
Would it be better than avocados?
Avocados don't take care of that.
Okay.
In fact, they're going to be hard to digest. You've got a lot of metal in the ducts going in and out of the liver.
Does anyone ever get a good review from the audience?
Only some natives that grew up eating raw. Then I envied them. I sit there and say, oh my God, if I could only be like this. If I saw it, I would give it.
Could you read yourself?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Not really that bad. It's all I kept on talking about was the metals. Huh?
Stop listening to heavy
Still
metal.
looks pretty good at some of the heavy metals. But it's causing you to dehydrate, it's causing you to dry out all over.
Aajonus, how
Stop listening to AC/DC.
accurate
Heavy metal band.
Well, I would say about anywhere from 92 to 98% is what the response. People who do what I suggest, 92 to 98% of them always do better. If they don't do what I suggest, they don't do as well.
When did you start learning how to do this?
Well, I started studying kind of poem. The Chinese have methods and other people have methods of reading. I wasn't good at the Chinese method. It didn't make sense to me, and I tried to do it by the book, and it didn't seem to work for me.
We also use the tongue Chinese.
Yeah. But everybody's tongue's going to be, putting out the toxins. So they should always look white until they finish cleaning out the brain and the throat area. Always going to have toxic minerals and not always byproducts that leads to the tongue. If we're healthy, just go out the mucus, the sinuses, and that would be the end of it. It's like the native Hawaiians, that on the one island that are still pretty raw. I mean, they'll honker once a day, and that's it. In the morning, and that's it for the whole day, and they're healthy and great. And the Maasai and those kind of tribes, they don't have all that toxicity that they're constantly, excreting all day long like we are. What's your name?
Marcy.
Marcy. Hi, Marcy. How many more people do we have to do? 2 more. Your children? Yeah. Okay. So to finish the question anyway, when I was out on Venice Beach, when I felt I got everything on the diet pretty into a good formula that I could work with a lot of people. Then I needed, because I'd only worked with about 400 people over a 25-year period, 20 to 25-year period. So I needed to have a lot of people, as many as I could, join the program. So I set a table out on Venice Beach and put out that I was a palm nutritional reader. If anybody saw that show with, what was her name? The redhead actress who had a talk show for a while. Henner? Mary Lou? Okay. Well, she put me on her show as a nutritional palm reader. And I read her palm on the show, and she got, she said, "You can read all that in hands?" Because I was hitting her on, because how she shows herself on the show is nothing like she is in person. So I was telling, because she doesn't come across that way, but I said, "You're very irritable, you're very aggressive, and this is not something you put on national TV. She won't hear this stuff." And she got flushed and red, and the producer, I can see him in the back going, and see, she doesn't realize that she's this way. She thinks she's completely calm, and she's very hysterical. I mean, she's very hyperactive and hysterical. So that was after I set it out there, and I got to really observe people. I got 3,000 people to do the diet, and I probably saw 8,000 people while I was out there on the beach. So I got to confirm, the things that worked and didn't work. And, it wasn't always that way. Like most of the time I could tell a diabetic instantly when they sat down. But sometimes, it looked like they were diabetic, but still their pancreas was working. That was the only gland, and that and the tonsil. Because I found that the body could overgrow when you have them removed as a child, would start overgrowing and creating more lymph glands or lymph nodes than normal to compensate for the missing tonsil. And I found it never happened in an adult who had the glands removed, but in children who had them removed, that would happen. So that's about 50% on about the tonsil, and the little problem with the pancreas. But other than that, pretty accurate, very accurate, and all the others. But it still doesn't, it tells me the functionality, and I can see some metals in there, but I can't see what else is disturbing it. And that's why I use the eyes. Because I can look in the eyes and say, my God, you've got so many poisons in there, that gland shouldn't be working. But then I look at the palms and I see it's functioning. So I can see that maybe the poisons are in the outer layers of that gland, but inside it's functioning fine. So I need as many tools as I can use to do it. So it's worked very well. You're welcome. Okay, take care.
Pleasure meeting you.
You ask these questions and take long answers.
Do you recommend a good
Have a good lunch.
Good dinner.
No, there aren't any.
There aren't any.
I don't have a check over here. Here's for that funding.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's called Right to Choose Healthy Food. Yeah, Right to Choose Healthy Food. That's the organization that's fighting it.
It's on the net, right?
Well, right now it's under rawmilk.org.
Yeah. He's got it referenced in here in the back. Rawmilk.org.
Okay.
Right?
Yes. Okay. Relax your thumbs. Lots of bile in your system. So you're not metabolizing your fats at all. Most people are water retentive that have your kind of weight, but yours is lots of unprocessed, unutilized fats. It's like popcorn. When it's popped, it's blown up, your fat cells are blown up. They're many times, 50 times larger than their normal fat cell. So you're not metabolizing your fats at all. So you're one of those that should be a strict, like me, strict raw fooder, without a doubt. And your body is, even though you've got all this fat there, it hasn't bound with all of the toxins. So you've been using bile to bind with those toxins. Ovaries look good. Your adrenal glands are fine. The pancreas, pretty edemic on the right side. It's functioning on the left side, so it's okay. Not great, but it's okay. Thyroid gland on both sides, very good functioning. Parathyroids are wonderful. The tonsil area looks great. Do you still have your tonsils?
Kind of.
Kind of?
The right one is shrinking, the left one's got a lot of scar tissue on it from tonsil infections.
Well, see this right one? Huge. The left one, still good.
No, they still get,
So you have all your glandular functions, you just don't have any fat metabolism. And, the liver is not well. It's I can't tell what's causing the problem. Probably have to find that in iridology. Well, it looks like you could have some cysts in it, in the liver. 2 of them. Lots of scar tissue. Did you eat a lot of chocolates, alcohol?
Not a lot. I had a few really rough years that I was on, that I did some drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Not heavy compared to social standards, but certainly heavier than what I had for a while.
Mm-hmm.
The doctors played med du jour with me for a while.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that one didn't work, let's try this one.
It's damaged your liver. Whatever you took has damaged the liver.
Okay.
Pretty terrifically. Lots of metal poisoning in the brain, right near the ears especially.
Near the ears?
Yeah, all throughout the ears. Yeah, cause infections all over in your throat and down in here.
I'm currently suffering from stuff here.
Lots of metals around in here.
Would X-rays do that?
Not unless you took the barium.
Oh yeah, we did the barium milkshake years ago now.
It doesn't matter. It stays in the body.
To diagnose ulcer. I had a car accident in February and they took a bunch of pictures of my neck. And I was wondering at that point.
Well, if you have the barium in your body, it has a 100-year life.
Yeah.
Every time you get an X-ray, it reactivates it. It's that much stronger in radiation.
Well, that would explain it.
Yeah. Also prevents cells from regenerating and healing. So you got to get that out of there. Blueberries and blackberries are better for that, removing that. So I suggest you have 4 to 5 ounces by volume of berries once a day, and you have the glandular activity of an apple.
Okay.
But you don't have the functionality.
Okay.
So I'm going to say for you, eat 2 or 3 meals a day, and you can alternate whatever you feel like for that day. If you're feeling a lot of energy for a day, more than normal, then you could have 2 meals that day. But if you're feeling under the weather, then you have 3 meals a day.
Okay.
And if you're feeling fine, you could do either. Juice I'm going to recommend. This is a plain celery, 80% celery, 10% parsley, and 10% summer squash.
Is there anything that can be substituted for the parsley? Parsley in Iowa is...
I know. Nothing that can substitute for it, yeah. But I cut it down to 10%.
Well, that just means I grow it. You know, I get a sun lamp and I grow it in my house.
There's no way you're going to make enough to do that with a grow lamp, unless you have a big, solarium. But if all of you get together, you can get boxes of it sent in, because we get it all year round in California. All you have to do is go to your...
Be a chef. I've got all kinds of restaurants.
Yeah. But you can go to a health food store and you can say, get me organic parsley.
A box of it? I grew it in my garden this summer.
Yeah.
Can you grow that in the winter? No.
Not in this
I was
part.
going to grow it like in a wheatgrass tray inside the house.
It doesn't grow very well. It needs deep roots. But, we pay $2.50 a bunch of parsley in California. $2.50 a bunch. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask, when you say 80% celery, 10% parsley, is that...
Before you juice, right?
Before you juice or after you juice?
That's of your juice, the liquid. So if you have 10 ounces... It would be 1 ounce of parsley juice. That's 2 tablespoons.
My liquid volume.
Yeah.
Okay.
I recommend that you have 3 tablespoons of cream, 2.5 tablespoons of butter with each meat meal.
Okay.
I know you're not keen on the idea of raw eggs, but you need a lot of them.
No, I eat raw eggs.
Okay. Oh, good. You need 12.
Okay. I have fibromyalgia. I use eggs to control my pain.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had an asthmatic take 33 a day. She was going to die that weekend. Her doctor called me, her MD, and she said, I got an emphysemic patient. She's almost 70 years old. She had been, she said she had been diagnosed 7 years ago with emphysema. She was on machines. If they turned off the machine, she would die. She was probably going to, this is a Thursday night, she's probably going to die this weekend. Is there anything I can do? I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she said, well, I've got, I'm an MD, I got my license to protect, I've got my family's welfare. So I said, well, that's your conscience. All I can suggest that you do is get her 10 to 12 dozen eggs, put them at her bedside, tell her to have one as often as she can, and there's never too much. So I get a call on Monday morning from this woman with her, hoarse kind of light voice. She's thanking me. She'd been out of the bed for the first time in 2 years and walking around. She had 33 eggs a day over the weekend, so she had 66 eggs in 2 days. Is there anything else she could do? I said, now eat the raw meat, but keep up the eggs.
She was dying from?
Emphysema. 4th-stage emphysema. And she was off the machines. Off the machines and out of bed.
Can the eggs be beat up with a little bit of honey?
No.
Can't be beat up?
There are 3 enzymes in the egg white. When you beat it, unless it's with cream in it, it will oxidize those and destroy those enzymes. As long as those enzymes are high, cancer can't progress.
Okay.
And just whipping them, just like that, just a few times, 1, 2, 3, that's it, they're gone, they're destroyed. The doctor in Maine proved it to me, so shot that.
Yeah, what's the texture? I don't mind the raw eggs, it's the texture thing.
Yeah, so sip the white and down the egg.
Down the egg, yeah. My roommate will think I'm
That's okay. Everybody thought I was freaky.
She already knows. She's
Yeah.
known me for 15 years. Okay.
So I suggest up to 12 eggs a day to start pulling some of the stuff out of there.
Can the cream be taken in the form, I get raw whole milk? Can I just drink a glass of milk? It has to be just cream.
Yeah, you'll bloat.
Okay.
Your liver doesn't look like it's going to handle milk very well.
Okay.
And so I suggest you stick with cream, coconut cream, and butter.
Okay.
I mean, you can have, let's say, a glass of milk a day, but don't make it with extra cream. It might make you very nauseous.
Don't make it with extra cream, and
No.
then I should skim the cream off?
No.
Okay.
As much cream as is with the milk already is okay, yeah.
Okay.
If you want to, you could make a milkshake with the milk before you go to sleep. You'd have, let's say, 6 ounces of milk, 3 ounces of cream, and 3 eggs, and a tablespoon of honey. You know, kind of nurse that.
Okay.
Okay?
That might make
It might cause her some gas, some indigestion.
that makes not a good.
No, not for her. She can't take the alcohol. If the vegetable juice makes you very sleepy after eating it, I mean just wipes you out, you want to go to sleep, then you cut the juice in half.
Okay. You said what percentages, you didn't say how much today. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I said follow the plan in the book.
Follow the plan in the
Right,
book,
yeah.
okay.
Which means 4 cups a day.
4 cups a day.
Okay. Meat? Did I say what level of meat? No, I didn't.
You said 2 to 3, I could alternate 2 to 3.
Yeah, but I mean
Say what
the
percentages.
percentage, you need about 80% red meat and 20% white for about 15 years, maybe
Okay.
16 years.
All right.
And if the red meat makes you a little irritable, then have some white meat with it. That'll temper especially seafood.
Now, when you say white meat, you are, okay.
20% white meat, and probably 15, 18% fowl, and 2 to 5% seafood.
Okay.
Okay?
Okie doke. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'm the one that wrote you about the water a few weeks ago. Remember that at all?
I answer so many.
Be careful with the water, with the regularly not.
Drinking water? Oh. Oh, yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, okay, you were right. Would you sign these for this lady?
Peggy?
Ford. Definitely let you go, right?
Oh, yeah. That's from the supplier. I brought 38 of these and 12 of these.
Oh, we sold all these, so we got about 10 left.
Yeah.
This one also to Peggy?
Yes. I've been since last August, a year ago. And the future generation has
Bye.
Liam.
Okay, William. How are you doing? Pardon? Liam,
Gaelic.
as in Neeson.
Yeah,
Liam Neeson.
that's right.
Liam? Do you have any skin problems?
Yeah, my finger's cracked.
And eczema. He's had it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It used to get real bad behind the ears, the toes too. But that still happens.
Well, this is so young, it could go into psoriasis when he's 20.
He had all the traditional vaccines.
Testes are developing fine. The adrenal glands are starting to develop over. They're over already. but they're drying out, not getting good lubrication. Reacts very badly to sugar. Almost diabetic tendencies here. Pancreas may be working at the best 20% when it works. The right thyroid's good, the left thyroid is not. Left parathyroid's okay, the right parathyroid's not. Tonsil area is very scarred. Did he have his tonsils removed?
No.
Well, probably all the mercury is dissolved, the left one completely. The right one looks barely there and active. I don't have my glass to look down his throat, or else I'd take a look. His tendons are starting to dehydrate and draw up, so he really needs some good raw
He had
fats.
surgery on his thumb at birth. They said he had congenital trigger thumb. So he had the tendons sliced to there.
Yeah.
So he was born with the problem,
But it's all over. Even in his legs. His spine on the left side is a little tight too, from his shoulder blade down to his waist. So if he has pain back there, just give him a hot water bottle. Put it at that area, or 2 hot water bottles. Don't put it on top of the body, just next to an area. He's lying on his back, you can put it up against the side over here. He's lying on either side, you can put it up against, this way. If he's having pain on the left, he's probably not going to be able to lie on his left, so you have to lie on his right. But even if the water bottles are here, it'll generate the heat up. Lots of bile in his system all over. He needs lots of cream. I'd say at least 6 ounces of cream a day. And 4 ounces of it should be with meat. A good lubrication formula once a day. Excellent. Juice about 2.5 cups a day. Just a straight 80% celery, 10% parsley, 10% summer squash. Pears, when they're in season, would be good in the afternoon with some whipped cream. No more than half a teaspoon of honey in it. You can chop the pears up.
And what kind of ratio with the meat?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. When he has the red meat, he's going to have some white meat with it, or at least a raw egg. See all these white spots all over the place? It shows his red blood cells aren't transporting oxygen well, and there's lymphatic congestion. So he's awfully young, like I was. I mean, not that I was. He's not as bad as I was, but he has a lot of symptoms like I had.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to have impetigo breakouts, and until I stopped giving him cooked meat, then it stopped. And as soon as he could get cooked meat, then it would come out right away. And his immune system's pretty weak.
It's because his lymph system's all backed up, so young. I recommend 60% red meat and 40% white. And 25% of that, now make it 30% of the white meat should be fowl, if not all of it. A little bit of seafood once in a while. Do you like lemon meringue pie? You don't know?
I don't think he's ever had it.
Yeah, lemon meringue, the lubrication formula in the book tastes like a lemon meringue drink.
I used to eat lemons straight too. So
He could
like
use
lemon.
that, one of those a day in the evening, or any time of the day, actually. But he should probably find follow he's an in-betweener, so he could go either with 2 meat meals or 3 meat meals, but I would say probably when he's in school, 2 meat meals, first thing in the morning, last thing at night.
Okay.
I mean, last thing, about 6 o'clock in the evening, 5 o'clock in the evening, something like that.
What about milk?
It's really difficult. Sometimes milk patterns like this will cause toxic mold and yeast to throw out the skin. So milk would have to be more fermented, like kefir or yogurt, so you wouldn't have a reaction to it. Cold milk would be poison for an individual like this.
Okay. So even if it was just warmed up milk for how many hours? So
he needs the bacteria
to
grow. Yeah. Otherwise, he's going to produce a yeast to deal with it. And the yeast is not as good as a lactobacillus, acidophilus.
Okay.
You're saying, Aajonus, that the body has created its own yeast to deal with the problem if it doesn't have the right bacteria?
Right. Yeah.
Why, maybe that's an epidemic thing?
That's one reason the Hunses, because they didn't eat enough meat, they all fermented every bit of it. So it was very pre-digested, so they could utilize every bit of it. They didn't eat any fresh milk. None. Nope. We never drink milk fresh. Always fermented it.
And it's the Hunses?
Kefir. Hunses, yeah.
And that's the group that the vegans claim were 100% vegan. They've got it in their books.
They even ate cooked goat once a month.
Hey, he was a big shot at the vegan movement. She's going all over Chicago. She hosted David Wolf here 2 summers ago. I didn't come, but
I almost brought him
I
here
knew
again.
before I
And
knew
here
her.
he came back into town in the spring and then told me about the diet, raw, and that's when I started having my
And
problem.
David Wolf's only been on a diet for not even 6. He's only been on 6 years, and he's so young. He has no idea what's going to happen. Lots of berries, berries and cream. Lots of coconut cream. Do you like coconut? Yeah. So I give him like 2 ounces of coconut cream with 2 ounces of raw cream.
Okay.
And when he's not when he's having the pear, maybe pear once a week, and then berries the rest of the week with the coconut cream. His lymph system has to be clean before his skin's going to improve. And he's going to have brown spots all over his body when it starts coming out.
Like moles? Or what?
No, like
Blotches?
discoloration, blotches, yeah.
You hear that?
But you can get better. A lot better than I did.
My son's been on this diet since, almost a year.
Come on. You're next, sweetheart. Water? Mom.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like her mommy.
Sit up closer because your arms are shorter.
There's a little bit of daddy there, I can see it. But that smile is all mommy. Shyness. What have you been playing with at screen?
A marker, maybe?
Boy, your hands are so cold, sweetheart. Okay, she's got... You're pretty athletic. Because you've got the ovaries of an athlete. At this young age, that means you could be an athlete. You've got the adrenal glands. But you're also, both of them have terrible skin problems.
I know her hands are starting to get dry like mine.
Yeah.
She's too young.
Look how soft Aajonus's are. Are you soft?
Oh, mine used to be blistered. Bleed.
Yeah.
Terrible, yeah.
Have you
Now
ever
they're
tried that
like
beef
children.
butter?
Not yet.
It does work. It seems to feed it.
Okay.
Feed the hand.
Remember.
She's very critical. Self-critical, too. Yeah. That just makes you drive harder? but don't take it out on other people. Okay? People will never be what you can be. Okay? So don't expect them to be what you want them to be. You just be who you need to be. You push yourself, don't push other people. But don't be too hard on yourself either. This looks pretty nasty. Lots of dryness everywhere. Lots of metal in those ovaries. So usually with this kind of metal poisoning this young, she'll be infertile. Won't be able to have children, but if she takes care of it before she matures, then it'll probably be fine. Otherwise she'll be sterile. Pancreas is almost shot at this young age, so she's moving to diabetic. Thyroid's okay, parathyroids are very good. Tonsils look like they're gone. She has tonsils? Yeah, she has them? Yeah, they're pretty poisoned. Well, your bone marrow's pretty good in your head.
That's good.
Yeah. Means you're producing good red blood cells for your brain. But lots of bile all over the system. Both of them. Not the proper kind of fats. Lots of vegetable oils. Lots of crystals. You might want to give her a tablespoon of olive oil with the evening meat meal once in a while, like 3 days a week. Meat should be, well, normally when somebody's this athletically inclined, 50-50 is good. But she has lots of signs of anemia, coldness all throughout her system. I mean, they're responding to me right now. They're hot. Your sons didn't get hot like that from my touching them, so she's responding better. So she may only need about 70% red meat for maybe 3-4 years. And then you can cut her back to 50-50. But just help her build her glands and her liver. Liver is one of the glands, and her blood a little bit better. But she's responding very quickly, so she'll fly on this diet. Do very well. She just needs lots of fats.
Because she was my little vegetarian up until this spring, and she never wanted to cook meat. And then when I gave her some raw meat, she likes it, so she'll ask me for it. And
Well, I had a girl who was 14 years old, and her mother made her go on the diet, and she was a ballet dancer. And, she was an okay dancer. And she was fighting it, she was proper and all that, so she didn't put up an outward, but you could see that she did not want to do this diet. After a year being on the diet, she was doing dances and became the lead of the company in that year on the diet. So now she went 100. I just saw her last April at John Fox's. She will not do anything else but the diet. She likes that lead. Yeah, everything.
wow. That's fabulous.
I got one kid who went on the diet at 6 months old, and he's not quite 2 yet. He's in New Jersey.
Oh,
and
is that the Kung Fu?
Yeah. In Little Forest, under 2 years old. Just his mother brought home this board with the alphabet, and the letters go in exact slots, like those square pegs in the square, and upside down. She brought it home, and he just started saying the alphabet out loud and putting them right in their place the first time. And this is the way.
This is all a part of the dumbing down. Don't you think that food is a part of this program?
Yes,
dumb
it is.
down our kids.
Absolutely. And his cousin, who was 4 years old, came over, and she had a similar puzzle, and she was trying to figure out where he was going to go, and he just came over and upside down. He did it for her.
Wow.
Her mother went just bonkers, got really upset with him.
Oh my
my goodness.
And Father Ray says, it's the diet, I'm telling you.
Yes.
Just put the child on a good diet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And I've got one little girl who was brought to me at a year old. She had oversized liver and severe anemia and retardation. And the doctors that treated her for 3 months gave her supplements and a formula, to feed the child. She just got worse. Put her on the raw meat, raw butter, and raw cream. 2.5 months later, her blood was completely normal. She was advanced. At 2 years old, she was playing the keyboards. And her sister was 2.5, 3 years older than she was, wouldn't touch that raw meat or anything. She wasn't going to do it. But when she saw her sister excelling,